Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. Don't worry about it, little Mario. Gentlemen.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for Second Amendment?
Winter is coming.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
What you talking about?
Jesus, I say that.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Break now.
I see that you know your judo.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
No, be creepy.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
This is ridiculous!
Consequences.
It's a great day. For being sad.
He looks good. He looks good. And he looks hard.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the retrain.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, bitch.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pill.
A fucking bitch.
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just hoping to figure out what the hell's going on in this goddamn galaxy. Ay, so much to talk about. We better get right to it. As always, buckle up those seatbelts, space fams, otherwise you might go floating off into the unknown during this space journey. Okay. Well, I'm gonna pretend like that lag didn't happen. Gonna try and stick to our schedule here. I was about ready to end this freaking stream. I saw that lag happen towards the end of the intro. Very concerned. Hopefully, does not come back. Fingers crossed, everybody. Knock on wood. Pray to Gary, whatever suits you best. I'm gonna try and do some shout outs here real quick. Let's see. Mozart, the reference frame, and Selena Mary for 1, 2, 3 in the YouTube chat. Aaron W, a very close fourth, although claiming to be first. Moanoa and Soul Life here as well. Omega Star, the member highlight. Yo to you, Omega Star. Panda on Buyers here. Del Sol Verde. Summer Mud. Tamara Chance. Gato. Look Bovine. Orb Brummer. Joe 47771. I think that's it. Good to see you all. Anyways, it appears to be... I don't want to jinx ourselves, but let's hope for the best here on this stream. Let's get this thing started. God, that threw me the fuck off. I don't even know where we're starting. Let's start off talking about the United States Gestapo, aka ICE and DHS, and Trump's masked police force. What they've been doing in New Jersey over the weekend. I think it was technically the weekend, right? Yeah.
Newark, New Jersey Mayor Baraka is responding to new allegations by DHS after being handcuffed and arrested by ICE agents at a protest outside a facility.
Stop shoving.
The Department of Homeland Security says the mayor was trespassing and ignored repeated warnings. The mayor says he did nothing wrong. He was released from custody Friday night. And Democratic Mayor of Newark, Baraka, joining us right now.
I'd like to point something out. If as we go through this video here, you notice that there's a shit ton of people here, and they're on the other side of the fence. They are the ones who caused him to trespass. I just want to point that out. Oh shit, you can't hear what's going on because the volume's fucking low. My bad, chat. I just want to point. Just look at this footage, okay? Because you can clearly see the mayor is not trespassing anywhere. He's on public property, he's surrounded by a bunch of other people. So if he's trespassing, this person's trespassing. These people back here are trespassing. Everyone seems to be trespassing, but they only go for the mayor for some reason.
The Department of Homeland Security says the mayor was trespassing and ignored repeated warnings. The mayor says he did nothing wrong. He was released from custody Friday night. And Democratic Mayor of Newark, Baraka, joining us right now. All right, I want to ask you about something that happened over the weekend. DHS is accusing you and members of Congress of, quote, storming the facility. And now DHS is saying that more arrests are possible because of what, and I want you to listen to it, DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin told our Victor Blackwell this weekend. Take a listen.
There were multiple people arrested. And Victor, I think that we should let viewers know there will likely be more arrests coming. We actually have body camera footage of some of these members of Congress assaulting our ICE enforcement
I wish they
officers,
had.
including body slamming a female.
First off, no one got body slammed. Knowing the Trump team and their social media usage, if they had video of a fucking ICE agent getting slammed to the ground, body slammed by a Democrat lawmaker, oh, believe me, we would have been looking at nothing else for the last 48 hours. It has not yet surfaced. I honestly would have loved to see somebody get fucking... I would have loved to see one of these assholes get body slammed. If she wants to talk about assault, maybe they should have.
Assaulting our ICE enforcement officers, including body slamming a female ICE officer. So we will be showing that to viewers very shortly.
Can't wait. Still haven't seen it. Still hasn't come out.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
It's disgusting.
Where is it?
I am curious if you've heard anything about this, or did you witness this happening?
This is a complete fabrication. I mean, either she wasn't there and was misinformed, or she's just straight out lying.
No, it's the second.
I mean,
it's the second one.
An 80-year-old congresswoman, another congresswoman, and Congressman Menendez. They grabbed, slammed no one. No one stormed the place. There is a video.
The only people grabbing here are ICE agents. Those are the ones who are grabbing people. No one else is getting grabbed.
There's a video that shows the beginning.
There's that congresswoman getting grabbed.
Folks have.
Seems like it's just lawmakers who are getting grabbed,
when this thing comes completely out, you'll see
rather than the opposite.
These lies are. Nobody stormed anything. Those folks, when I got there, they were already inside, escorted inside by GEO and ICE to a booth to wait for Homeland Security folks to come and give them a tour. So I sat in there at least over an hour waiting on the other side of the gate for them to come out, with no discussion, no talk, no one telling me to leave, nothing, zero. And was let in, by the way. So all of this stuff is a fabrication, a complete fabrication. This officer was sent there, the special agent in charge was sent there specifically to arrest me.
Okay, so you said that members of Congress were led into the facility, and they are allowed to go into ICE facilities without prior arrangements. That is part of their duties. You as the mayor are not afforded that right. Why were you there? And you said that there were no issues before. What happened? How did this get really riled up with you ended up being in handcuffs, being, arrested?
It's clear. If you see the video, they riled it up. They escalated. I was there because ultimately we have a dispute with GEO. I've been there every single day in the morning, every day, serving them with the fire inspector and the health inspector, with UCC inspectors. We're in dispute in court, serving them because they won't allow the fire inspectors entry into the property to do their inspections for certificate of occupancy. They won't allow them in. We go there every day and serve them. I was there that morning. I was called back to come down for a press conference that the Congress people were having after they viewed the inside so they could tell us about what was going on. And I was going to participate in that press conference. That's why I was there. And I have a right to be there. I'm the mayor of the city of Newark. I have a right to make sure that people are following our rules, our laws, and that there's transparency, especially in a private kind of facility like this. So I came down there for that purpose only. The special agent in charge who came there escalated that situation. And I'm sure he escalated it because he was told to. And they came directly for me. And this lie about more people were arrested, that's not true. It was only one person arrested that day, and that was me. No one else was arrested. No one else was in a car. No one else was in cuffs. No one else sat in the ICE detention facility or Homeland Security's detention facility but me. That's it. No other protester, no protester was there, no Congress people, no elected officials, no bystanders, just me.
Do you worry at all?
Oh, here we go. I'm sorry. Just everybody prepare yourself for one of the world's most just ill-conceived fucking questions. CNN is lucky that I still even watch their videos. Okay? This organization has come. You prepare yourselves for this fucking question. I swear to God. CNN host, get ready. Here we go.
Do you worry at all, Mayor, about when you look at some of the numbers when people are polled and they tend to agree with some of what the administration is doing when it comes to how it is they're trying to get immigrants who are here undocumented out of the country? Are you worried about the optics here at all for?
What is that shit? What the fuck was that question just now? Hey, you know how you were just, illegally detained by DHS and put into a fucking detention facility for a number of hours when you were just doing your mayoral duty? Do you think that you shouldn't be, you shouldn't, maybe you should just shut up. Maybe you should just stop doing your job. Maybe, that is the question she's fucking asking me. Why are you still doing your job? Why are you going to monitor a facility in your city rather than just doing whatever Donald Trump wants? Because some slim majority of the country, supposedly according to recent CNN polls, thinks that Donald Trump's doing an okay job on immigration. Is this a fucking joke? One of the most idiotic questions. I have had so many problems with CNN recently. I'm ready to just drop all of their fucking videos. I'm not gonna lie. We might just stop watching CNN videos, even though we go to them all the time. I was already sick of them during the Biden administration, but the Trump administration comes through, and then they start. They're just sitting around talking about maybe Donald Trump's doing a good job. Maybe, maybe Republicans are right. It's like they watched the Kamala Harris campaign, watched Kamala move to the right as possible, and said, that didn't work. Maybe we should do it for Democrats. Maybe we should become Fox News. Maybe that's the trajectory we should go in. That's basically where we're at right now. CNN is the new Fox News.
Democrats, when you look at the way in which people are seeing the immigration fight go down.
I'm worried about the erosion of the Constitution of the United States, the erosion of democracy, this authoritarianism that's coming here. And if the polls look like that, it's because people are controlling the conversation and we're allowing them to. We're making them believe that the only people that they're attacking are gang members, child rapists, murderers, as they keep saying over and over and over again. They're not talking about people that they have green cards, or people that have visas that they're kidnapping off the street, or individuals that are in fact citizens of the United States that get caught up into this mayhem, or individuals who are waiting.
Yep, and that's the thing, is that it's like, I have complained endlessly about the goddamn CNN roundtables with Abby Martin and how they basically just fill them with Republicans and Zionists. But this is journalism. She's interviewing the goddamn mayor of New Jersey. And rather than talking about the unconstitutionality, rather than being, on the side of this mayor, even slightly, she's sitting around fucking pearl clutching this guy, like, but shouldn't you just kowtow to Donald Trump? Some people think he's doing a good job. That's what we're qualifying as fucking journalism now. It is gross. Let's try for some actual journalism. Mayor Ross Baraka also went on to Democracy Now! Let's see if they acted like a bunch of Trump shills.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Newark Mayor Ross Baraka, the mayor of the largest city in New Jersey, was arrested Friday and detained by masked federal immigration police when he went to a newly reopened private 1,000-bed Immigration and Customs Enforcement jail called Delaney Hall. He says he was there to support 3 Congress members set to tour the facility: Bonnie Watson-Coleman, LaMonica McIver, and Rob Menendez. Newark Mayor Baraka says he was asked to leave the premises and did so. He'd gone to the other side of the fence, the Newark public property side, away from the Congress members, was on a public street when he was seized by officers in a chaotic scene.
Now circle the mayor. Circle the mayor. What the hell? Circle the mayor. Circle the mayor. Circle the mayor. What the hell? Absolutely not. Back up. Do not cause this problem.
Congresswoman, is she's right in front of you?
Don't touch her. Don't touch her. Get off of us. Get off of us.
Get off!
As the ICE agents handcuffed Mayor Baraka, the 3 Democratic Congress members, Menendez, McIver, and Coleman, tried to wrap their arms around him to protect him. After he was arrested, a crowd of hundreds gathered demanding he be released. He was charged with trespassing and later released and addressed supporters.
I didn't know that this morning when I woke up that I'll be in this detention facility here, that I would end up incarcerated for something that I believe is my democratic right to show up and speak out against what I think was happening there, a violation of city and state laws, and a lack of transparency.
Meanwhile, a Department of Homeland Security spokesperson accused the New Jersey Congress members at the scene of assaulting ICE officers, warned they still may face arrest. We'll speak with 80-year-old Congressmember Bonnie Watson-Coleman in a few minutes. But we begin with Newark Mayor, gubernatorial candidate Ras Baraka. Welcome to Democracy Now! I'm glad I'm not speaking to you behind bars, but where you are in Newark, Mayor. If you can start off by talking about why you were there outside Delaney Hall, what this place is, and what happened.
Well, I actually go there every day, every morning. I would have been there this morning. I go at 7 a.m. with fire code officials, UCC officials, health inspectors to get in, as it is our right to inspect the facility, for them to apply for a certificate of occupancy. We're in court with GEO right now because they're defying city ordinances. I went back that afternoon because I was invited to participate in the press conference that the Congress people were going to have after they toured the facility themselves. I went there for that purpose. We waited there over an hour, almost an hour and a half, with no incident, without any incident whatsoever. I was allowed to come inside and stand there by the gate without incident for over an hour, waiting for the Congress people to come out. When the special agent in charge, Patel, showed up, he escalated the situation. There, the Congress people tried to reason with him, surrounded me inside and finally got him to agree for me to leave. I left. On the other side of the fence, they reversed that decision and made a decision to come around and, in fact, arrest me. And so they did. They arrested me, and the Congress people and other bystanders tried to shield me from being arrested. But, I did. And I think it was better that happened, because it would have probably gotten worse than it was getting while I was out there.
Now, we heard that, well, you went to the Newark side, and you represent Newark. You were on the public property side. Someone got a call next to you, right? One of the officials got a call. Now, right. Let's be clear. The U.S. Attorney for New Jersey there is Alina Habba, the former private lawyer for President Trump. If you can explain what you understand took place, because that seemed to escalate things when that agent was on the phone.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You could see that it was resolved, that I was leaving. I left. I was on the other side. When he got the call, I was already on the other side of the fence. He, in turn, got a phone call. Right after the phone call, they proceeded to come after me. When they first came, they came right up to me anyway. And this idea that other people got arrested is not true. I was the only one arrested there. And so they targeted me specifically. Right. So that after the phone call, it did escalate.
So the interim U.S. attorney, Lena Hubba, said on X that you, quote, ignored multiple warnings from Homeland Security investigations to remove, well, she said, to remove himself, unquote, from the detention center, again, which, as you pointed out, is run by the GEO group. She added, quote, no one is above the law. Please respond, Mayor.
Yeah, she's right. No one is above the law. Neither are they. Neither is the GEO group is not above the law. The president or any of these people.
By the way, in case you're not familiar with what the GEO group is, I had to look it up myself. GEO group is a private prison investor, right? They're basically, you know, they're the sort of garbage people who think that the prisons, detention centers should be run by capital interests rather than just the state, rather than the government. And it's disgusting. Honestly, we need to just end the fucking practice of private prisons all to fucking together.
We have a dispute with GEO because they're violating city laws, and we are illegal fighting with them in court. And ICE is interfering and interceding in that, unfortunately, without the judges, you know, whatever the judge says, they are doing the opposite of that. You know, I sat on that, sat inside of that fence there for over an hour, and nobody told me to move. Nobody told me to get out.
Yeah, and CNN basically doesn't even mention GEO Group whatsoever. I think it was mentioned offhand very quickly during the interview that they did with Ross Baraka here. They don't go into the fact, they don't focus in on the fact that they're circumventing the laws. They don't seem to be concerned about that. They don't seem to be fucking concerned about anything aside from their bottom line. It's getting really, really gross, honestly. Democracy Now! Did a great job with the interview, of course. Unshocking, I think, to anyone with sense. But it is insane. It is insane that this is where we're at right now. That the mainstream media is basically here not just to lie and obfuscate, but to generally just usher in fascism. They seem to be fine with it, honestly. Like they don't seem to give a single fuck. And I am genuinely sick of CNN. We're gonna have to go to them a bunch of times today, although we might skip a bunch of the videos because I'm so sick of them. But it's just, I am so sick of this moment that we are in. Something has got to give, and it's got to give soon. Democracy Now! Did another interview with Representative Bonnie Watson Coleman, who was also there on scene, one of the elderly lawmakers who was accused of body slamming.
Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. As we've reported, on Friday, these agents arrested the mayor of Newark, Ross Baraka, on trespassing charges after he joined a congressional delegation to inspect a privately run immigration jail in Newark. The Department of Homeland Security has also threatened to arrest the 3 Democratic lawmakers who visited the ICE jail, LaMonica McIver, Rob Menendez, and Bonnie Watson Coleman. They accuse them of assaulting ICE officers. This is DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin on CNN Saturday.
There will likely be more arrests coming. We actually have body camera footage of some of these members of Congress assaulting our ICE enforcement officers, including body slamming a female ICE officer. So we will be showing that to viewers very shortly.
You say a video of members of Congress body slamming ICE
That's correct.
officials?
That's correct, sir. It's disgusting.
Okay, and so if you have that video, are you suggesting that members of Congress will be arrested who were there yesterday?
This is an ongoing investigation, and that is definitely on the table.
Those arrests could apparently come at any time. Congressmember Bonnie Watson Coleman denied McLaughlin's allegations, writing, "The notion that I or any of my colleagues body slammed armed federal officers is absurd. DHS is lying because they know their agents were out of line," she wrote. Meanwhile, Congressmember Rob Menendez issued a statement, quote, As members of Congress, we have a legal right to conduct oversight at any DHS facility without prior notice, as we have already done twice this year. Throughout every step of this visit, ICE attempted to intimidate everyone involved and impede our ability to conduct oversight. This is like nothing I've ever seen before, and I'm shocked and disturbed that something like this happened in our community, Menendez said. For more, we are joined by Democratic New Jersey Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman. Coleman is an 80-year-old cancer survivor. She was out on Friday along with fellow Congress members MacIver and Menendez. And when Mayor Baraka was being arrested, they were trying to shield him. New Jersey Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman, welcome back to Democracy Now! If you can respond to what the DHS spokesperson said, calling your actions, the actions of the delegation, disgusting.
Thank you very much for having me. We were there for reasons that are permitted under law to conduct this inspection or oversight inspection of the facility. We were delayed and delayed and delayed, and there was.
We've seen that we will not be. Well, actually, the video's out. I mean, it is the same thing we've been seeing this whole time. I watched it on Fox News. Fox News had on that fucking weird blonde who was lying on national television to come out and lie some more about it. They watched the video at the beginning. It shows a lawmaker pushing past one of the ICE agents, and that's what they're counting as a body slam, is pushing past an ICE agent. Just moving past, trying to move past an ICE agent in a crowd. That's a body slam. And it's fascinating. I mean, the right seems to think that, you know, none of this is important because it only applies to immigrants. But ICE, an attempt to avoid oversight from the mayor of the city in which they are doing whatever you want to call what they're doing. You know, it is insane. It is insane that we are in a time where people seem to think that, so at least on the right, they just seem to think that as long as it's not happening to me, you know, this is just leftist, you know, Democrat, just nonsense. This guy's the mayor of Newark, New Jersey. Not only is he an American citizen, he is an elected representative for an entire fucking jurisdiction. And, you know, I don't know what it's going to take to get people on the right to wake up and see what's actually happening. I fear it's going to take 4 years. Donald Trump coming out of office, and then Democrats coming in and doing the exact same thing to Republicans, right? Like, I think that's the only way for them to ever see or ever be able to, and really it's not empathize or sympathize, right? Because it's always coming from their own experience, right? So I don't think we can call it empathize, but to get them to at least understand what's happening here. And I've talked about it before, and I don't really agree with what I'm saying all that much, but we're left in a weird situation here, right? We have, I mean, it's beyond weird. It's fucking crazy town nutburgers, but we are in a situation where Donald Trump, the president of the United States, and his administration are circumventing the law. This mayor was arrested for attempting to do his job. And if they had any charges, these people would be in handcuffs and they'd be in jail, right? The Trump administration would they would love to you know, parade these people around and say, look at all the evidence we have for these crimes. No crimes are committed. If anything, it's ICE and DHS and the Geo Group who were committing crimes in this instance. They were trying to avoid oversight. For a place that houses human beings. There's a bunch of regulations around having people in detention, right? Among other things. And they don't have a certificate of occupancy on the building that they were using. They were just trying to avoid scrutiny. from lawmakers. And if they had any charge, they arrested that guy illegally, right? Not only did they not have a warrant, they had no crime committed, and that's why they released him 2 hours later, because they had nothing. But all of Donald Trump supporters are generally just sort of, you know, cheering from the rooftops for everything he does, and completely just ignoring all of the illegal things that he does, stuff that almost everything that he has done that we have complained about here, they would have screamed about from the rooftops if a Democrat president had done to them. And that's why I think we're probably going to have something like that happen, you know? And it sounds crazy, but, you know, I've said we need to examine statuses of Republicans in terms of immigration status for them, and then kick them out. See how they feel about it, you know? Because otherwise they're going to go on forever and continue to pretend like this was all justified when it wasn't. I know that sounds crazy, and it's never going to happen, and I don't fully want us to have a tit for tat on all of these fucking crimes. But I'm just not seeing the light at the end of the tunnel right now. I'm not gonna lie. I just don't know. A, when all this is gonna end, and B, just hypothetically, say Democrats win in 2028, 26 and 28, right? I'm just trying to figure out what actually brings closure to all of this. What, you know, and that's my question, because how many times has Donald Trump circumvented the law himself? If Democrats get into power, are we gonna go around doing that? I highly doubt it, knowing Democrats. But it's just a situation that's endlessly frustrating to me right now.
One excuse after another. Finally, everyone showed up from the Newark offices of ICE. We thought now we were going to start the tour. That didn't happen. We went outside because we understood the mayor was there, and these ICE officials were going down to meet him. We were there when they asked him to leave. He turned around, walked away, walked behind the gates, and went on public property. We thought now we were going to proceed to go to do our tour. We saw ICE members huddling together on the phone, and the next thing we heard was, we're going to arrest the mayor. We're going to lock him up. And we asked, well, why? He's on public property. You asked him to leave, he left. There was no issue with his leaving. And so when they opened the gate, they rushed upon him with several officers, maybe 20 or so. And LaMonica and Rob and I tried to shield the mayor. We tried to stand between them and the mayor, hoping that this thing would not escalate. At the same time, we were saying, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? He hasn't done anything. And then you saw the chaos after that.
You know, it's interesting. They said, Department of Homeland Security, they're releasing the footage. They released it. They said it would show the body slamming. We don't see any such thing in the video they released. You're now calling for the full video to be released?
Looking for the full video to be released, and anyone else that was filming from their own personal cameras and other cameras while we were there. There was no body slamming. The Department of Homeland Security, or the representatives from the administration, are doing what they do consistently, and that is to lie and to deflect and to try to create legitimacy for illegitimate things that they are doing.
It's exactly what we're seeing right now, is that Donald Trump is just lying straight to our faces, and so are his officials, right? About policies on U.S. soil over and over and over again. And we're living in some sort of nightmarish fantasy that him and his, right-wing allies have all cooked up. It is a horrifying state of affairs right now. By the way, the IRS is now working with ICE in contravention of, I don't know, the law.
Illegal.
Also tonight, the Trump administration is moving forward with a plan to find and deport illegal immigrants by using data shared in their tax filings. The IRS, in many circumstances, now free to share names and addresses with immigration
According to what? Free to do, according to what?
From immigrant advocates that it violates taxpayer confidentiality laws. Now,
I love how NBC Montana has got to be one of the worst local NBC channels. But according to what exactly? A Trump executive order? That doesn't change shit. They're all press releases. Donald Trump's executive orders are just fucking glorified press releases with almost zero legality behind them. And, you know, releasing taxpayer data to ICE is, you know, against the law, in my estimation. And no executive order can change that, but that's what's happening right now. ICE is now getting information from the IRS, and this fact, the fact that they are doing this I mean, if what you want is to get rid of all undocumented immigrants in this country, this is gonna probably do it, right? At least to a, I don't know, I mean, I'm being a little bit verbose here, but what I mean is that a mass amount of people who had been or have been working in the United States in an undocumented fashion are now going to have, I mean, a lot less reasons to do that than they did previously, right? I mean, the fact is they pay into our tax. Like, the reason why this data will lead to finding undocumented migrants is because undocumented migrants have been directed to file with the IRS for years and years and years. I don't even know when it officially, but this data was supposed to remain confidential. Your IRS data is supposed to remain confidential. But specifically as it relates to undocumented immigrants, it was supposed to remain confidential, and it wasn't supposed to affect their status. But, you know, we want people who are here in the United States to be paying into the system, and they were doing just that. They were doing just that, right? And that's why the information's on file. Because we told them, hey, file with the IRS, pay your taxes, full stop. We're not going to use that data to come after you. Okay, we'll use other means. And now we're going against that completely. And, you know, many people paid into that system hoping that one day they would become documented immigrants and potentially citizens who could potentially reap the benefits of those taxes, right? And without that, I mean, you're talking about people who are just the most desperate, the absolute most desperate will probably stay around, right? And that's it. And I mean, of course, many of those people are probably going to be thrown out of the country too. I guess my point is that just everything that Donald Trump is doing is just, you know, is destroying what we had previously to at least keep the system functional. Because the fact is those tax dollars were going to all sorts of stuff, including Social Security, and now we're going to have even less. Because you say this, believe me, undocumented immigrants are going to stop paying their taxes, right? I mean, think about it. Any new undocumented immigrants who show up in the country, right? They're not going to pay their taxes because then they know that the IRS is going to give that data over to ICE. Which means we're suddenly going to have a who knows how many $1 billion hole now in. I mean, this is going to hasten the what do you call it? How do they hasten the depletion of the trust fund, right? Now, of course, Social Security will continue to be paid out regardless of whether or not the trust fund is depleted. But it's something that, you know, is supposed to be a little ways off. But the faster Donald Trump seems to do things, the more that crisis seems to be right in view. Really, it's all horrifying. It's all in the name of getting rid of brown people. Let's talk more about what has been going on. One TikToker, oh, excuse me. One TikToker by the names of Eyes of Sav was also detained. She's pro-Palestinian, anti-Trump TikToker, I believe, if I have it correct. She recently took a trip, came back into the country, and then was detained. And she is a United States citizen.
I posted a video a couple days ago talking about how I got detained as a United States citizen, born and raised. And I'm just going to go over everything, give you guys the entire story and all the details. I was coming back from Spain. I was in Spain for about a month or so. I had a layover in Berlin, Germany for around 2 hours, and then I came into the United States. Here's my global entry card, because a lot of you guys don't believe that I did have global entry. Yes, I do have global entry, and this still happens to me. I still got detained. I went through the global entry line, they scanned my eyes, and I continued walking. I had the green check mark, and then an officer told me I needed to go to the right. So I go to the right, I get asked questions by another officer. He asked me where I'm coming from and what I did for work. I answered TikTok, as I do have other accounts that I am very social on, that have thousands of followers. Then he asked me to step into this box-looking thing. It's about, 3 sides, and then he told me another officer will come and grab me. That officer then took me to a room, which I did insert a photo of, and I will give you guys again here. Which this is the first room I was taken to. So that is the original first room. There was people of all skin colors. I know a lot of people think I was the only minority. And that's where I was asked my father's citizenship status. My father is an American citizen. He has been for the last 25 years before I was born. I did not have the answers to any of those questions because I would not know. From there, they told me to sit back down, and then they transferred me to another room. That other room, the officer asked me what I did for work, exactly why I was traveling. I said the same thing. I did TikTok, and that's why I was traveling, and I wanted to stay there for longer. From that point, I normally saw people either leave after the first room or the second room. They were just good to go. For some reason, they had me go. Now, another officer was escorting me down to the escalators past Border Patrol. From there is this baggage claim area. There was an officer standing in front of this baggage claim. Keep in mind, this is all blocked off. And then there's another officer on the other side. When I was there, my baggage already had been taken for some odd reason. So he told me to continue walking. Then there's rooms, and that's where they asked me to provide my social media accounts for them to go through my TikTok, my Snapchat, my Instagram, my Facebook. As well as show them how much I was making daily on TikTok and show them the deposits that were being made on TikTok.
I wish
and
this
again,
woman,
why I was traveling. It's the same.
I wish this woman had gotten a lawyer. I mean, she in no way had to furnish that information to ICE. Her income? That I mean, let alone. I mean, I don't think that there's any precedent to have a U.S. citizen be forced to show all of their social media to ICE or their income anywhere in the law in the United States. Never heard of it before.
Daily on TikTok and show them the deposits that were being made on TikTok.
Wow.
And again, why I was traveling. It's the same questions all over again. From that point on, if you keep walking, they make you keep walking, and that is where they will go through your luggage. They dumped out all my things on the counter, and they were asking me if I was the only person that had packed my bags. Of course, I said yes. But it was the worst search I've ever seen in my entire life. They dumped everything out. They didn't open anything. I had pill bottles that were, in colored containers because that's how my medication came. They didn't even open them. So I don't understand what they even searched. And then again, I was asked the same questions about what I do for work, why I was traveling, for how long I was traveling, and then more again about my father. Keep in mind where they searched all my stuff after the room is this pentagon, octagon looking thing, basically underneath the Miami airport, where there's around 40 officers that are just on their phones doing I don't even know what. And so that's how that setup looked. It's extremely scary. Keep in mind, I am the only person I see. There is nobody coming down the escalators with me. There is nobody by the baggage claim. And it's a fake baggage claim because there's officers all around it. And there was also nobody else held where I was at. From that point, after taking my phone, my passport, all my bags, they had asked me when, where, and why if I had any trips planned, and when, where, and why, and for how long. I had no clue.
Yeah, I wish this woman had called a lawyer. Oh, God. And I get it, you know, you're a young woman, you've never been detained by ICE, and you just want to get out of there.
Talk a lot of things, anti-Trump and anti-MAGA, whatever you want to call it. So that is a red flag for them. So yeah, my Instagram wasn't completely clean. They didn't do anything about it. They kind of just took my phone and searched through everything. Instagram wasn't completely clean. They didn't do anything about it. They kind of just took my phone and searched through everything. I don't really know what they were looking for. I don't have more answers. I complied with every single thing that they asked. I didn't give them a hard time about anything because I'm more scared than anything. And I hope that kind of clears up a little bit of confusion for you guys, and also so you guys know that not everyone has to go through this process, because there were many people that were with me that were being held and just got to get let go of. I know one lady was crying in there because she couldn't get a hold of her immigration lawyer, so I don't know what that was about.
Yeah, speaking of lawyers, you really should have called one. I don't know how much money you're making on TikTok, but I think, I honestly think you should have. It is insane. They had no right to go through all of that shit, and they're just acting like they have the right to do whatever the fuck they want. You know, we're living in the Machiavellian era right now. All actions are justified by the result, and whatever the result the Trump administration claims that they have achieved, that is genuinely where we're at right now. The ends justify the means. Another person was detained by ICE at an airport.
Where do I begin? Our story begins
Hasan
at Paris's premier international airport, Charles de Gaulle. Okay? Now, normally I'm an experienced traveler, as some of you may know. I'm somewhat of an experienced traveler, and usually as an experienced traveler, I like to get to the Charles de Gaulle airport early, because I know, no disrespect to France, I love the country, but Charles de Gaulle Airport is one of the worst in Europe. It's a major hub, but unfortunately, due to, I think, like a lack of interest from the managers of any of these companies, where they just refuse to hire additional people. And I feel like in France, you just have to always hire more people because everyone is doing work very slowly. Okay? It's just the pace that you have to adjust to, and therefore you have to hire more people. There's always like work stoppages and stuff like that. And these guys, the unions are relatively powerful, but the corporate overlords will literally punish travelers instead of meeting.
Okay, I see people complaining about likes and support characters right now. 40 likes, huh? Pretty good. Okay, yeah, I'm starting to compile a list of demands for the next time Democrats are in office. I'm not gonna lie. You know, or for leading into that, because like there's a list of things that I feel like need to be dealt with, right? Patriot Act, Citizens United, Supreme Court packing. You know, there's so many things I think that need to be done. Stuff that has been talked about, you know, this and that, time to time. Nothing ever gets done about it, and it continues to compound on top of each other, right? All three of the things I just listed, right? I mean, start off with the Patriot Act, right? George W. Bush Really, Dick Cheney, I think, was sort of the mastermind of this one. But, you know, in the wake of 9/11, ushered in Patriot Act, which gave ridiculous powers to different organizations that probably shouldn't exist in the first place, that had agencies that were already dealing with the things they were dealing with in the past. And, you know, and then Obama came in and made it even worse. And now Trump has taken those rules and just sort of run roughshod over people's civil rights with it. Citizens United, I mean, and that can only, I think, I mean, it can be changed if legislators decide to grow some balls and or ovaries or a spine in general. And it's just, you know, the fact that legislators have done nothing, even though there were times where they probably could have made it happen, because they have been personally benefiting from all that shit, has allowed once again allowed Donald Trump back in office, has allowed all sorts of other fucked up shit to happen. I mean, it just continues to compound the viruses that exist within our democracy that lawmakers continue to look the other way on. All right, to Hasan. Whoa. Why is this happening? Stop that. Okay.
More people because everyone is doing work very slowly. Okay? It's just the pace that you have to adjust to, and therefore you have to hire more people. There's always like work stoppages and stuff like that. And these guys, the unions are relatively powerful, but the corporate overlords will literally punish travelers instead of meeting the actual demands of labor unions there. So I've been in a situation where I've been like stuck in France and stuff. Like I had to do crazy maneuvering to get out. So I knew that. And because I knew that, I was like, I'll go 3 hours early. It's something that I never do. Usually I'm actually very slow. But this time I was like, I'll go 3 hours early and everything will be fine. I was already worried that I was going to have issues coming into the country. I had joked about it already. So I was like, at least on the one side, like leaving the country of France will not be that big of a problem. And boy, was I wrong. Okay. Boy, was I wrong. So I hit the triple Monty. I had like a generational run. There was massive traffic going in. When you actually drive into the airport, the person that's dropping you off has to get a ticket at the gate. The ticket actually didn't work. Like, so we were stuck in traffic with like other cars behind us. Like my driver had to get out and be like, and wave people away from the gate so that we could actually get to a gate that worked, all this stuff. Right. And I'm like, oh brother, here we go. Walk in. I'm flying business. So like I have sky priority. So I'm thinking like, oh, at least I'll be able to get my luggage in on time. Barely made it to the check-in. Okay. There was already issues with the check-in. Once I got through the check-in, I got hit at every single step. There's an automatic passport processor where you just kind of step into this room and then boop, doors open, you walk in, right? I wait in line. There's only one. None of the machines are working. Finally, I get to the machine that is working, and the machine stops working. It just won't take my passport. It won't take my passport. I was like, oh, here we go. So I had to go to an actual officer to allow me to, to let me through so I could get in. Then I got stuck behind classic old lady, okay? Old lady with a lot of bags, with a lot of fluids. So then like she's taking her fluids out and then like doing all this stuff at the security gate. I'm stuck behind this person. I already took out all my electronics and stuff. But of course, lo and behold, boom, I get stopped at security after this old lady as well. The old lady with the bags of fluids, classic. She obviously was stopped. Okay, she had to get GSR swabbed, all this shit. And then, of course, I also got stopped, had to get GSR swabbed, all of this shit, because I have electronics on me. And, you know, I stopped there. Generational 3-hour run at Charles de Gaulle. And then afterwards, I get into the flight, and I'm like, all right, finally. The flight was actually fantastic. I slept the entire time. I slept like a goddamn baby, slept the entire time, didn't even eat on the flight, which is crazy. There's never been a moment where I've, it was like what, an 8-hour to 9-hour flight, and I didn't even eat. I slept the entire time on the flight.
Hasan didn't eat food for 9 hours? What are you talking about?
Would you jump up? Would you jump up?
That doesn't make sense to my brain.
That's too much, man!
Finally get into the United States of America. And at which point I'm like, all right, let's do it. I got global entry. This is going to be my first ever global entry entrance. Hopefully this will go smoothly. Okay. Oops. Hold on. My room service is here. My cold brew is here. 1 second. Where was I? So it's the worst cold brew of my life. Okay. It is what it is.
Jesus Christ.
Global entry. First time ever. Okay. First time ever getting into global entry. I got it after my brother yelled at me over and over again, telling me you gotta get global entry, whatever. Right? I get to the global entry line and they're processing everybody expeditiously. You walk up, boom. You walk up, immediately they take your photo of your face and you walk in and there's a customs person there, cop there, just basically waves you. Okay? And they do that over and over again. It gets to me. Take a photo. Boom. Walk in. Instantly. The Customs and Border Patrol agent goes, "Step aside, sir." I was like, here we
Jesus Christ.
All right. She goes, "Step aside, sir. An agent will come in and take you to another location." I was like, is that proper protocol? It's like, sometimes it happens. And I was like, okay. And I knew at that point, I was like, okay, I'm texting like family. I'm like, this is happening. I'm texting my manager. You know, I was basically I got Lolo on. I was like, listen, you know, I'm going in. All right. I'm freaking going in. It's who knows how long this will take? Who knows what will happen? And I had already heard like horror stories from people. There was like that one girl on TikTok that had talked about this. And I thought to myself, all right, it's done. It's happening to me as well. It is what it is. You know, M is real high. I'm about to say M is real high multiple times to get these guys off my back. So I'm waiting in the corner. This Latina ICE agent comes up, picks me up, takes me to this detention center. I sit down, fluorescent light bulbs, the whole nine. Okay. They have benches in the back of O'Hare Airport where there's like a detention area. Okay. There's a detention area. I'm sitting there. There's like a bunch of terrified families. Okay. There's an old lady in a wheelchair. There's like a mom and daughter behind me. There's some like random dude in front of me. And the way it works is there's a back door, right? And they take your passport, they go to the back door. You don't know what the hell's going on in there, but they sometimes come out and they just say someone's name with their passport in their hands and they go, "You're clear to leave." So they basically, when they bring you to the detention area, they, I guess, do some kind of surveillance on your background to figure out if you are, if you're going to get harassed even further or if this level of harassment is fine. Okay. And I asked and I looked around at all the passports that people had to see if there were other American citizens. And lo and behold, at least in the area that I was at, I was the only American citizen. There was another guy that actually had an American passport as well. But like, because I asked the terrified family behind me, I was like, "Hey guys, if you don't mind me asking, like, do you guys have an American passport?" They were like, "No." So it turns out it's just they're terrifying the shit out of mostly non-American citizens. Okay. But apparently they're also interested in trying to terrify American citizens as well.
Certain ones,
So,
at least, it would seem.
they're just like coming in and out. They get this lady in a wheelchair out of there, which I thought was so insane. Old lady in a wheelchair is in the ICE detention area, and they come out with their passport, and they're like, here, you can leave. Okay? So that's one thing, right? Like, I've had secondary searches and stuff done to me before. I've had the, I think it's called the quadruple S. Like, they put the SSSS on your boarding pass, and you always get checked randomly when you get hit with that. Like, that's happened to me a lot in the past. I get GSR swabbed all the time. That stuff is normal. I've experienced that quite a bit. Okay? But this time, I didn't even have the quadruple S on my boarding pass, so I was like, all right, it's probably fine. So I wait. Finally, this agent comes out, says, Hasan Piker. I'm like, that's me. Coming with me. I'm like, oh, brother, here we go. They take me to this back room, okay? And the back room is not great. Everything, the back room is designed in the most hostile way I've ever been
That
inside
is
of a room.
shocking.
The vibes are really back there.
No one
Everything
could
is
have-
fluorescent light bulb, obviously, but
No one could have foreseen the back room being, quote unquote, not great.
they had these two seats that were firmly planted into the ground. Okay, they were complete metal. They were like tiny stools, very uncomfortable, with like braces on the side so you can handcuff someone to them. Okay, and there was also a seat for like a lawyer. So I sat down on the lawyer seat on the corner to establish dominance because I've watched too many JCS interrogation videos, and I knew I had to have command over the room. So I didn't sit in the cuck chair.
That's a real power move right there. That's what that
and
is.
we got to talking. And let me tell you, folks, the TikTokers that talked about being detained, they were right. It was an insane situation. So it's very obvious that they knew exactly who the fuck I was. It's very obvious that they knew how to like navigate the conversation, and it was a really, really interesting conversation that took place. It was very cordial. Okay, it was very cordial.
Was it?
Which I noticed.
Was it cordial?
I thought it was strange how cordial it was.
Hasan, don't do a dinner with Adolf.
Because I've had run-ins with like cops in the past. I've had run-ins with feds in the past. Well, I guess the FBI was very cordial as well when I had some talks with them in the past. But overall, I was not expecting CBP agents to be cordial. I will say that. Okay. Now, having said that, the entire process is supposed to be intimidating. So it's like suck my dick, cordial or whatever. Okay. I think they were being cordial because they wanted me to say something that was incriminating and say something that was enough to justify further detention from that point on. And let me tell you, they certainly did do that. So he knew exactly who the fuck I was, but he was basically like broaching the conversation in a way where it was like free flowing, where in the process of discovery, he was adding on additional talking points. He always made it seem as though he was asking certain things that after discovering in the process of that conversation, he would ask additional questions.
It's a fishing
he's
expedition
like,
is what
are you
it
doing
is.
in Chicago? And I was very revealing. I was like, well, I was in France because I want to take my family out for Mother's Day to France.
Now, I listened to this already. There's a couple things in here I wish Hasan would have done instead. Right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, to some degree, this... I don't know. I'm actually on the fence on some of the things I take. I'm on my own fence that I've created for myself. I don't even know where I land on my own positions on this situation. Because in some ways, I really wish, especially considering how much money and clout Hasan has, that he had taken this situation in a different tone and been more combative. Now, he goes on later to suggest that he did this for I almost said the lulz. No, not for the lulz. He did this for investigative purposes, right? But if anybody can protect themselves legally in the streamer sphere, I think Hasan's got to be one of the top ones, considering how much money this guy makes. But I also appreciate the first-hand account of what happened. But I also would have liked to know what would have happened if he had lawyered up. You know, this was it is exactly what it was. Like I said, it's a fishing expedition. The same thing with that TikToker girl that we were just listening to before Hasan, right? They were just in there saying, "Oh, hey, are you going on any vacations in the future? Can we go through your entire phone? How much money are you making? Can you show us your earnings and all this other shit?" It's like it is insane. None of that kind of stuff is at all relevant to a U.S. citizen entering the United States, right? And any lawyer would tell you that, and they certainly don't have any justification for asking most of these questions, aside from they're just fishing for information, which they absolutely, I mean, they have a right to, as long as you don't ask for a lawyer, as long as you don't attempt to leave, right? Like, as long as they have you in that room, and you're not protesting your rights being taken away, allowing law enforcement to go on a fishing expedition into your life just for entering your own country, right? Like, like they have no right to that information. And I would just like to see, I honestly would have liked to see what would have happened if Hasan had lawyered up, you know? And whether or not that would have been an effective strategy, right? I'm crazy he's alone. He cannot lawyer up at the airport. You can, I'm not saying that he can personally call his lawyer, but you can ask for a lawyer. You can say, I want my lawyer, right? I want my phone call, right? You're an American citizen in the United States and you have law enforcement attempting to question you. You have a right to an attorney. That's just the facts, and I understand what you're trying to say, and I get it. He can't pick up his phone and call, but you can absolutely demand, and that is a constitutional right.
But I had to come back early from France, even though today is technically Mother's Day, because I have a speaking engagement at University of Chicago. And he was like, "Oh, what kind of speaking engagement?" It's like, I don't know, some like journalism school stuff. And he's like, "Oh, well, since you mentioned that," he kept saying, "Oh, well, since you mentioned that, what do you do as a job?" And I was like, "I'm a Twitch streamer." And he's like, "Well, since you mentioned that you were a Twitch streamer, what kind
seriously,
of
this is it's a full-on
stream about?" And at first I was like, "Do I?"
It's a full-on fishing. I'm sorry, it's a full-on fishing expedition. They're like, "Oh, because of that new information. Hey, tell us more about that. Tell us more." Not sure, but the phone call is usually after you're at the station. Officially, if you're in DHS ICE, if you're in ICE custody at the airport in a detention room, right, being questioned, you have a right. You absolutely have a fucking right to a lawyer to be present while being questioned by law enforcement. That's just a fact. It's America. Mish with a sweet super chat. Nothing clever to say, but the stickers don't count towards confetti. So just imagine a cute lemon dancing or something here. Yes. Sour hour. Sour hour initiated without a super sticker. Never seen that done. Never seen that one done.
And I was like, "I'm a Twitch streamer." And he's like, "Well, since you mentioned that you were a Twitch streamer, what kind of things do you stream about?" And at first I was like, do I just tell him I play video games? Because I don't think someone's going to believe me if I say I just play video games to him, right? So I was just like, yeah, I play video games, but I also do current events sometimes, drama, internet. And he's like, "Oh, do you talk about, since you mentioned that, you talk about the things that you talk about, do you talk about the news?" And I was like, "Yeah, I talk about the news." And he kept saying, "Okay, so when you talk about the news, do you talk about the war?" And I was like, "What do you mean by that?" he's like, do you talk about Trump? And that was the first time where I was like, what the f is this question? Like, I literally straight up told him, I was like, why are you asking me this? Like, I was like, what does this have to do with anything? And it was interesting because they, like, the dude asked so many insane questions, none of which is illegal, by the way. I just need you to understand, nothing I have done thus far is illegal, as in nothing I've done online is illegal as of now, if that makes sense. Now, laws may change in the future and they might actually start prosecuting speech, which I do fear is the goal of this administration. But so far, everything I've done is fully protected under the First.
Okay, people are suggesting that you don't have a right to an attorney while in the international terminal or being questioned by CBP, but that's not really the law, right? Maybe on the brief, and I'm not a lawyer, so I could be wrong about this, but my understanding is on the brief sort of interactions you might have with CBP or whomever at the airport, as long if you're in the public space, you know, you're just going through the line and they ask you questions, yeah, you don't have a right to a lawyer there. But I'm fairly certain if you are taken away, right, by agents and then asked questions, I mean, unless you're, you know, like, you have a right. You have a right to a lawyer, in my understanding. Because I mean, there's two options, right? You either have a right to a lawyer because you're being questioned by police, or you have a right to leave, right? It's one of the two, right? Because you're being detained.
Amendment, okay? And none of these questions are actually valid questions to ask. But I was entertaining it because I didn't want to, I didn't want to present it as being difficult because I didn't want to extend the detention. And two, I actually wanted to see how far I could take it. Maybe it was up of me to do that. Maybe it was not appropriate for me to do that, to play fast and loose with a person that has complete control over my life in that very moment. But I wanted to see like what they were trying to get away, like what they were trying to take from this conversation. And so, you know, instead of just pleading the fifth as I'm supposed to do in situations like this, I just kept giving him answers. And there were definitely areas where I was very revealing about my position, knowing full well that they know exactly what they're looking for. I saw no reason to hold back.
Okay, I just
things.
real quick.
I was like, what are you going to do? It's protected by the First Amendment.
Real quick. I just looked it up since there seems to be a lot of contention in chat. This is according to the American Civil Liberties Union of America. If you are detained by customs agents, you have the right, A, to remain silent, and the right to speak to an attorney if you are a citizen of the United States. You're not obligated to sign anything. You may be asked where you were born, how you entered the United States, or how long you've been here, but you don't have to answer any questions. So according to the ACLU, if you're detained, if you are actually detained, you have a right to a lawyer.
Like Trump, yes, right? Like I was like, I'm not fond of him. I don't like him. He said he was going to end the wars. He hasn't ended the wars. What the fuck is up with that? You know? And the guy actually was very sympathetic. The agent was very sympathetic. And I don't know if it was like a JCS style interrogation technique to come across as sympathetic, to like invoke some kind of positive feelings out of me in an effort to like get me to reveal something maybe that'll trip me up, or because he just genuinely was sympathetic and he had the vibes of someone who was like, I don't know why I'm doing this, right? But he was like, listen, I'm Iraqi, so I know. And let me tell you, I do think that him being Iraqi played a big role in this, because if he wasn't, there was a lot of editor-ass white boys that are at Customs and Border Patrol at O'Hare Airport. I saw them walk by. There was a dude who looked like he was like 25 max, but he was balding. And I knew immediately, if that my agent, I'm screwed. I'm going to CCOT. This dude is going to literally hook me. So I got a little lucky. All right. I will admit. So basically, I think the reason why they sent the Iraqi CBP agent is because
if you are detained or arrested, like I said, but continue the video, the agent said you are not detained because of this. Well, okay, so if they say you're not detained, then they have no legal ability to hold you, right? So they have to pick. They keep a hold of you, right, and you are detained, or they let you go, right? Either way, if you are being held against your will by agents of the law, right, you have a right to a lawyer. If they are not holding you, if they're not holding you against your will, right, for whatever law enforcement purposes they might be, espousing, then do you know what I'm saying here? Like, I know my point is especially as it relates to Hasan, right? Like, this guy is famous and rich. He could easily afford a lawyer, and I would have loved to see him say, hey, if I'm detained, give me my lawyer. If not, let me leave. And I mean, yeah, I know he goes into it later, says all this stuff, but I'm just trying to point this out to you right now, is that generally speaking, if you are being detained, you have a right to a lawyer as a U.S. citizen. It doesn't matter what sort of bullshit CBP wants to play, okay?
They bracket you into different categories. For me, they wanted to conduct an investigation about my involvement with Hamas and my involvement with the Houthis and they suspected my involvement with Hezbollah. Straight up. That's literally what this conversation was about. And it's not even a joke. Like, they straight up tried to get something out of me that I think they could use to basically detain me permanently, which is insane, because there is no direct connection or direct involvement. So I'll say this much. So we're talking. I'm telling him, like, oh, I'm Chicago. I'm going to be speaking there for the journalism school. I told him, like, I don't like Donald Trump, and I was like, so why are you guys doing this? And he's like, oh, it's just like routine. It's a routine process.
It's totally routine.
It doesn't feel too routine. And basically, my big fear from the entire situation was, like, if they were to ask for my phone. Not that there's anything incriminating in my phone, but I don't want the federal government inside of my phone beyond all of the times where they probably have been engaging in, like, warrantless surveillance on my phone or whatever the fuck. It's not your.
As long as your lawyer is in the freaking parking lot. Hasan has the money to hire whatever lawyers he wants. In Chicago? You think there's no lawyers in Chicago all of a sudden? Like, come on. Come on! Hasan can hire whatever fucking lawyer he wants.
Business, you know what I mean? It's none of your fucking business. So it's a goddamn free country. Like, there's privacy laws for this kind of shit, right? So, for those of you who don't know, by the way, they can't actually unlock your phone, but if you have biometrics on your phone, they could technically use that and put the phone to your face and unlock it that way. Hold on, let me fix this. Let me fix the banner. So, just so you know, they could technically do that, okay? They could technically do that, but there's a trick. Either you get a burner phone when you're traveling internationally, or if you have your regular phone, you can just do a passcode by either canceling biometrics, or if you forgot to do so, if you forgot to cancel biometrics, like
Who
your Face
uses
ID,
that?
what you can do is click it 5 times. If you click hold 5 times in a row, it will actually disable Face ID, and it will force you to put your passcode in. And because there are laws against like the agents not being able to force you to put your passcode in, they can't actually access your phone like that. Now, there's different methods of how they can access your phone. From what I understand, they can also put it on a computer and just like plug it into a machine, and the machine just basically takes all of the information in your phone. So it is what it is. I don't know if you can actually do that if your phone is on, but I was thinking about all these things. I had already unlocked the biometrics, like I disallowed biometrics, and it's a Faraday cage once you get into the detention center anyway, so you can't actually send any text messages once you're in there. It's there's no access to the internet. But I'm sitting there, and they're asking me about Trump. They're asking me about like Hamas, and he kept saying stuff. He kept saying stuff like, "Do you like Hamas? Like, do you support Hamas? Do you think Hamas is a resistance group? Do you think Hamas is a terrorist group or a resistance group?" Like, he just kept asking over and over again, right? And I kept repeating the same statement over and over again. I kept saying, I kept saying a couple different things. One, in terms of like Israel and all the wars, I was like, I'm on the side of civilians. I want the endless bloodshed to end. I am a pacifist. I want wars to end. I just kept repeating that over and over again. Every single time he asked me a question, I just kept repeating that. And every single time he asked me a question, a leading question about Hamas, I kept saying, the United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. The United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. So, like, he just kept asking me over and over again, like Hamas, Houthis, all this trying to be like, oh, do you support them? Do you like them? Like, what do you think about them? Which I thought was insane, because the reality of the matter is, okay, up until this very moment, if you were to say, as an American citizen, you stand 10 toes down with Hamas, or you stand 10 toes down with the Houthis, or whatever they can't deny you entry into the country for that shit. But I don't know what the they're trying to do. So I was like, I'm not going to go beyond it. I'm not going to go beyond just like reiterating over and over again. The American government's position is that Hamas is a terrorist organization. But then he just kept asking me about the Houthis. And at that point, I was like, listen, he's like, well, do you agree with the terrorist designation for the Houthis? And I said, I'm of the Brookings Institute mindset that in 2020, when Donald Trump initially designated the Houthis as a terror organization, that was a major mistake. I talk about these issues from an academic context with humanitarian rights organizations and with academics and with journalists. As a matter of fact, this is perfectly this is, you know, completely protected under First Amendment laws. And therefore, you know, I don't understand what the reason why we're having this conversation is. And I kept saying that over and over again, at which point he just like kind of gave up. But what I thought was really interesting was, and I even followed it up with like, I do call Boston. All
right, I just want to respond because I see everybody in chat still going on and on about this situation with the lawyer and whether or not we can have a lawyer in there. I just want to point some stuff out here, okay? Regardless of whether or not Hasan could have gotten his lawyer in there or a lawyer in there, you have a right to demand a lawyer when you are being detained. And if you're not being detained, then you have a right to leave. If you at a border checkpoint is, you know, essentially at a Customs and Border Patrol checkpoint inside of the airport, right? They have a very limited scope of what they can actually demand from you as a U.S. citizen. If you are from outside of the United States, that's a completely different story. But if you are a U.S. citizen and you are entering the country, they have the right to at least to do like basically two things. Figure out if you're a U.S. citizen and how you came into the country. Okay, anything else is basically outside of their purview. And, you know, they're going on a fishing expedition in here, some sort of ideological fishing expedition inside of this shit. And, you know, they literally don't have a right to just sit you down and question you about whatever the fuck they want. Okay? They just don't. And we can't just hand over our fucking rights to them. All right? They have your passport, okay, and they have a they have a legal obligation to give you back that passport, as well as a legal obligation to give you a lawyer if they're detaining you, or you know what I mean? Like, it's all I know it's a bunch of legal bullshit, but my point is if we, like, my concern is that essentially the precedent, well, it's not precedent, it's not legal precedent because it wasn't adjudicated in a court, but the precedent is being created here, like, essentially by people going in and just handing over shit to CBP for whatever fucking reason, like just being afraid. I'm wrong if you're fucked if you take that line, you're not detained, you can't leave. Well, that's a crime. It's against the law. And you know, people like Hasan, I feel like could take that could have easily taken that inconvenience of being held maybe a little bit longer or whatever, and then filed a lawsuit. They just don't have a right to go on a fishing expedition, ask you however many questions they want without a lawyer. It's just a fact.
Said I call balls and strikes, and I you know, there are things that Trump has done that I actually agree with, and I'm not shy about saying those things, even though initially he said he was going to end all these wars. He hasn't done so. I think these wars are unnecessary, they're costly, and a lot of civilians die.
So is it just a three-way group call? No, this is not what I'm saying. I don't here. My assertion is that you do not have to give them any information aside from your U.S. citizenship documents and how you got into the country, okay? And whether or not you're bringing in any illicit goods into the country. I forgot that one extra caveat. But I don't give a shit about the actual... There should be... Here's my point. There should be no fishing expedition whatsoever. Okay, I don't give a fuck about... I'm talking about the lawyer as a right. But, in fact, in my opinion... all of the questions that we've heard asked of either Hasan or of Sav were completely out of their jurisdiction and their bounds of reasonable questions to be asking U.S. citizens entering into this country. Okay? It's just a fact. It's just a fact. And as long as you've answered the three questions, which I just mentioned, your citizenship status, your how you got into the country, and whether or not you have any illicit goods, you have answered all questions which they have the enforceable right to ask you and to attain those answers. The rest of the questions that have been asked: do you support Trump? Do you are you a political streamer? Well, how much money you're making on TikTok? Are you you know, like, oh, you do like Hamas? Do you like the Houthis? None of that is are acceptable questions for them to be asking. You have no obligation to ask those questions. If you have a lawyer there or you didn't have a lawyer there, I think you shouldn't be answering any of those questions. It's just that's just my opinion. And you know, if they think that they can take you to jail over that, then, or if you think that they can legally take you to jail over not answering what your political affiliations are, what you do for a living, how much money you're making, what your views on foreign policy are, it's not it's not legitimate. It's just not legitimate.
In the process, I don't think it's appropriate. I think it's very inappropriate, and it must end, right? Like that's my position. But I do think that Trump did a good thing where he implemented a ceasefire with the Houthis. So when he does stuff like that, when I agree with him, I tell him what's what. Like I say it. When I agree with Trump in a decision, I'm open about it, right? So I explained that to him, and I just yapped away over and over and over again And what I found to be particularly interesting was in the first half of the conversation, it was just like basically a fact-finding mission, right? Try to get me to say something that I think would be of interest. In the second part of the conversation, there were some real actionable items that he presented that depending on how I answer those questions, like I'm going to jail. Because the first stuff was just illegal for him to ask me those questions and completely idiotic and ridiculous. And I think they did it because they know who the fuck I am, and they wanted to put the fear of God into me, not knowing that I'm a stubborn piece of shit and that's not going to work at all, right?
See, this is my point, and JoJo is in my mind right now. This is exactly my point. Hasan has clearly never been arrested or detained before. I know he's talked to police in the past, or like the FBI, like he just mentioned. But hopefully his nonchalant attitude doesn't inspire others to talk themselves into legal problems. And this is my point, right? Is that you have no obligation to just go on some, fishing expedition with the police into your life when they have zero allegations of any crimes having been committed by you. Right? You have a right as an American citizen to not answer police questions, okay? Identifying yourself, maybe in some circumstances, especially like these, totally above board. And in some other circumstances, like if you're operating a motor vehicle or a number of other things like that. But generally speaking, you do not have to answer these questions. And Hasan, in my opinion, has the wherewithal to have fought back against this and has exercised his constitutional rights and sat there and not answered a single question that had nothing to do with the three caveats which I mentioned: your U.S. citizenship, how you got into the country, and whether or not you're bringing illicit goods into it.
The second half of the conversation was actually like, because he left, went away for like 35 minutes, came back, and then he asked like actionable items. But one thing that I will take note of that I thought was very interesting was the fact that a lot of the shit that like the Ethan Kleins of the world have like cried about over and over again were unironically brought up in that conversation. And I was shocked. Okay, not like the bleach sword, obviously, but like the Houthi. Like, did you interview a Houthi? It says here that you interviewed a Houthi. And I was like, or was he actually a Houthi? And I was like, he's not. You can look to all of the reporting that came up afterwards and before I interviewed him that he is not a Houthi, that he is a regular Yemeni citizen. And I said, like, his name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a Shia. And the dude, luckily, again, Iraqi, went, oh, yeah, that's right. That's a Sunni last name. Al-Haddad is a Sunni last name. So he must not have been a Houthi. And the very fact that that was like a point of contention that could have gotten me arrested is insane. And I genuinely, in that moment, was thinking like, these dumbass slop tubers are actually playing with fire. And I even thought about not even mentioning this, because I was like, I don't want to give him any sort of like power over the situation. But like, the reality of the matter is 100% the Trump administration is inadvertently working with a lot of these dipshits. These dipshits are playing a formative role in getting people in trouble with the law. Okay? That is literally the case. It was shocking that that was the case, but it is the case. And it's actually very frustrating that it is the case, that this administration doesn't care. That's why they work with Beitar. That's why they work with all these other insane groups. The Barry Weisses of the world actually have motion in this goddamn admin. Okay? So, they're cheering this on over at eSub. Yeah, I know. They can suck my dick. Liberals, by the way, cheering on a...
Okay, here. Let's just do this. Here's the ACLU. If I am selected for a longer interview when I am coming into the United States, what can I do? And this is entitled Enforcement, know your rights, enforcement at the airport. Learn about your rights when encountering law enforcement at the airport. Let's do that. Let's learn about our rights. If I'm selected for a longer interview when I'm coming into the United States, what can I do? Your legal status in the country may inform what you decide to do if you are selected for a longer questioning when entering the United States. U.S. citizens have the right to enter the United States, so if you are a U.S. citizen and the officer's questions become intrusive, you can decline to answer those questions. But you should be aware that may result in delay and or further inspection. The same is true for lawful permanent residents. You generally cannot be denied entry to the United States, but decline to answer questions may result in delay and further inspection. So yeah, same thing for permanent residents and citizens. You may be delayed longer. Like I was saying, I didn't deny that Hasan may have been inconvenienced and he may have had to sit around a little bit longer, but he absolutely has those rights, okay? Now, of course, refusal by non-citizen visa holders and visitors and to answer questions may result in denial of entry. That one I think we already covered. If the officer's questions become intrusive or improper, you should complain and ask to speak to a supervisor. This goes for citizens, lawful permanent residents, or non-citizen visa holders and visitors. Although CBP takes the position that you are not entitled to an attorney during primary and secondary inspection, we encourage you to have the telephone number of an attorney or legal services organization with you and contact them and ask to contact them if you feel your rights are being violated, or if you have been detained for an unusually long period of time. So it's pretty straightforward. Of course, CBP is trying to circumvent the law, but this is the legal position of the ACLU. And I would have preferred that Hasan had taken the extra time. You know, even if he was slightly inconvenienced, maybe he made $10,000 less that day or something. But you know, I think it would have been beneficial to engage in that way rather than sitting here and playing this game with them, because it's not a political debate, right? It wasn't videotaped. None of us are going to get to see that. Sure, we get the recounting from Hasan, but I think it would have been better if he had maintained his rights, asked for an attorney, or asked to leave. You know. And if they do not allow you to leave, they do not provide you an attorney, and they say that you're not being, they're violating the law, right? Which would have been grounds, in my opinion, for a lawsuit against CBP.
One of the largest progressive voices in the country getting detained by the Trump Gestapo. Like what a wonderful progressive audience they have over there. Anyway, they're straight up fascist at this point. So my point is, it's crazy that like these were actual questions. Like they asked me about my Twitch bans, okay? And I talked about blowback. I talked about how, you know, I said America deserved 9/11 and it was misconstrued. You know, I do have sometimes I use hyperbolic language and it gets taken out of context or whatever. And he agreed with the blowback sentiment in terms of like the 9/11 stuff. You're dumb. Yeah, no, I told him that. I was like, yeah, they asked me about my Twitch bans, chat. It's not even a joke. They asked me about Twitch chat, like Twitch bans, not Twitch chat, but Twitch bans. The other Twitch ban he asked me about was the last one that I got banned, and I explained to him like, this is, man, you really talk way too much. Lawyer will be pretty upset at you, dude. What are you talking about? I know that under normal circumstances, I'm supposed to say, I want a lawyer. I don't want to talk to you. But nothing I'm doing is illegal. And I also wanted to see what would happen. Do you understand? I wanted to see what would happen. I wanted to actually see this experience, which is why instead of immediately lawyering up, I was like, no, I'm gonna entertain this. I'm gonna see what they actually are trying to get out of this. And I'm glad I did this, because the reality of the matter is, one, I'm profoundly privileged, okay? Remember, I'm a public person, and also I have enough money to be able to fight back against this sort of thing. And they know who the I am. So obviously, the reason for why they're doing that is, I think, to try to create an environment of fear to try to get people like myself, or at least like others that would be in my shoes that don't have that same level of security, to shut the up. And for me, I'm going to use the privilege that I have in that moment to try and see what the they're doing. Okay? Because every single thing that they ask me, trying to get me to say something like, oh, I support Hamas or whatever, is literally not allowed. Like, they are not. What the do you mean? Like, why is this denying me entry into the country of my birth? Like, this is my birthright. I'm an American citizen. You can't just stop me at the border and be like, what's your opinion on Donald Trump? You're not allowed to enter the nation. Like, that's bullshit. So, that was the first half. Like I said, they asked about the Twitch bans. They asked about like the Rick Scott statement, and I was like, listen, I don't. I laughed. I was like, I'm not calling for the assassination of a sitting senator. That'd be insane. But instead, I explained to him, like, I was talking about the hypocrisy of the Republicans, blah blah blah. I explained away all that shit, and he was understanding. Then he went back and he came back, and the actionable items that came up afterwards was basically asking me about if I had ever been in contact with Hamas, if I had ever been in contact with the Houthis, directly or indirectly, if I had ever actually been in contact with Hezbollah, if I'd actually ever offered financial support or logistics or any kind of support to Hamas, Hezbollah, or Houthis. They straight up asked me that. And I laughed. I said, no, of course not. But yeah, that was, once again, these are questions that they're asking. But one thing that I thought was really interesting was in the actionable side of things, they also asked, have you ever interviewed a member of Hamas? Have you ever had a communication or correspondence with a member of Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis? Now, what's really insane about that is that as someone who works in media, sometimes I do actually do journalism, right? As I've maintained this position over and over again. And I said that I would, if given the opportunity, talk to someone that is a part of the Ansar Allah movement, a Houthi, or even Hamas, or even Hezbollah, right? I think that I have the right to do so. And what was interesting, you don't do journalism, you grift. I know, Chatter. That's why the federal government is trying to arrest me. Yes, because I'm grifting too hard.
Illegal.
That's what it is. Thank you. Yes, your dumbass slop tuber is correct. I'm grifting. So what's interesting, asking that is a violation of prior restraint. So that part, like, those are the questions that are like actionable, right? Like, those are the ones that if you say, how do you even classify a member of Hamas? It's not like even Hamas issues passports. Yeah, it's ridiculous, right? But that is the part where they were like, if you answer yes to any of that, that's when, there's like actually illegal stuff in there. Having said that, there is one part of it that wasn't illegal, which is being in communications or being in contact with someone in Hamas. Like, that is a part of journalism you actually can do. It's ridiculous. Like, you can interview ISIS. Like, what are we talking about? The notion that this would be an issue for the Customs and Border Patrol is ridiculous, okay? I mean, Donald Trump is in contact with Hamas. He had a envoy directly talk to Hamas a couple months prior. He's in direct contact with the Houthis. Like, what are you talking about? And so is Dropsite. Like, the idea that this will deny you entry into the country is bullshit. Like, what are we talking about? What do you mean? Like, what kind of insane double standard is there, right? And so that part was frustrating. And the interview interrogation, whatever you want to call it, that basically ended with me asking, like, so what is the purpose of this? Like, am I being detained? And because I was like, you
waited that long to ask if you're being detained
about this. I was like, a lot of people have talked about this, like, detainment structure. And he was like, yeah, people really exaggerate. The people really exaggerate how these things go. And I was like, well, it is not a great situation to be in, like, what do you mean? Yeah, he was like, yeah, there's been a lot of reporting on, the conditions and situations like this in detainment, but you're not technically detained. I was like, so I can leave? Like, I asked him, like, am I detained? And he's like, no. I was like, all right, so what's the purpose of this entire situation? I could just walk out right now. And basically, when I said that, the interview ended. So I don't know if that was something that I should have said.
See, that's, and there is my point. And there is my point, wrapped up beautifully by Hasan. He waited the entire interview to ask if he was being detained. He asks, he finally does it, and then, and then ice clams up all of a sudden. Oh no.
Winter is coming.
Suddenly, ice gets all icy. You're like, are you being detained? No. Actually, we're going to end the interview now. And that's my point. The assertion of our rights, while they may be on paper, it's incredibly important. Because, of course, all rights are on paper. All laws are on paper. And, it's the existence of those laws are what stands between us and just utter chaos. And sure, do I have a lot of problems with the way those laws are enforced? Yeah. Yeah. Do I have a problem with the existence of a number of those laws? Yes. Yes, I do. I have lots of objections, but I guess my point is without the laws, we live in anarchy. Okay? And I mean, hey, if we want that, if people want that, that's up to you, right? I just have concerns about what comes when we genuinely lose, because we're already on the brink. I would point out we're on the brink right now of basically the rule of law being just sort of deleted. And the chaos that ensues after that, and there's no guarantee that what comes out of that's going to be better than what was before it.
Am I being detained? What's the deal here? But basically, yeah, it was a illegal pretense. Like, well, that's your Fourth Amendment right? No, you don't have. Okay, chatters.
Okay, I think that's good on the Hasan situation. And we're already 2 hours into this thing. We've only gotten like 4 videos done. All right, slightly more. 6 videos in 2 hours. That's not a good pace for me. It's actually really bad pace, as it turns out. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe hit that little bell icon too while you're at it so you get the latest galactic notifications. I would also like to recommend that you do a little considering around contributing to this stream, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. Twitch with the bits and the subs. Patreon, PayPal, and Cash App if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than going to the coffers of YouTube and Twitch. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Only $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet benefits. Stuff like getting yourself an avatar on the stream, shout outs at the end of each one, and much, much more. So you make your decision. How would you like your galactic experience to be funded? Anyway, chat, that's gonna be it on the space messages. Enjoy this short break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, everybody knows what that sound means. Of course, it's time for us to get back to the stream. Second half incoming. I just want to say a couple more things about this Hasan situation before we get too far away from it. As it relates to all this, I see a lot of comments flying around about this situation, and I guess the thing I want to point out, for the last 3 months, I would say, we have been every single day going at Donald Trump for the illegal actions that are being taken, the unconstitutional executive orders, and whatever else, a myriad of illegal activity either happening in the White House, Donald Trump personally, or as it relates to the agents of Donald Trump and what they've been up to. And, you know, I feel like this really stems directly from all of that, or at least, I mean, of course it stems directly from, how do I phrase this? I thought I had it in my head figured out. But basically what I'm thinking here is we spent 3 months going after Donald Trump for the unconstitutionality, right? And, you know, that Constitution is on a piece of paper, you know, and all of these laws that we were talking about, Emoluments Clause, whatever else, as it relates to Donald Trump, right? We've been going after him for that constantly. But this is a niche, not a niche, but this is a microcosm of all of that, right? And we have, I think in my estimation, we have two choices, right? We continue to assert our rights and privileges as granted to us by the Constitution, right? Or, well, actually, I guess there's three, right? We either do that, or we become slaves, or if we do want those rights, but we don't feel that asserting them or abiding by them or attempting to use them to our advantage, whatever it might be, right? If we feel that that is no longer effective, and the fact is, there's been days where I feel like we're right there, but trying to hold back. The third choice is war. Okay? That is the next option. If we want our rights, we don't feel they're being, and that legal recourse is not an acceptable framework, right? The next step is war, or something, you know, close to an armed insurrection. Okay, because if our constitutional rights are being taken away from us, our Constitution tells us we have the right to do that. Okay, but I have done some estimating in my head, and I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. That there's any sort of genuine preparedness for any of that, especially on the left. You know. I mean, we're talking. What we're talking. I don't even feel comfortable talking about this, right? Because I know you can get yourself into a whole host of situations talking about this stuff. But since we're getting into this right now, we're talking about constitutionality. We're getting into the weeds on the situation, right? I mean, I just like people to just take a moment and think about what the logistics of actually going up against the United States government, not in a legal way, but an extra legal way, right, outside of the rights that are afforded to us. You know, I just think about what all that would require, okay, in terms of organization, in terms of just a whole host of things I just don't want to get into right now. right? It's either assert those rights and do everything we can to maintain that, fight for better rights, fight for for more rights. But what is the next option aside from either succumbing to slavery and to having no rights as a human being in the United States? I know people are struggling to pin down. I think I've made it pretty clear what I'm saying. We have three rights. We have three options here. We continue to assert the Constitution and our rights and the law, right? Because that's what we've been doing for the last 3 months, is attempting to do that as it relates to Donald Trump and all of his illegal, at least arguably illegal actions. We succumb and say, actually, we give up, and it's fine that those rights don't exist. Or there's that third option, and I don't want us to go in that direction. Well, first off, I mean, maybe this is a little soft, but this is, I'm sort of superfluous in that, as it relates to being on, on social media, right? I certainly can't, from where I am sitting right now in the space station, I'm trying to avoid saying things that I'm fairly certain could get me into a whole host of trouble. But I don't see any other options. And if someone has better options for me, I would love to hear about them. Maybe I'm just being unimaginative and I just need to be, I just need to have it explained to me better. But I think until we're prepared to do third option, if we're so far gone that third option was actually on the table, I think we got to continue to assert our rights in every instance that we can, where necessary, and continue to fight for more rights and more things afforded to the people, rather than to these insane people in our government right now who are taking them away from us, as it goes. But in the United States, we live, in a pretty large area. And I'm sorry, I don't want to get into this. I don't want to go further into this talk, because I'm gonna start going into exactly what Donald James is talking about. We go right into talking about that. Now, in my estimation, Hasan and the girl before, what's her name again? Eyes of Sav. It is my suggestion that they were detained for their free speech. As people with large followings on social media, I do believe that they were detained with, to curb free speech, or to at least instill fear into those who are actively using their free speech to fight back against tyranny and fascism and whatever else. And Republicans are taking free speech super serious right now. I know you're shocked to hear this, but get ready. Marsha Blackburn, senator from Tennessee. Right, Tennessee? I think it's Tennessee. She's got some stuff to tell us about free speech. I am so stoked. Get to it, Marsha. Tell us about free speech.
Each of you for being here. In Tennessee, we love our sports teams also. And Mr. Koenig, I want to come to you because I've, through the years, looked at the NBA.
Is this full volume?
With oppressive
Shut the fuck up.
Around the globe. And
Shut
of course,
the fuck up.
You all
There's no way this is full volume.
support of the Hong Kong freedom fighters, and that resulted in the
suspension
of NBA broadcast on their state-run media channels. And in recent years, it appears that you all have patched that relationship up.
Oh my God.
Which means they...
I listened to this whole thing earlier. It was in my freaking earbuds.
what the broadcast
Jesus Christ.
rights in China are worth, and how much NBA owners have invested in China.
Thank you.
No, I'm sorry. Can I get it? Oh, I could. That's a good idea. I could close caption this sucker. Maybe that'll do it. Yes. Good suggestion. By the way, I wasn't doing anything irrational, Donald. I'm just talking about what we were. I was just suggesting I didn't want to get into talking about it. I'm not gonna do anything insane suddenly. I didn't think you were being serious either, but I was just suggesting that that really was the third option I was talking about. All right, let's see what Marsha Blackburn has to say about free speech.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to each of you for being here. In Tennessee, we love our sports teams also. And Mr. Koenig, I want to come to you because I've, through the years, looked at the NBA's relationship with oppressive regimes around the globe. And of course, you all have had quite a cozy relationship with the CCP. And we know how they censor. And going back to 2019 with Daryl Morey's tweet in support of the Hong Kong freedom fighters, and that resulted in the suspension of NBA broadcast on their state-run media channels. And in recent years, it appears that you all have patched that relationship up, which means there had to be some sort of deal that was there, and it must have been quite a deal. So since we're talking about broadcast rights and what they're worth, why don't you tell me what the broadcast rights in China are worth and how much NBA owners have invested in China?
So, Marsha Blackburn here seems to think free speech in the United States is actually going great right now. So she's decided to not talk about free speech at all in the United States, and instead is focusing her shift on China.
China! China!
Yeah. Geez, Marsha, you're focused on Chinese free... It's a different country, you know that, right? I don't know if she knows that. But instead of focusing in on the United States like Marsha should be focused on, she's focusing on Chinese free speech rights. It's fascinating. I guess free speech must be working perfectly in the United States since she's... Yeah. Pearl clutching about Chinese free speech. I just found it to be a fascinating sort of juxtaposition to throw in here. Senator from Tennessee, not concerned at all about the free speech of the United States, but more concerned about whether or not the NBA had to alter any programming or censor anything in their broadcasts in China.
China.
Rather than, I don't know, focusing on all the people who have been detained recently for free speech. Apparently that's fine. Apparently that's not. What did she call it? What was the phraseology she used? She said, what was it? The censorious and oppressive regime of China. It's fascinating. Fascinating. Okay, let's quickly talk about Afghan refugees in the United States, as protections for them are ending. Let's go here to CBS Evening News. Earlier this evening.
The Department of Homeland Security has ended a policy that allows individuals from Afghanistan to remain in the United States as long as their home country was considered unsafe. But advocates for the thousands of Afghan refugees who fled to the U.S. after the chaotic withdrawal in 2001 warn that many of them could face targeted threats if forced to return. CBS's Nicole Skanga joins me now. So, Nicole, the Department of Homeland Security has lifted this temporary protected status. Pardon me. Who's going to be affected by those changes?
Yeah, as of last year, John, more than 8,000 Afghans were granted TPS, according to federal stats. These are individuals who have fled their homes in Afghanistan, many subsequently vetted by the U.S. government, DHS, the State Department, who've been living and working in U.S. communities for years. And John, not only will these individuals not be shielded from deportation, they're going to lose their authority to work and travel in the U.S. freely.
And what prompted this change?
Yeah, the short answer is it's unclear. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said in her announcement that Afghanistan has had an improved security situation and its stabling economy no longer prevent these individuals from returning. But Afghanistan was under the control of the Taliban last week. It's under control of the Taliban this week. That's not changed. There's still no functioning asylum system, documented cases of political assassinations, arbitrary arrests, and according to the UN, well over 1,000 instances of Taliban officers using violence to enforce rules, plus gender apartheid, public erasure of women, and under the morality police, John, girls are not permitted to attend school beyond the 6th grade.
The Afghans are not the only group to have their temporary protected status removed. Who else is covered by this?
Yeah, we've seen the administration strike down TPS for Venezuelans and for Haitians. The fate of 600,000 Venezuelans now hanging in the balance of the Supreme Court after a legal challenge. More than 500,000 Haitians will be faced with an impossible choice in August when their own protection expires. Some of those individuals have been in the U.S. for over a decade. I know one married to a former diplomat and USAID worker whose son is actually a U.S. citizen, John. All of them leave behind a country struck by gang violence and displacement, still protected under TPS. Ukrainians fleeing Russian invasion, but there are concerns now that they too could see their legal protection struck down in the coming months.
Nicole Skanga, thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. So yeah, Donald Trump ended the protection for refugees from Afghanistan and Venezuela, and basically all the places where people may very well have decent reason to fear for their lives. Also canceled Myanmar, right? What was the other one? It was multiple. There were multiple people. They all seem to be of a certain hue. However, if your skin tone happens to be above a certain threshold of whiteness, well, guess what? Welcome to the United States, specifically for South African apartheidists, the Afrikaners. That's right, all these people you see here throwing the U.S. flag on the ground.
Illegal.
All these people here are from South Africa. Repressed white people from South Africa. Look how repressed they are. Oh God, I can just imagine how hard it was for them to be of the most privileged class in South Africa. Thank God they're here now in the United States, where they can spread their sort of racism and privilege far and wide. all of these people here, you know, presumptively, have benefited from the system of apartheid, at least them and their forebearers. Some of these guys, I would say, definitely directly, many of these people, I would say, directly benefited from apartheid before it ended, and have certainly, I mean, it's not like apartheid ended and all of the land was given away that they owned. No, not even close. And the, you know, this is where we're at. While we take away the refugee status of people from Afghanistan and Venezuela and Myanmar and wherever else we were granted, Ukraine, right? Ukraine, of course, they had theirs taken away. We are granting it to white people from South Africa, where there is no conflict happening, unlike Myanmar or Ukraine. Or in Afghanistan, where you have even less rights than the United States. No, these are all people who benefited from a system of oppression, which is slowly going away. And so I guess if you stop being able to repress everyone else as a minority group, like the Afrikaners, that, you know, if you can't oppress other people, then you're being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
We're being invaded. We're being invaded. Look at these kids. They get to smile, and look at their parents smiling. They're completely free. They're not being detained or held or deported. They're being given they're being given a path to U.S. citizenship is actually what they're being given. And it's horrifying. It is this is one of the most horrifying stories that I have seen in the last 3 months. I know you're probably thinking to yourself, what? This is the most horrifying?
Could you jump up?
It is. It is. Because this is the most blatant act. This is probably the most blatant act of racism that we've seen. Right? Or reverse, whatever you want to call it. Reverse racism. Because for anybody who had been saying, "Oh, it's not about racism," when Donald Trump was deporting all these people to Venezuela, it's about keeping the streets safe and blah blah blah. Well, you know, we look at all the people who were just deported, people who had genuine reasons to have refugee status in any other. And there's plenty of other countries that have been accepting immigrants and are continuing to accept refugees from Ukraine, from all sorts of places where there's conflicts. South Africa is not one of them. Okay, it just isn't. And there is no evidence that these people are being oppressed in any fucking way. And it is just such a blatant act of white supremacy, right? It's if you speak a foreign language, if you're a little too brown and or both, well, we have the right to deport you. But if you're white and you've lost your privilege in a different country, well, that counts you as a fucking refugee.
What?
It is genuinely. It genuinely horrifies me. And it should horrify everyone. And for anyone who voted for Donald Trump, you know, and I'm speaking to ethnic minorities right now. If you voted for Donald Trump and you are an ethnic minority in the United States, and this doesn't prove to you that Donald Trump is a full-on white supremacist / racist, then, you know, then you are fully gone. I'm afraid you're done. Go you go to bed. You go where you stop watching. Actually, something's wrong with you. You need help. You need genuine help. All right. Let's go a little bit ahead here. Hold on. I'm just gonna move us ahead to where U.S. representatives show up. Oh, they're right after it. Okay, hold on.
Well behaved.
Sorry. Sorry, hold on.
Welcome.
Welcome. Oh, yay.
It's such an honor for us to receive you here.
Oh, it's an honor.
This is the land of the free, and we know that all of you have faced... I'm Chris Landau. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm the Deputy Secretary of State of the United States. This is my friend Troy Edgar. Yeah, I'm the Deputy Secretary.
So this guy's the Deputy Secretary of State, right? So he works underneath Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio, a man who has been taking away people's green cards and visas for having said words that he and the Trump administration do not like, right? This man is here welcoming. Did you hear how excited he was? Welcome to the United States. Welcome. Are you enjoying the U.S.? So glad to have you.
Homeland Security, again, welcome. So great to have you guys here. I know you've gone through a long flight. I cannot
a long flight. Oh,
babies and children
so
who
gracious.
Are so well.
He's acting like such a gracious host right now. Oh, I know you've been on a long flight. Hopefully your legs aren't too tired to stand for this welcoming speech of mine. I just want you to all think of all the images you've seen of people being taken off the streets, put onto planes, sent in some cases to Venezuela, to a goddamn labor camp. Some of those people, of course, who were sent there, remember, were not criminals, had no gang affiliations, and in some cases had every right to be in the United States. This is the welcome we're giving to South Africans, white South Africans. I just wanted this to be burned into everybody's goddamn retinas.
So bless you for that, and you know, I think it's so happy. It makes me so happy to see you with our flag in your hands, and that Jesus flag Christ. Symbolizes liberty for Bullshit. So many of us. Many of families.
I just want you to hear that statement one more time. I forgot about this one.
Liberty in your hands, and that flag symbolizes liberty for so many of us.
Anybody catch that qualifier, that quantifier he threw in there at the end? Sorry to El Salvador. Sorry, my brain is broken. Yes, thank you for the correction. Sent to El Salvadorian labor camps, not Venezuelan. I don't know why I said that. Did you hear him? He said that flag stands as liberty for many of us. Not all, which is the usual statement that's supposed to come after that. He noticed he like went up on his tippy toes as he said that statement. He's like, well, I don't know if everyone.
It's so happy. It makes me so happy to see you with our flag in your hands.
Watch his feet.
And that
he does this little sort of frontward shift with his knees. Look at him. He's like, for so many of us. He was like, it's like he was thinking. He was like thinking about it. It's like, does it apply to is everybody free? Does everybody have liberty? And I said, many of us have liberty. Many, not all.
Help! I'm being repressed.
Have had a journey not that different from the journey that you are embarking on today. My own father was born in Europe and had to leave his country when Hitler came in the 1930s, and made his way to South America first and then eventually to the United States. So he is an immigrant who actually, was able to benefit from the many blessings of this country. And one of the reasons that I really wanted to go and work for the government is because I wanted to give back to this country that really brought...
He doesn't say it, but actually Chris Landau is an immigrant. He was born in Madrid, Spain, which makes him an immigrant.
Freedom to my family and allowed us to escape a very difficult situation in another country. So, you know, I know that this is going to be, you know, any adjustment in life, any change takes a while to get used to. But I want you all to know that you are really welcome here, and that we respect
you're really welcome.
What you have had to deal with these last few years. We respect the long tradition of your people.
The long tradition of your people. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. The United States, as according to Deputy Secretary of State Chris Landau, respects the long, honorable tradition of white South Africans. Is this a fucking joke?
Give me a joke.
The tradition of white South Africans as of like the 90s was engaging in a system of racial segregation and oppression against black South Africans. Just South Africans, right? I mean, actual South Africans rather than the ones who showed up and decided to call it their country. It is fucking insane. The tradition, does this guy even understand what he just said? The great tradition of white South Africans.
Long tradition of your people and what you have accomplished over the years.
What
and I am sure that you will be successful.
What?
As you know, a lot of you, I think, are farmers, right? When you have...
I wish he would have gone into detail on that. What exactly have white South Africans been accomplishing over there?
Quality seeds, you can put them in foreign soil and they will blossom. They will...
Quality seeds. So he's referring to these people as quality seeds, which are about to be planted in the United States, which kind of suggests that everybody, you know, it does suggest that there's people whose seeds, if you will, that we're trying to get rid of. Oh, your seeds are not good enough. You're not white enough. You're not enough of a colonialist. You don't say the right things. Those seeds need to be taken out of the soil like weeds. It is disgusting, the stuff that this guy says during this welcome party for the white South Africans.
Bloom, and we are excited to welcome you here to our country where we think you will bloom, and we will hopefully allow you to have fulfilling lives for your children, and then we will bloom and we will benefit alongside you. So thank you very much for coming here.
Yeah. I'd like to add, again, on behalf of President Trump, Secretary Noem, we're just so grateful that you guys are here. You know, everybody within DHS, we've been so excited to be able to get you guys here to process, to vet, everything, so you guys get a really warm start. After all I was tracking your flight, 12 hours that you were last night. I'm like, oh my God. So thank you for just the patience of being able to get here. Very similar to Chris, as our Secretary Landau, is that my wife came from Iran. Same thing, persecution from Christianity. And she's come here. She now speaks 5 languages. She's a school teacher. She's a great American story. And we're so grateful. I think Chris and I both just wanted to come and make sure that we greet you guys, we meet you, give our contact information to you, and if there's anything that we could do, we just want to welcome you personally. We look forward to, after this, to be able to spend a little bit of time with you and get to talk to you guys. So thank you guys.
This is so disgusting. Hold on, I'm going to move this ahead a little bit. They make a full-on statement here to the press much later on.
So first, Deputy Secretary Landau is going to give a few remarks. Here to go.
Thank you very much, and thanks, ladies and gentlemen, for coming out here this afternoon. the Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security and I just met with this first flight of South African refugees to arrive in our country pursuant to the President's executive order about certain egregious actions in South Africa.
Certain egregious. Name one. Name one.
The President made it clear that Afrikaners in South Africa who were the victims of unjust racial discrimination would be welcome.
Unjust
to come
racial
to the United
discrimination.
States, and he's now delivering on that promise.
Unjust racial discrimination. That is laughable. It is. That is so laughable that somehow white South Africans are being racially discriminated against. It is. Oh my god, what a fucking joke. And supposedly many of them are going to be getting resettled in Idaho. Some suggested they're going to be receiving, you know, free lodging and all this stuff, which is something, yeah, refugees often, or at least certainly subsidized housing, you know, they're going to get. This is genuinely just fucked. This whole thing is just completely fucked. Where did I find this video? This is the live stream from like Reuters or something. Yeah, this is Reuters. This was streamed yesterday when they all came into this goddamn country. I listened to this whole thing. It was horrifying. Like, they welcomed them like they were their best friends. Said all sorts of insane things. Like, we respect your great heritage and all this other garbage. It's just fucking, it is just appalling to me. Like, I am utterly disgusted. We're not done talking about this. We're going to move on from this ridiculous press conference and get into the weeds. Start with global news from yesterday as well.
Some of the 49 Afrikaners leaving the land their families have called home for generations. Despite Donald Trump's wide-ranging crackdown on immigration, blocking refugee admissions from the rest of the world, the US president believes white South Africans are facing discrimination from the black majority.
White farmers are being brutally killed and their land is being confiscated in South Africa.
That's a lie. Mr. Trump. This inaccurate assertion has spread in right-wing circles for years. South African-born Elon Musk is thought to have influenced Trump's decision, having voiced the claims repeatedly in public. The South African government has criticized the policy, saying it fails to recognize the country's history of colonialism and apartheid.
But there is no
How much of a failure do you have to be in South Africa, where 94% of the land is owned by white South Africans such as yourself, that you need to leave your country to come to the United States? I wonder how many of these people were actually vetted. I wonder how many people are like criminals or whatever else, like in South Africa. I think we need to do a deep dive on that at some point. I mean, I don't know if I'm capable of doing that, but it's something that popped into my head. I'm like, what kind of South African, white South African is like, I need to go to the I need to leave and go to the United States. I can't make it. I can't make it here. It's too hard.
Help, I'm being repressed.
It's too hard having innate privilege.
At all that begs that is persecution of. There's no data at all that begs that is persecution of white South Africans or white Afrikaners, to be more particular, who are farmers. And the police statistics which they could try to share don't beg it.
It's unclear how many more Afrikaners will follow this first wave. Vincent McAviney, Global News, London.
Yeah, we need to check them for tattoos and criminal history.
You may recall that on the day he was sworn in president. President Trump signed an executive order, effectively stopping any refugees from being allowed to come and resettle in the United States. Now, there's an act passed by Congress called the Refugee Act, which allows for as many as 125,000 refugees in this fiscal year, people who can prove they're being persecuted or fear persecution because of race or religion or political beliefs. And nowhere near that number has been allowed in by the time Mr. Trump took office and shut it all down. But just a few weeks later, President Trump announced that he was making an exception, and not only that, he would expedite the processing of refugee claims by one group of people from Africa. Now, you might think it's some women and children who've been maybe sexually assaulted in the conflict in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, a place that's seen fighting for decades. On this program, we reported on the violence, the plight of people there in a series of programs in 2006.
What has gone on here is simply extraordinary.
All right, shut up. Shut up. For fuck's sake. Anderson's like, look at all the real journalism I once did. Yeah.
Round of fighting that's been going on in eastern Congo between the government and an armed group called M23. Thousands have died, hundreds of thousands displaced, and widespread reports of sexual violence against women. But President Trump hasn't allowed refugees from there here, nor from Sudan, where there's been terrible fighting. The only Africans President Trump has paved a quick path for are these South Africans. And yes, they are white. They are Afrikaners, descendants of Dutch settlers to South Africa. This is the first group of people granted refugee status to enter the U.S. since the president entered his second term. On February 7th, President Trump signed this executive order carving out an exception for the Afrikaners, the white minority who created the racist apartheid regime in South Africa and ruled there cruelly and brutally until 1994. When black South Africans, the overwhelming majority of South Africans, were allowed to vote for the first time, and they voted for that man, Nelson Mandela. Afrikaners took land from black people in South Africa, repressed them, and in the 3 decades since the end of apartheid, they still have all the land they took. Black South Africans, who make up over 80% of the population, still only own around 4% of private land. Now, President Trump was asked why these Afrikaners were allowed to enter the U.S.
Why are you creating an expedited path into the country for Afrikaners but not others?
Because they're being killed, and we don't want to see people be killed. It's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about.
It's a genocide?
But it's a terrible thing that's taking place.
Oh my God.
And,
so Donald Trump does know the word genocide. I don't know if I've ever heard him say that word. But I am beyond taken aback by that suggestion for so many reasons. For so many fucking reasons. I've never heard him refer to what's happening in Myanmar as a genocide, and he's certainly not welcoming people in from there. I've never heard him refer to people in Palestine being genocided. And we're certainly not taking in refugees from Gaza or the West Bank right now. But, the white South Africans are being genocided. With zero fucking evidence for it. Genocide, he said. Genocide. You know who I would like to hear on this? Do you know who I need to hear from? I hate this woman. I really do. But do you know Batya Ungar-Sargon? The woman who came out and said that you're not allowed to compare... You can't make comparisons to Hitler, okay? Like, it's an offense to all Jews, and all that. She comes on to CNN panels sometimes. I just need to know. She's a Republican. She's a big Trump supporter, and I just need to know whether or not she thinks that what's happening here is a genocide, whether it's in the same vein as what happened during the Holocaust. I need to know. I really do. In fact, not just her. We need a bunch of people to come out and respond to this one statement. It's like 5 words. There was a genocide in South Africa. It's fucking insane.
but people be killed. It's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about. But it's a terrible thing that's taking place, and
this is ridiculous.
Farmers are being killed. They happen to be white, but whether they're white or black,
makes no difference.
White farmer.
That's why we're jettisoning everybody who's kind of brown out of the country, and we're just letting in white people now. It's totally normal.
Are being
got nothing to do with
brutally
race.
Killed, and their land is being confiscated in South Africa, and the newspapers and the media, television media doesn't even talk about it. If it were the other way around, they talk about it.
The media doesn't talk about it because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. No one is taking the law that Donald Trump was talking about, which was passed, I think, under the last president's last term in South Africa. There was a new legislation that went through that gave the government the ability to reappropriate land that wasn't being used. That was the specific language of the law. Was that land that had gone to waste, essentially, that was not being utilized, could be appropriated by the government and redistributed. That has happened exactly 0 times up to this point, from my understanding. And the suggestion that there's a genocide happening would require, I mean, a massive amount of South Africans, white Afrikaners and Boers, whatever, to be killed. And there's been a tiny number of murders on white South Africans. And it's just, especially if you look at the figures of the number of people that have been murdered in South Africa over the recent years, this is a fucking insane, clearly white supremacist decision led by Donald Trump and suggested almost definitely entirely by Elon Musk. Just a fact. It's just white supremacy is happening.
That would be the only story they talk about.
From the top down.
I don't care who they are.
The highest
I don't care about
office
their
in the
race,
land.
their color. I don't care about their height.
Bullshit. By the way, I noticed that we are missing a support character right now. Let me get you in on that. Okay. Let's move on to the next video. Actually, I just forgot. Fuck it, I'm gonna let Anderson talk some more. I know I hate Anderson.
Not true. It's absurd, and that's been debunked by a number of organizations, both inside and outside of South Africa. But it's become a rallying cry for some right-wing elements inside the country, and has echoed all the way to America. Let me just go back to Sudan for a moment. An actual genocide has happened there, according to the U.S., as 2 warring factions battled for control of that country earlier this year. The U.S. accused one side, the RSF, of committing genocide. More than 11 million people have been internally displaced, while millions more have fled the country.
That's a good point. I almost forgot about Sudan.
They aren't allowed to be refugees here.
That is,
and on top of this, the Afghans.
That is a horrifying. My forgetting about Sudan is a horrifying. All right, I'm going too far.
That's too much, man!
But I did make a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
So many goddamn conflicts going on the planet right now. I get them all lost in my brain. But yeah, there's another country that we're not rushing to bring in refugees from. And yeah. I mean, there's no other word to put it for it. I mean, this is just a racist, white supremacist policy from Donald Trump. Getting rid of, Spanish-speaking Latin and South American people. Getting rid of Afghanis. Getting rid of anybody he doesn't like. If you're Muslim and you said nasty words about Israel, you might get deported. But we're granting white South Africans refugee status while skipping over people in Sudan and Gaza and Myanmar and wherever else. There's no other way to describe what's happening.
Who worked alongside U.S. troops during the war as interpreters and guides and fixers, Afghans who fought for the United States, helped save American lives, and were allowed here under a temporary protected status. Well, now we learn that status is not going to be renewed next week, according to the Department of Homeland Security, which means many who helped save U.S. lives may be deported starting in July. Joining us now is New York Times columnist Nicholas Kristof. Nick, you say this whole situation upside down. The idea that there's a genocide of white farmers. I mean, why do you think the Trump administration is doing this?
Well, I mean, he's completely.
All right, we don't need that, but that's good enough. That's good enough, I think. Yeah, no, it's racism. It's racism. Donald Trump is picking winners, losers, and he's decided. White English speakers, you have drawn your lottery card. Your numbers have come up. It's fucking insane. I am just disgusted by this story. It is just this. This is one of those things that really, really breaks me inside. You know. I'm okay. Everything's fine.
Refugees. I want to ask you about South African refugees. Dozens of Afrikaners who claim discrimination in their home country are heading to the United States, where your administration is going to welcome them as refugees. Now, this comes as you've halted virtually all refugee admissions for people fleeing famine and war from countries like Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Why are you creating an expedited path into the country for Afrikaners but not others?
Because they're being killed, and we don't want to see people be killed.
We don't want to see people get killed. Even though people are definitely getting killed in the places you just mentioned, DRC, Sudan. People are dying much faster in South Africa, according to Edan. It's fucking insane. This is fucking insane. But get ready. We got another State Department official to tell us about some of the logistics of all this. Now, I don't know who the fuck this guy is. I've never seen him before. I think he's new. But he answered some questions about travel arrangements for Afrikaners.
Question about the new arrivals from South Africa that landed in Dulles yesterday. The UN's International Organization for Migration has told ABC that they were not involved in administering any loans. Now, typically, they would be the ones to run loans funded by the State Department to pay for refugees to come to the United States to cover those travel costs. Wondering, can you speak to how that travel was funded, or say anything more about whether the State Department is giving out any loans in this case?
Well, I'm not going to talk about specific relationships we have with organizations. I'm also not going to talk about operational details in terms of how we're
you can talk about
implementing
anything?
the priorities laid out by the President and Secretary Rubio. The main bottom line, though, is that we are implementing those priorities. We are seeing the President's executive orders being delivered upon here at the State Department.
So we are giving Afrikaners loans? And we did definitely pay for the flights for them to come over, I think is what he's saying. Although he's really not answering any questions.
This is an example of that, of course.
Tommy Pigott?
Across different agencies. So we're doing.
Tommy Pigott is his name. Little Tommy Pigott. I gotta look this guy up. He's a new face. Tommy Pigott. What a weird looking dude. I think this guy might be younger than me. So I guess he's our new Sabrina. Sabrina Singh and/or Vedant Patel. All right. Yeah, thanks, Tommy. Now, I found this next video. This is going to be the last, technically, on this fucking horrifying decision from the Trump administration to give refugee status to white South Africans. The Episcopal Church. I'm not gonna lie, I was not expecting this next video to happen. But the Episcopal Church has come out resoundingly. The statement here. This happened 30 minutes before the stream started. At least it got posted by Reuters 30 minutes before the stream, or Associated Press before the stream started.
The reality is we felt like we cannot be ourselves as the Episcopal Church and take part in this step of resettling white Afrikaners from South Africa. The moral decision making for us has so much to do with the way in which this all took place. The refugee resettlement program, which we've been a part of for more than 40 years, was basically shut down in January. So almost no refugees have been admitted to the United States since the end of January. People that have been waiting for years and are still waiting, who have been of service to this country, who are persecuted, are waiting to receive entrance. And this particular group has been fast-tracked over top of all of these others. So right there, that's problematic. And really, it's hard to imagine they fit the definition of refugee by most definitions. The president can certainly determine who he wants to admit to the country, but it just doesn't align with our values at this point.
Wow.
We don't want to see people be.
I don't.
Wow. I found this one, like I said, I found this one to be utterly fascinating. Wasn't expecting this statement from the Episcopal Church. But they're coming out and saying, we are not going to help resettle these fucking racist assholes. I mean, they didn't quite say that. But, I mean, it's a totally fair. That is such a, I mean, so incredibly fair. It's unexpected. I've said that word like 4 times now in the last minute. But, what can I say? I'm shocked, but surprisingly pleased with this statement from the Episcopal Church saying, hey, we've been involved in the resettling of people in this country for decades. And this kind of flies in the face of everything that we understand about that program, so we're just not going to help.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I don't know what the administration's motivations for it is. I can't speak to that. But what it appears to us is that some people are being privileged over others. And it appears that white people are being privileged over people of color for no real apparent reason that data at least shows. So we're
damn, the data is racist. You know things are fucked when the data is racist. Oh boy, here we go. That's where we're at. Even the Episcopal Church calling out Donald Trump for being a fucking racist, as it relates to this particular circumstance, at least. Once again, I'm elaborating slightly, but I think I'm allowed to editorialize. Now, one thing that the Trump administration, and certainly proponents of his particular policy, have been claiming over and over again, is that if we get rid of all the immigrants, the housing crisis will, in fact, be over.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But in this moment, we happen to be bringing in a bunch of people who are going to get a bunch of government money to be resettled, even though they're not actual refugees. At the same time, there are still hundreds of thousands of homeless people in the United States. Oh, but before we do that, I just want to... Actually, no, fuck it. Fuck it. No, don't fuck it. No. You know, while we're talking South Africa, let's listen to a guy who was actually oppressed.
Inspiration by your courage and conviction during our lonely years on the island. today, my return to Soweto fills my heart with joy. At the same time, I also return with a deep sadness, with a deep sense of sadness. Sadness to learn that you are still suffering under an inhuman system.
Yeah. And that unhuman system is being wrought upon the white South Africans. I take back all of my complaints from the past. Sorry, just kidding. I just figured we would throw that in there. Just a little bit of Nelson Mandela, a man who was genuinely oppressed by perhaps the you know, the ancestors, or even the people who we just saw on camera. You know, it's just mind-boggling to me. It's just fucking mind-boggling to me that this is what we're doing right now. It breaks me inside a little bit. We're welcoming these people in as refugees while we kick out actual refugees.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Alright, now let's talk homelessness in America. First in Las Vegas.
How long have you been in this tunnel?
In these tunnels? About 5 years, since COVID.
For a 39-year-old man who wants only to be known as Tree, this is home.
They had one homeless shelter that was overran, and I just followed the tracks and ended up down here.
That place, a network of tunnels stretching hundreds of miles, originally meant to divert rainwater, and now home to an entire underground population, all living just a few feet under the bright lights of the Las Vegas Strip. How many people do you estimate are living here right now?
Approximately 12 to 1,500.
So we are 3 feet
Caesar's Palace.
beneath Caesar's Palace on the Las Vegas Strip.
You said it yourself. You've been here many times. You would never even know it was here.
I feel like I've spent so many times looking up at the lights, I've never once looked down. Rob Banghart works for Shine a Light, an organization that helps guide people out of homelessness through services like addiction treatment, mental health care, and access to housing. He comes here with a team of caseworkers every Saturday, hoping to reach people like David.
Does it ever get hard to be in the dark for so many hours? No? You get used to it?
Yeah.
Rob was addicted to a number of substances and says he's now been clean for nearly 7 years. This is a world he once knew firsthand.
I was underground for about 2.5 years. I had found somewhere that I could go and be left alone and not bothered and not have to worry about the direct sun or the wind or the randomness, right? And there was a lot of chaos in my tunnel too, but it was like the devil I knew.
A devil in the darkness. Aaron, can you turn off that light so people can really feel just how dark and still it is down here? Okay, turn it on. Yeah, I mean, that is powerful. That's meaningful.
Yeah.
The choice or the circumstance that would bring you to this level of darkness, of desperation, of solitude.
We've made them feel so not a part of that they retreat underground because it's that guilt and shame. Like just walking around. I haven't showered in a year. I haven't shaved. Yeah, you feel. I lived in the same world as you, but not the same society.
Nationwide, the latest data shows more than 771,000 people experienced some kind of homelessness in 2024.
We want homes for the homeless.
A nationwide crisis playing out from New York.
Do not throw away my belongings.
Where an increase in evictions and an influx of asylum seekers has strained shelters.
You gotta go!
To Hawaii, where a devastating wildfire affected thousands.
Everyone. Let's not forget about the LA wildfire. They do forget about it during this video, but yeah, the Hawaii wildfire. But then think about all there's plenty of homeless people that have come out of the LA fire too. Thank you, Becky D, for the super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here, okay? Thank you. And thank you for the super chat. 3 of 5, now only 2 more to ensure that we get all of the galactic content. Is it lagging? Why is it lagging? Don't lag. Don't do that. Come on. Come on! So yeah, while Donald Trump is bringing in refugees, possibly giving them federal loans and or grants and housing, he promised he was going to solve all of this, and that it was that deporting people was going to solve it, and yet he's bringing in white South Africans, and white South Africans own about 90+% of the private land in South Africa. They had I'm fairly certain every single one of those people had homes in South Africa that they should have just continued fucking living in. But now they get to come here and take one of the homes that Donald Trump was promising his voters, promising, America, basically. Taking away opportunities from these homeless people who are, I assume, mostly American citizens. There's a lot of homeless vets too. A lot of homeless people. Like they just said, almost 1 million homeless people in the United States. But we're making room for fake refugees from South Africa. Ay, 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 ay. All right. Speaking of homelessness, are you aware that trans people experience homelessness at greater rates than others? Well, we may have an influx of trans vets in the streets in the future after the Supreme Court ruled that the U.S. military can ban trans people from service.
Illegal.
Supreme Court the other day basically greenlit the Trump administration's ban on transgender people in the military. The Pentagon basically began the process. I'm not quite sure of the details because the way they write about this stuff is so sort of like it's so sterile. The Pentagon, NBC reports, will immediately begin moving as many as 1,000 openly identifying transgender service members out of the military. I don't know if that means what kind of discharge they'll be getting. We don't know. I don't know. And now they're basically issuing a 30-day window in which you can self-identify. And this was a directive issued yesterday. The Defense Department, in the wake of Tuesday's Supreme Court decision, is going to begin going through medical records to identify others who have not come forward. Hegseth wrote in a post on Twitter, "No more trans at DOD." Hegseth said that his department is leaving wokeness and weakness behind. No more pronouns, he told Special Operations Forces conference in Tampa.
Whenever they say that, it's fucking...
No more dudes in dresses. We're done with that
oh my God.
Shite, he says. No more pronouns. So everybody's just going to be known as their first name? I'm not sure.
Exactly. That's exactly right. We're no longer allowed to say she, he, him, her, they, them, or us. And technically, isn't I also technically a pronoun? Yeah, Jesus Christ. My grammatical brain just broke. Yeah, no more pronouns, everybody. Only first and last names. Or titles. Or just you. I guess can you say you? Or is that also a pronoun? I almost forget. I think it is.
What that means.
Fairly certain.
Active duty troops will have till June 6th to voluntarily identify themselves to the department, and troops in the National Guard and Reserve will have until July 7th.
So yeah, everyone's going to have to speak in the third person from now on. So yeah, just to be clear, I was right. I, you, he, she, it, we, they, him, her, it, us, them. All of these count as pronouns. We're not. Oh, I just used one. Did it again. StreamLord did it again. It is a pronoun too. StreamLord did a thing. I think I'm a. I did it. I can't. It's so hard. It is so difficult. So difficult to speak without pronouns. You are no longer the Knights Husseini.
Here is a post from supposedly
I did it again.
Oh
no.
I can't confirm whether he's a member of the military, but it certainly appears. What number is this? Number 10. That one guy, Nick, on TikTok. It's a 7-minute, 8-minute clip, but we'll just play the first minute or two to get a sense of one trans person's story. You know, what's involved in getting undercut, kicked out of the military for no reason after literally almost 2 decades.
Today, I'm not okay. Two days ago, the Supreme Court ruled on the injunction, placed a stay on the injunction that protected trans service members from discharge. Today, Secretary Hegseth released his policy for the DoD. And it outlines and paves the way for discharges to begin within 60 days.
Immediately.
Which for me means that a career that I have been working for going on 18 years is going to be stripped away from me within the next 6 months.
This is horrifying.
To have something that you have worked so hard for such a massive portion of your life, dedicating.
Yeah, no, I honestly, I can't imagine. I really can't. I mean, I can and I can't. But, you know, being attacked for your identity by your own government that you were diligently serving. I mean, this man is a great patriot. You know, serving is something that we're always told is a sign of great patriotism. But this guy, not patriotic enough. Now, what I would like to know is, and watch out, everybody prepare yourself. I am about to do something here that may be offensive. It's not intended to be offensive at all, but just want to brace you for what I'm about to do. Now, I would like to know whether or not all these Republicans would like this man to go and play in women's sports. I'm just wondering what would happen, assuming that the right wing, the Republicans, the Groypers online, the transvestigators and such, you know, what they would say if this man went and started playing women's sports. I'm just wondering, you know, if they saw. My guess is they would have a fit until they realized that he was trans. But it's just, you know, it's disgusting to me that this guy has spent his whole life, well, close to 20 years, serving our country. And now is being completely abandoned by the government, the country which he spent his life serving, and is now going to have who knows what the consequences? I mean, we know what the immediate consequences will be, but it's just fucking horrifying to me. All right, let's get into some economics. Wait, I meant to put the wait. Why is this? No, this is in the wrong fucking order. God damn it! How did I do this? Son of a bitch. Please hold. Please hold. Very sorry. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I just had to rearrange this. I meant to go from this into discussions of healthcare. Somehow I screwed that up. I don't know how. I can't be certain. Clearly it was an oversight on my end. Yeah, yeah, let's talk.
Supreme Court the other day.
Not quite. There we go. Before we talk economics specifically, let's talk a little bit of healthcare stuff. This is the Associated Press from yesterday. Donald Trump signing
President Donald Trump
an executive order which gives drug makers a 30-day deadline to lower their costs.
Immediately, if not sooner.
President Donald Trump on Monday signed a sweeping executive order setting a 30-day deadline for drug makers to lower the cost of prescription drugs in the U.S. or face new limits over what the government will pay.
Our country has the highest drug prices anywhere in the world by sometimes a factor of 5, 6, 7, 8 times.
The order calls on the health department, led by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., to broker new price tags for drugs. If a deal is not reached, a new rule will kick in that will tie the price of what the U.S. pays for medications to lower prices paid by other countries.
It's
unclear what, if any, impact the Republican president's executive order will have on millions of Americans who have private health insurance.
This might be like
the federal government spends.
This might be the first good thing Donald Trump has done, but they're already like undermining themselves. The effectiveness of this, or at least attempting to. We'll get into that in a second.
Hundreds of billions of dollars on prescription drugs, injectables, transfusions, and other medications every year.
I mean, what's hilarious about this is that, like, like this is basically. I mean, he's doing it unilaterally from the executive branch, from the White House specifically. But I mean, this is kind of what a nationalized healthcare service would do, right? If we were lucky enough to have one of those in the United States, or at the very least a single payer option, we'd be able to negotiate drug prices for the entire country, which is kind of what Donald Trump is doing here. I just find it hilarious. I mean, of course, you know that I disagree with practically everything Donald Trump has done up to this point, but this one is fascinating. I agree. We'll get into how they're undermining themselves in a second, but it's just shit is fucking wild. Like, is it like Medicaid, Medicare? They're able to negotiate, With drug companies, you know, there's no caps in the United States, or there wasn't until Donald Trump decided to do this. It's still technically not a cap. It's more of a comparative sort of, what do you call it? Oh God, my brain is breaking. But it's just, this is actually technically good news for America. Or at least hopefully it will be. I mean, we'll talk about how it's almost definitely going to be good. But the other problem, there's another problem. This is an executive order. It's basically it's a glorified press briefing. So who knows if this is going to actually have any effect whatsoever.
Medicare, which covers nearly 70 million older Americans. Public health agency leaders will start meeting with drug companies to offer new prices over the next month.
Okay. Let's... I think I still have these in the wrong order, don't I? Son of a bitch. Let's go here. The majority report, once again.
In an attempt to distract people from the fact that Donald Trump's tariff policy is incredibly incoherent, and that he basically both folded to China and still potentially created inflation and potentially some form of stagflation, because we will see what the implications of having who knows how many businesses go out of business because of this tariff lodged on China. But all of that, in an attempt to distract from that conversation, Trump signs an EO, an executive order, which has, as far as anybody can tell, no force,
no enforcement. You would need this to be ironed out in the legislature, and he's just not doing it. It's a glorified press release, which is what a lot of these are.
No, because it means everybody's going to wonder what's going to happen for 30 days. And certainly, by the time we get to 30 days, something different will be going on, and we'll all forget it. Hey, TikTok ban anybody? Who's thinking about that? Nobody, right? The weave.
I mean,
is Donald Trump.
Sam is very right. I think everybody here knows I tend to agree with Sam about most things. This one was beyond on point, because that seems to be the case. They are flooding the fucking zone with so much shit. They don't have to actually deliver on seemingly anything. Oh my God. But seriously, when's the last time we heard about that goddamn TikTok ban? It's been months. It has been months since we've talked about the goddamn TikTok ban. I almost forgot about it until Sam mentioned it. Oh my God.
Right? The weave. Here's Donald Trump.
Jesus Christ.
So first, I'm directing the U.S. trade representatives and Department of Commerce to begin investigations into foreign nations that extort drug companies by blocking their products unless they accept bottom line and very low dollar amounts for their product, unfairly shifting the cost burden onto American patients. And we'll be taking a look at that very strongly. The biggest thing we're going to do is...
It's Europe's fault that America pays so much for drugs.
Illegal.
We're going to tell those countries, like those represented by the European Union, that that game is up. I'm sorry. And if they want to get cute, then they don't have to sell cars into the United States anymore.
You want to be cute?
It's a very big subject, and they won't get cute.
That's never going to happen.
Defend the drug companies from that standpoint.
That's never going to happen. That is never going to happen. Even with the threat of Europe and the UK not being able to sell their cars in the United States, I'm fairly certain most EU countries would have a literal revolt over having drug prices go up to what the United States is paying. Yeah, right. Yeah, fucking right. There's no way. There is a negative % chance that any countries in the European Union or the UK, for that matter, since we're just talking Europe broadly, there is literally no fucking way that they are going to say to their citizens, we need to sell cars to the United States so bad, you're going to have to pay 5 to 50 times more for your drugs. Yeah.
Give me a joke.
So first time.
Okay, so as far as I can tell, what he's saying is that price controls in Europe end up costing American
pharmaceutical companies
or costing American consumers of pharmaceuticals more money because the price controls in Europe we end up subsidizing the European use of drugs. Now, there's another way of dealing with this. You know, Richard Nixon was the first president, I think, at least in peacetime, to impose price controls. Trump could do that here. But instead, what he's saying is we want Europe to drop their price controls.
Yep.
And if they don't, you can't buy a Beamer.
No more Rolls Royces.
Doesn't it make us look bad? That
You want a Fiat?
Yeah.
Sorry.
If you go over the border,
Nobody
you can
wants a
get the
Fiat.
same drug in Canada for maybe like hundreds of percentage points less. Maybe it's because they can still make a profit in those markets, but they gouge us. And he says it's the problems of the foreign countries that regulate the companies from doing it to their population. I just want to say this is the right-wing populism vision, folks. Here.
Interesting to note that countries apparently have done price controls and they still get the drugs in those countries.
Well,
odd.
Okay, I'm setting up a commission to look at it and to look at it strongly. And we'll
strong.
see what happens after that.
And Matt Stoller pointed this out on social
Great,
media,
mighty
but
man of
that the drug companies reacted very positively, or like the stock market of those of pharmaceuticals, Pfizer and Merck went up in response to this.
Because we can gouge Europe now, and who cares about the price in America?
Exactly. Well, wait a second. Let's hear a little more of Trump.
Yeah, maybe he thought this through.
I mean, I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine who's a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him. A highly neurotic, brilliant businessman, seriously overweight, and he takes the fat shot drug. And
Pause it for 1 second. Now, it hadn't occurred to me until listening back on this time, but it's possible he's talking about himself.
Highly neurotic.
I'm asking,
Overweight.
I'm saying this story for a
Neurotic.
friend.
John Barron, you could call him.
Billionaire.
Highly neurotic, afraid of germs, taking the fat shot.
Fat shot drug.
Brilliant, obviously. It's Trump. He's
Taking the
talking
fat shot
about
drug.
That's him.
And he takes the fat shot drug. And he called me up.
It's like when a kid like goes to the goes to the I don't know, say like their parent or their teacher, and they're like, all right, so I have a question. This is for my friend. I don't want to say who it is, but I just my friend has been noticing. I mean, not me. My friend has been noticing something going on with their private area. And should I be? I mean, they. Should they be concerned? Yeah, whatever.
The fat shot drug. And he called me up and he said, President, he calls me, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President, so that's nice respect. But he's a rough guy, smart guy.
Rough guy.
Very successful, very rich. I wouldn't even know how we would know this, but because he's got comments. Said, President, could I ask you a question? What? I'm in London. And I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working. He said, I just paid $88. And in New York, I pay $1,300. What the hell is going on? I mean, I'll tell you a story.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. But I guess it's helpful to have a billionaire, actually pay attention to how much they're paying on their drugs. But we know the answer. And we know what Trump's answer is going to be. Well, I'll tell you, next time you go to London, it's going to cost closer to $1,200.
I'm still flummoxed as to who he could possibly be talking about. Which billionaire who's highly neurotic and brilliant and seriously overweight?
He's a stable genius.
Also looking at the price of their Ozempic shot on a daily basis. Like a $1,300 shot versus an $80 one is nothing to this billionaire
highly neurotic.
in London.
Maybe
That's why he notices the little things like the
little
$1,000 difference. Bernie Sanders has been on this thing with Ozempic for a while now. It should be produced for less. It does work. Did he say it doesn't work in that, or was
he said that for this guy it doesn't work, but that it's more expensive over there? It's quite unclear.
I think Emma and everybody here, the majority report, missed what Donald Trump was saying. He was speaking as himself to to this supposed person. Some people are suggesting it's John Barron. Whomever it may have been. I'm fairly certain Donald Trump was just, being something of an asshole. I mean, I assume he actually said that. But, I'm fairly certain Donald Trump was just saying, oh, you're still fat. You're still, Ozempic does, I don't think it's working. You're still very portly. Might want to try exercise.
Ozempic does have a lot of health benefits we're seeing now, and it can be that lower if you are prescribed it, if you meet the specific criteria. But if you're not prescribed it, it does cost that amount, or if you don't have insurance.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a society that was conducive to active lifestyles would be better. But as far as I can tell, it seems like these things work pretty significantly.
Now,
right.
Apparently, RFK Jr. got a different message about what this is going to mean in terms of drug prices. I think in many respects, people are getting the wrong message of what this means with drug prices. There's no authority. He doesn't seem to be issuing price controls. All he's saying is that, I want more parity between what you're paying, what we're paying here and in Europe. And
in the opposite direction.
Maybe just raise the prices in Europe. But here is RFK.
I mean, it is fucking insane. But Donald Trump seems to genuinely think he's king of the goddamn world. I'm trying to think of another action by a U.S. president that is as just utterly insane, mad with power than this. Donald Trump trying to dictate by executive order from the White House to other countries what they charge for drugs, what they're willing to pay. You cheap bastards in Europe need to start paying more.
Junior talking about how moved he was when he heard about this.
Robert Reich saying that President Trump is on this side of the oligarchs. There has never been a president more willing to stand up to the oligarchs than President Donald Trump. And I'm very, very proud of you, Mr. President, for your...
He just cited an oligarch with his Ozempic thing about a guy who travels across the Atlantic to get Ozempic. But anyway.
I mean, there is arguably a problem that your only feedback you're getting about the cost of prescription drugs, you have to rely on whether one of your billionaire friends tells you.
Follow the rich way.
Right? I guess we're all lucky that Donald Trump has one neurotic billionaire friend who does check the price of some things. But outside of that,
I know, right? Well, that's when he's getting advice about how the little 11-year-old baby girl can have $2 instead of $50.
Right. Who needs $300?
That was the wrong billionaire spoke to him on that day.
Which is a billionaire that has the toilet that can't flush.
courage, I'll say,
such great
courage,
yeah.
your intestinal fortitude, your stiff spine, and your willingness to stand up for the American people. We have 4.2% of the world's population. Our country represents 75% of the revenues for pharmaceutical companies. We spend in our country $1,126 per capita on drugs. In Britain, they spend about $240. They spend 1/5 of what we do. And this is true across Europe. And this...
I love how the argument isn't the American citizens need to pay less. It's everyone needs to pay more. So Americans don't feel so bad when they buy their drugs. They can think to themselves, at least the UK is paying as much as I am.
And the drug companies, Europeans, if you ask them, it made no sense what they were saying. America has to pay for this innovation or it's not going to happen. President Trump is saying to our European partners, you've got to raise the amount that you're paying for the drugs and pay for your share of the innovation.
Your share of the innovation
is no longer subsidizing.
We're not even paying for our share of the innovation anymore. Okay, like literally, that is we are no longer paying for the innovation. One thing that I don't recall, I listened to this whole thing through. I don't recall this being brought up during this episode. I can't remember whether or not it was during the actual live stream, but during the clip, I don't recall this being brought up. But the United States is no longer paying for the innovation either. Certainly, pharmaceutical companies aren't doing it. They've never really had. I mean, certainly not in recent years. In the last 20 or so years, pharmaceutical pharmaceutical companies have been slashing their R&D budgets. Every single one. Look it up. They've been slashing R&D budgets and taking that money and inserting it into their own asses. By way of stock buybacks and things like that. Super high CEO pay. Maybe sometimes buying an AI model so that they can refuse you whatever. At least that's the healthcare companies. But if you look at it specifically at the pharmaceutical manufacturer companies, right? Your Merck, your oh god, my brain just broke on pharmaceutical companies. Oh my god. Oh, Pfizer, God, I can't think of all the names of these people. Point is, look it up. Stock buybacks galore, R&D budgets slashed. And you know why they've been able to do that and still continue to sell drugs? To continue to have new drugs on the market? Oh, it's because the government has been funding all of that research. J&J, thank you for helping. Yeah, they're not the only ones though. There's so many of them, but many of them have just been gutting all of their research budgets because of the United States. The government of the United States, taxpayers, have been paying for all of the research. Yeah, you remember? I think about it. Like, what do you think was happening at all these colleges and universities who are having Abbott Labs? That was the one I was thinking of, actually. It's one that broke me. Like, I knew there was one that started with an A, and I could not think of what it was. I actually wanted to say Abbott Elementary. Jesus Christ. The government has been subsidizing these pharmaceutical companies for a very long time. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be doing research. We can get deep into what should be happening with these drugs once the research is taken from these universities and colleges and wherever else that is getting done. But all of that money that Donald Trump's taking away from places like Colombia or wherever else, some large portion of that is getting used for research into medical science, right? Like, I'm fairly certain even the Ozempic drug came out of government research. Someone check me on that. I could be wrong on that, but I'm fairly certain that one also came out of government research. Sure, they did some work to get it to where it is now, but I guess my point is that these companies aren't doing any of that research right now, And now we have no one. We have no one doing the research, since the pharmaceutical companies aren't doing the research, and we now are removing funding from all of our colleges and universities that don't crack down on free speech enough. We are gonna have no one doing any research pretty soon.
So, Posit, to be clear, now it is conceivable that after raising prices on the Europeans, the drug companies will say, we'll voluntarily now drop the prices in the United States, marginally. We should also say that under the Biden administration, every year there was 10 drugs that are paid for by Medicare that had to be negotiated. So, like, the writing was on the wall. And to the extent that they're going to drop any prices, they may or may not. They're not obligated to. They're definitely going to get a windfall, it appears, from Europe. But the idea that he's being praised in this way, Bobby Kennedy explicitly came out against the single-payer health insurance. Now, the UK, who he's comparing it to, they have not just a single-payer health insurance, they have government-provided health care. For us just to go to government-provided health insurance, spending what we have for Medicare and Medicaid, there would be a lot of savings in terms of drugs. There would be a lot of savings in terms of medical procedures, because we would also be a lot smarter as to know when things are indicated, and we'd be able to buy in bulk. None of that is being touched upon here. All it is forcing Europeans to pay higher drug prices at the risk of forcing Americans to pay for higher European goods.
Yeah, and you can just trust the pharma companies to make sure those savings are passed along to America.
Oh, yeah.
This is how
I talk to them. They'll be fine.
This is how
the pharmaceutical companies, all they want to do is make less money. Every day I hear they're always calling me. It's like, the second I got into office, they start calling me and say, we are sick of making so much money. We just want to pass on the savings to Americans. It's never happened. These capitalists have a fiduciary duty to make as much profit as possible. That's one of the inherent freaking paradoxes in our system, certainly as it relates to this moment. I mean, and the fact that Donald Trump, as a supposed businessman, thinks that other businesses are gonna rush to lower their revenues and profits willingly is freaking risible. Laughable is the definition of that. I don't know. We were talking about this earlier. I can't remember why. But yeah, it's not gonna happen. We all know this. We all know this. I mean, healthcare companies, pharmaceutical companies, every single company in the United States is doing everything they can to take as much money from you as possible. And that's just a fact. Whoa, what just happened? Why did I just get jettisoned out of my list? There we go. And I also think it's pretty laughable to anybody who thinks that Donald Trump is going to solve the housing crisis. This guy is a landlord. Donald Trump is literally a landlord. You know, he owns property all over the world. And definitely in the United States. And he's had some real fucked up things when it comes to his properties, that's for sure. In the past, and he's not going to do anything to disempower landlords, or generally speaking, in my estimation, any companies. Like, I want this to actually take effect. Not the part where the European Union lowers their. I hope the European Union, the UK, they don't fuck with a single one of their drug prices, and they say this is bullshit. We're not doing that. But if I would love to see, I just cannot wait. 29 days, I guess, from now, because this happened yesterday. 29 days from now, I can't wait to see what happens with the drug prices. Should be fascinating. I mean, the fact is I don't think any of these companies are technically obligated to do any of this. I mean, I would love to see. It depends on how afraid they are of Donald Trump, I guess, because this isn't legislation. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We just hit 4 hours. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Well, I hope you're all enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. We still need to get to 1,000 subs around here. Taking us quite a long time, but we're getting very, very close. So if you haven't subbed, please. It's the least you can do when you think about it. It's free. You just click subscribe and that's it. You can forget about it. While you're at that, though, there are some other ways to show your support, of course. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, all great ways to show your support for the channel. Of course, we got Twitch too, with the bits and the subscriptions, Cash App and PayPal. If we preferred YouTube and Twitch not take a hefty cut of that money, rather, you can give it all directly to us so that we can continue this show indefinitely throughout the universe. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a patron on Patreon. Only a few bucks a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits waiting for you. They're just sitting there. They're waiting. You just go on the website and you'll find out everything. Just click the link in chat or in my bio. Alright, well that's enough from me. Enjoy this short break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Okay. You know what that sound means? It means that I am back. And it's time for the content to get started again. I know I'm starting it sooner than later, but it's because I just noticed something. We are 5 minutes away, less than 5 minutes away from the end of the goal. We are 4 of 5. We need one more sweet super chat, or super stickers, or a couple of sweet galactic memberships. That'll get it done. We'll even take a PayPal or a Cash App, but we are in danger of not receiving all of the content which we deserve, which everyone deserves technically, and this is maybe cut short. Anyway, chat, let's get to it. Let's hope that in the next few minutes that goal gets completed. By the way, thank you, PB, for your very generous super chat, space emoji, telescope, astronaut person. A good use of the emojis. Also, thank you for using your membership highlight message. Oh, holy shit. Well, I guess that'll solve it. Skeltsy coming in with 10. Count them, 10. 10 sweet galactic memberships gifted by Skelts. That counts. That counts. We might not get the official chat confetti, but that'll do it. That'll definitely do it. Who got him? Danny, the Soulcraft, Paul J, Christy Z, Fresh Out the Asylum, Mike B, Afroponics, Miskatonic Petrol and Soda Fountain, Bad Lefty, and FG. A lot of OG space fams all up in there, getting those membies. I'm sure they will all genuinely appreciate that lovely gift. Well, looks like we're gonna get all of the galactic content tonight. Oh, this shit is stressing me out. I need some THC. Or maybe some CBD. Real bad. Sadly, none exists in the space station at this moment to help me with this stressful circumstance. Alright. Phew, that was close. We almost went the entire goal portion without completing. And here's a little confetti. I know we don't get chat confetti, technically, unless someone donates in the next minute and 30 seconds, but we do get the regular stream confetti, which we now have. Thanks to someone a while back suggesting we should have some kind of way for confetti. Was it me? Am I the one who came up with this? I can't remember. Some random crazy person suggested we should have confetti. That we deserve confetti, even though YouTube won't give us confetti. So there you go. Enjoy that. It's glorious, and you've all helped in that. Okay. Let's see. Well, where were we at? Actually, let's oh my god, Skelt's coming in with a super sticker. Oh, a bashful little pear. Why is that pear so bashful? It's very cute though. I'll give you that. Aww. Thank you very much, Skelts. I appreciate your generosity and patronage of this stream. Okay, we left off talking about healthcare. We're going to get right back to talking about healthcare in the United States. We also have a Luigi Mangione update in here. Well, kind of. At least did I put this in here? Actually, not. I don't know if this counts as a Luigi Mangione update. Anyway, great job everyone for completing the goal. Let's go back to the majority report. Talk more about RFK. Where is Duck going? Where are you going, Duck?
Bobby Kennedy made an argument about his recommendation for the Surgeon General. What's her name? Clancy. She is not a doctor.
Casey Means.
Casey Means. She went to medical school, and according to, well, Kennedy says one thing. Do we have that Kennedy clip? Yeah. Let's start with the Kennedy clip, because it's sort of got two different stories about this a little bit. There's a little bit of divergence of stories. Here's Kennedy asked about the doctor who never finished her residency and does not have a medical license because she never finished her residency. Now, I will say this. I'll be the first person to say, I couldn't go through medical school. I would not be able to finish.
Hey, why is the stream lagging? Stop that. You stop that. What are we doing here? Huh? This is very rude.
How rude.
Who cleans up the confetti in the space station? Great question. It's me. I have to do it. With my bare hands.
License. Because she never finished her residency. Now, I will say this. I'll be the first person to say, I couldn't go through medical school. I would not be able to finish my residency.
Looks tough.
No. And also, I would add to that, I should not be Surgeon General.
Would you drum up?
Some of the things she's advocated for, she never finished her residency, and she doesn't currently have an active medical license. But that's not.
She was the very top of her medical class at Stanford. She's during her residency, she won every award that she could win. She walked away from traditional medicine because she was not curing patients. She couldn't get anybody within her profession to look
even
at
Dr. Oz.
nutrition contributions to illness.
Look at Dr. Oz. I also love that Dr. Oz has allowed his hair to go white now. It lets us know that time has passed. But even he looks like he's like, wait, doctors aren't curing patients now? Since when?
Her profession to look at the nutrition contributions to illness. And she said, if we're really going to heal people, if we're healers, we can't just be making our life about building new procedures. We actually have to figure out new approaches to medicine. And that's the kind of leadership that she's going to bring to our country.
And last thing on this.
Okay, so just to be clear here, there is at Stanford, it's hard to say, who's at the top of their class at Stanford, because they don't have traditional grading there. They have a mastery type of grading. My kid actually goes to a school sort of like this. It's pass, fail, or marginal pass, or continuing, or incomplete. You don't get an A. So you're not, very difficult to determine who's at the top of the class at Stanford Medical School. But, she was at the top of her class. That's why she left.
I would just say, maybe she should have continued, and then she could have been one of the qualified people looking into those things that she's so upset allegedly nobody with qualifications looks into.
Also, how long is your incomplete residency that you can make the assessment I'm not curing anyone? You know what? I'll tell you what
sales pitch.
I'll tell you what I've also noticed. I'm not curing anybody either. I'm not a doctor, and I'm not curing anybody.
How dare you, Sam?
I don't have a medical license, and I'm not curing anybody. Maybe what I need to do is start to look into supplement business.
The things that definitely cure people.
You say
Is
she's
she a
not the top
supplement
of her
salesman?
class, but what if like there's a class photo and she's standing sort of in the top row, and then therefore,
Platform shoes.
yeah, like
Platform shoes.
the highest.
Well, here's Donald Trump, and Trump is remember, folks, the buck stops here.
A new nominee for the U.S. Surgeon General who never finished.
Okay, what the fuck is going on? Why is it lagging so bad? I don't understand what's happening. Why is this suddenly going on? Doesn't make any sense. We've been having very good non-laggy streams recently, and now suddenly it's kind of almost back again.
A new nominee for the U.S. Surgeon General who never finished her residency and is not a practicing physician. So can you explain why you picked her to be America's top doctor?
Because Bobby thought she was fantastic.
Bobby said she's great.
She's a brilliant woman who went through Stanford, and as I understand it, she basically wanted to be an academic as opposed to a surgeon.
All right, Bobby, a non-doctor, Bobby Jr., told me that this non-doctor was great.
Graduated first in her class at Stanford, and Bobby really thought she was great. I don't know her. I listened to the recommendation of Bobby. I met her yesterday and once before. She's a very outstanding person, a great academic, actually. So I think she'll be great.
Wait. Is she a teacher now? Is she a professor? She's academic in the sense that more general academy.
She reads a lot.
Seventh generational warfare.
Big reader.
I don't know.
She lives near a
how
university,
important,
like
the
across the
Surgeon General
road.
is.
She's born a year and some change before I was.
Okay. So this is she's been.
So she has a lot of experience, I guess.
Unbelievable.
Entrepreneur. Cool.
Is he like setting up he was saying, well, Bobby liked her, and then earlier he was tweeting about Besant saying, but if Besant says 80% is good, like, is he sort of like protecting himself by saying, oh,
Scotty
these are
B.
decisions made by these other guys?
It does starting to feel like he's feeling the heat a little bit, and he's like shopping around for somebody to jettison. If Scott says it's okay at 80, I'm not. It does feel a little bit like he's like, I don't know,
Looking to insulate himself
trying to
a little bit.
Escape maybe some accountability for things. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours.
It is true. They do a daily show. Monday through Friday. At noon, Eastern Standard Time. You could catch the Majority Report live. Just like I do. Many of the days. Not all of the days. Because I wind up doing the stream so late that I sleep in and miss it. Okay. Let's go to More Perfect Union real quick. This popped up in my feed recently. This posted 12 hours ago. Let's talk about United Healthcare.
Right now, Luigi Mangione is being arraigned for his alleged role in the murder of Brian Thompson. There are a good amount of protesters, but honestly, I think there's more media people. This trial is taking place in the middle of a much larger conversation about United Health Group. The outrage spans from activists
insurance companies delay care for most people that leave the hospital,
to United's own shareholders, local lawmakers, and even Steve Bannon.
There's clearly a seething anger of people that don't feel that the insurance companies and the medical companies are looking out for their interests.
But with so much attention on this trial, I wanted to know, has it done anything to stop United's own quest to control every aspect of the American healthcare system? I worked on a video investigating United Healthcare 2 years ago, together with fellow producer Sean Morrow. That video got a resurgence of attention in the last few months, and the comments made it very clear that, beyond the anger, people were looking for real change.
A major debate has erupted over the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson over who exactly is the real villain. There's a callousness to the industry as a whole.
It delivers efficiency, but their definition of efficiency is returning as much value to their investors as possible.
I wanted to talk to Sean about a real-world example of what that change could look like.
So, like, I see you've got this new spicy United Health story to share.
I'm gonna tell you a story that I got obsessed with. It's got everything. It's got pissed off patients.
Why are all the doctors leaving?
It's got burned out doctors.
If they're a public company, they've got to please their shareholders.
It's got healthcare lobbyists.
The purpose of them opposing the bill was so that this wouldn't become a national model that other states would follow.
And actually, this one might have a happy ending. This story is going to take us 3,000 miles away from New York to the state of Oregon. For 30 years, the city of Eugene has had this trusted institution serving a ton of its residents. It's called the Oregon Medical Group.
Some of these patients had 15-year relationships or longer with their doctors.
And that all changed in 2020 when it was bought by Optum.
Optum is, of course, owned by United Health Group.
I found a doctor at Optum with the answers I needed.
Optum buys Oregon Medical Group and causes this huge chain of events that causes thousands of people to lose their doctor.
Oregon Medical Group was bought out by Optum in 2020. A lot of doctors quit, leaving patients without a new doctor.
One of these people is this woman named Lisa Fragola. She was actually diagnosed with breast cancer, and around the same time, she lost her primary care provider.
I had received a letter from Oregon Medical Group saying I no longer had a provider. So when I got an irregular mammogram, I experienced a lot of anxiety and fear because I wasn't sure how to navigate my health care.
And this isn't just like a Pacific Northwest problem, right? Optum is buying up doctors' offices across the country. They're, I think, one of the largest employers of physicians nationwide now.
They're the largest.
Since the acquisition, the group has lost 32 doctors, leaving remaining staff overwhelmed and patients without care even a year later.
In Eugene, these doctors really did not like practicing medicine for the sake of United Healthcare shareholders.
My office has heard from a couple dozen physicians. They describe the ways, both small ways and big ways, where they feel their independence is being corroded by the ownership structures in place.
That's Ben Bowman, the majority leader for Oregon's House of Representatives.
The patient might not know that it was a corporate owner, for example, who said you only get 15 minutes with your doctor, even though the doctor might believe that the patient needs 20 or 30 minutes.
Now, I just want to clarify, just in case it's unclear. I felt like it was maybe a little bit vague. But Optum is run by United Health. It is the one and the same. They are all under the same corporate umbrella.
To have a proper exam.
So a bunch of doctors did the hard thing. They just left, leading to this huge shortage of doctors in Eugene.
Thousands of people living in Eugene lost their primary care provider. They would call up for an appointment and they would be told that their doctor no longer worked there. What that really stood out for me was just how many people felt, I guess I would use the word deceived or misled. Quite a few reported this to me, that they were told it was because of their insurance. And so they could change to an insurance plan that would help them access care. which just happened to be owned by United Healthcare.
So Optum basically made it so hard for these doctors to work by making these ridiculous demands to save money, not for patient care or anything like that, but just to enrich these shareholders, that the doctors were just like, we can't do this anymore, which is a totally understandable and respectable decision.
As we have previously reported, letters from Optum informed former OMG patients their doctors were leaving, and no replacements were available.
The most wild thing about this story is that the doctors couldn't even tell their patients that they had left. They had signed these non-competes, so they couldn't tell them, and they couldn't practice in the area. If you were someone like Lisa Fragla with a new cancer diagnosis, you may not have known what was going on.
It's
honestly, these non-competes, and the fact is, the FTC under Lena Khan was trying to work against these freaking non-competes all across business. They have got to go. They are, I mean, we always talk about, oh, competition. Competition will lead to better business and better prices for consumers and all these other supposed benefits of competition. Meanwhile, these fucking non-competes utterly destroy competition in every single industry in which they operate.
taken many people in my community 2 years to find a new primary care provider.
There was one local news story about a woman who couldn't refill a medication because she just couldn't get a doctor at Oregon Medical Group. Lots of other people, including Lisa, received a letter.
It basically said, we don't have anybody to assign to you, so good luck and take off.
Not only did they lose their doctor, but they were told their doctor couldn't say like, hey, I'm going to this new place, right?
Yeah, and as I understand it, you know, with any non-compete, like that's poaching clients. That's competing with Optum. So they couldn't do that, even though there was no doctors at Oregon Medical Group to be able to see these people.
Competing with the lack of doctors. You're competing with the lack of doctors, okay? This is the definition of a monopoly, right? They're not even providing the thing which they're claiming others are competing with. They lose all their doctors due to their horrifying practices. And then when now in theoretically, none of these doctors even could, according to these fucking absurd laws. And it is insane. It is fucking insane. All they had to do was go around buying up facilities, going around buying up, you know, the underlying assets and subsidiaries, whatever it might be, small corporate structures, put them all under one umbrella and say, hey, we are the monopoly now. If you don't do what we want, we'll just ensure that no one gets care in this county.
Illegal. When it comes to the corporatization of healthcare, without a doubt in my mind. There is a fundamental tension between a clinician who has an ethical duty to their patients, who took an oath to serve the interests of their patients, and fiduciary responsibility of a corporation or private equity firm who has a duty to their shareholders to maximize their profit.
It's not just Oregon.
So much of it to me comes down to dollars and cents, to the fact that we've put like a profit motive in something that shouldn't be about profit. It should be about care.
There's this report by Congressman Pat Ryan. He has a lot of constituents in the Hudson Valley area. Up there, Optum purchased practices like Caremount Medical, Crystal Run Healthcare, a ton of practices all up and down the Hudson Valley. Congressman Ryan conducted a survey of 1,800 people, and 41% reported that the quality of their healthcare went down after Optum acquired the practice. And Optum's whole thing is they're going to make things more efficient and cheaper, but Ryan's office is finding that not only is the care getting worse, it's getting more expensive. So it is getting more efficient and it is getting more cost effective for the executives, for the shareholders, but not for the patients, the people that a healthcare company should be theoretically taking care of.
Meanwhile, the Justice Department seems to be trying to make an example out of Luigi Mangione. Pam Bondi explicitly told federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty, which led to what I think is an unexpected statement from the lawyer of a man in a murder trial. While claiming to protect against murder, the federal government moves to commit the premeditated, state-sponsored murder of Luigi. By doing this, they are defending the broken, immoral, and murderous healthcare industry that continues to terrorize the American people. Back to Oregon. Lisa Fragola was able to get the care she needed outside of an Optum-run facility. And then she decided to run for office. She ran for the Oregon House of Representatives.
Lisa Fragola announced her run Monday afternoon.
Investments in education, investments in housing production, and making sure that we have good paying jobs and family benefits for the people that live in our community.
While she was running for office and knocking on doors, she heard so many stories of people who had also lost their doctors because of the actions of Optum. And she won, and with the majority leader over there, Ben Bowman, they're supporting this legislation to make sure that corporations like United cannot dictate how doctors practice medicine.
Most states in the country have what's called a corporate practice of medicine law or corporate practice of medicine doctrine. Basically what it says is that physicians or advanced practice providers have to own and control medical clinics. These are non-controversial laws. Republican states, Democratic states, they're widespread throughout the country. The problem is there are loopholes in these laws where basically large corporations and private equity firms have figured out that they can be in compliance with the law on paper by having a friendly physician or captive physician own the practice.
Representative Bowman's bill would change that by restricting corporations, like Optum, from taking decision-making away from doctors in clinical decisions. It also restricts non-compete and non-disclosure agreements, which caused many of the problems and confusion in Eugene.
Senate Bill 951 was introduced to address a rising trend in this country that is happening not in response to public policy choices, but in response to profiteering from some very large corporations. At its core, the bill is just about ensuring doctors are the ones making decisions in exam rooms.
Yeah, and I think we all can intuitively say that doctors are, in fact, should be the only people making decisions in exam rooms aside from patients. It's insane to think, but I mean that's where we're at right now. Not just exam rooms, but we talked about stories where healthcare companies have gone into surgery rooms and said, could you tell me more about this surgery before you take, put this person who's under anesthesia under the knife or whatever else. It's insane. It's just gotta stop. It just genuinely has to stop. It's been getting worse and worse over recent years. All right, let's go here. Reuters from 10 hours ago. Forecast pulled. Shares sink. Post United Health CEO exit. Oh no. United Health is struggling to hold on to CEOs? That's so sad.
Shares of United Health Group plunged more than 15% Tuesday afternoon after CEO Andrew Whitty stepped down suddenly and the health conglomerate pulled its 2025 forecast. Whitty chose to leave for personal reasons, the company said, without elaborating. United Health has grappled with a series of challenges over the past 12 months, including a cyber attack at its tech unit that affected some 190 million people, a report of an investigation into its Medicare billing practices, and an unexpected surge in medical costs.
Oh, wow. Shocking. I wonder what those personal reasons were. But yeah, United Healthcare lost their CEO all of a sudden. And that put United Health Group's poor stock under fire. It's very sad. It's very, very sad. All right. Let's talk economics, finance, and fiscal policy a little bit. Start off here with CNN from 14 hours ago. House Republicans unveiled details of Trump's tax plan. Ooh, yay. Trump's billionaire enrichment legislation.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is trying to hold his Republican conference together and prevent any small factions from sinking his party's sweeping agenda. His efforts come amid warning signs from both hardliners and moderates as lawmakers return to Capitol Hill today. Let's get right to CNN's Lauren Fox, who joins us now with some new reporting. You know how much we love new reporting. Lauren, what have you learned?
Yeah, I mean, it's really go time for several of the House's key committees as they begin to move forward with Donald Trump's agenda. They're going to hold key hearings today on Capitol Hill in the powerful Ways and Means Committee and the Energy and Commerce Committee, as well as in the Agriculture Committee. And they're going to be looking at making some sweeping changes to the country's food stamp program, to Medicaid, as well as making sure that some of Donald Trump's signature items from the 2017 tax bill are renewed, alongside some new proposals, including a temporary effort to try and stop taxes on tips and taxes on overtime. So those are the kinds of policies that they're going to be moving forward with today. But the task ahead for the House Speaker is one that is going to be massive. And that is because he is really trying to hold together a very fragile coalition in the House of Representatives. He has conservatives who are unhappy with
fragile coalition,
arguing that they need to see significant
a fragile coalition. Oh God, those poor Republicans. I could have sworn just a couple months ago they were talking about how they had a beautiful what was it, a mandate from the American people. It's so fragile about this coalition. Oh, you're saying they have a historically thin majority in the House? Oh, weird. I guess it's not quite a mandate.
With this proposal, arguing that they need to see significant changes. They're very disappointed with the fact that they think leadership should have gone further in some of the Medicaid cuts. This is one of those conservatives, Chip Roy of the House Freedom Caucus. He said, "I remain open-minded because progress has been made based on our forceful efforts to force change, but we cannot continue down the path we've been going down, and we will need significant additional changes to garner my support." Meanwhile, the Speaker is also trying to work with some New York Republicans who have been adamant that they want to see a bigger increase in the state and local tax deduction for their constituents back home in a state like New York, which has a lot higher taxes locally. They are arguing that the 30,000 cap that they want to increase the 10,000 cap to is not high enough, and they are willing right now to stand in the way of this effort. So the committees are going to be doing their work today, likely through the night.
We need bigger deductions for rich people. Yes, of course. Of course. Now, if you're not familiar with the SALT tax deduction, you're probably a regular person. But the SALT tax deduction is, and technically it's just the SALT deduction because I'm fairly certain the T stands for tax. But yeah, the SALT tax deduction is mostly for rich people. People who are making a decent amount of money, own property, and are able to pay a qualified tax professional to itemize their deductions. Something that most regular people don't do a lot of. Usually they just take the standard deduction.
To the morning tomorrow. Then we expect at the end of the week the Budget Committee could cobble this all together. Then next week is that true test when this could go to the floor for a vote. I did talk to the Speaker a few minutes ago. He said that he was very optimistic they're going to stay on track this week. So we'll see.
So let's get more now on the budget battle. On Capitol Hill today, House Republicans are set to begin voting on a package of spending cuts as GOP leaders roll out details of President Trump's tax plans. Joining us now is Republican Congressman Ryan Zinke. He sits on the House Appropriations and Foreign Affairs committees. So I got to just ask you this, because as you know, the average American looks at what's happening in Washington, and no matter who is in charge, they see hypocrisy. And
Sorry, I don't have time for this fucking interview. It was a pretty boring one, not gonna lie. Okay, now let's take a look at some of the recent economic numbers. Here's Reuters. from 5 hours ago. Oh shit. Wait, nope. I take it back. I got way ahead of my list just now. Wow. Whoopsies.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
I take that all back. We're not getting to the economic numbers yet. First, we have to go and talk about the budget. John Thune at the podium. Tell us about their budgetary plans in the House and Senate.
Now newfound admiration for the Senate filibuster. The junior senator from Arizona was in Pennsylvania over the weekend. And by the way, he was one of the Senate Democrats who voted for the Genius Bill when it came out of the Senate Banking Committee. And he was out there just crowing about the fact that the Senate Democrats had used the filibuster now 4 times. They stopped 4 bills via the filibuster. And so it's pretty remarkable, honestly, that the Democrats now are in love with the Senate filibuster. And
is it ironic, John? It's like John has like Democratic irony colored glasses, or actually Republican irony colored glasses on. Sorry, yeah. And he only sees Democrats ironical decisions. I find it fascinating that Republicans want to talk about irony and perhaps doing things that might contradict one's own personally espoused beliefs. How many times? I mean, Republicans have barely peeped about Donald Trump's enrichment of himself over and over again. Do you remember the time between 2020 and now? You remember Burisma? Where none of these people are coming out and talking about Donald Trump enriching himself through cryptocurrency, which is available to anybody across the planet, or about like any of the other like financially enriching sort of decisions Donald Trump has been making for himself, or for Elon Musk, or for any of these other people. Like, and yet for 4 years, all that we could hear from these people, well, no, it wasn't quite 4 years, but for years they were screaming Burisma over and over and over again. And now he wants to talk about the filibuster, something that he doesn't want to get rid of. And Democrats have never actually attempted to get rid of the filibuster. Let's be real. Democrats, I don't believe, have ever put a vote on the floor to end the filibuster. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain I'm not. But it's fascinating that in this moment he wants to talk about irony and people doing things that contradict previous statements they've made.
And given the fact that every single Senate Democrat either voted for or campaigned in favor, or I should say in favor of getting rid of the filibuster. So it's a pretty remarkable turnaround. Not that hypocrisy is something that's new in this town, but this seems to take it to a whole new level.
Oh, a new level, you say?
Since we're not
a whole new level.
Move forward on nominations and confirm a lot of President Trump's nominees.
Oh.
And that's the process that we've undertaken.
Oh, gosh.
In the lieu of having the Genius Bill available for...
I see. So they can't get the budget done right now because it's Democrats' fault. It's Democrats. Even though Republicans hold a mandate, a historic mandate, they can't seem to get anything done. Now, during the Energy and Commerce Committee hearing earlier today, the Energy and Commerce Committee, of course, oversees Medicaid and Medicare. The vast majority of what they do, the vast majority of their budget, is all dedicated to the administration of Medicaid and Medicare. In fact, if I were in Congress, I would recommend a change to the name of this committee. But hey, I'm not. But protesters showed up to demand Congress not destroy Medicare or Medicaid. I don't know if you noticed, but police officers were pushing people out of the House hearing in wheelchairs. I just want you to remember that image. Okay, you got police officers pushing disabled people in wheelchairs while they protest. This is where we're at, people. Disabled people protesting the destruction of the system which keeps them from potentially, I don't know, dying. Just being let out by the fascist pigs who serve the powerful. All right, let's talk about some economic data. As over the last day, I think it was actually Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken, the latest reading of consumer inflation, among others, came out from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Here's Reuters from 6 hours ago.
Wall Street's main indexes ended mixed on Tuesday, with the Dow dropping more than 0.6%, the S&P 500 gaining over 0.7%, and the Nasdaq climbing 1.6%. Softer than expected inflation numbers added to investor optimism that carried over from Monday's announcement of a U.S.-China trade truce. The S&P 500 is now back in positive territory for 2025 for the first time since late February. Stocks nosedived after President Donald Trump unveiled global reciprocal tariffs on April 2nd. Brian Mulberry is client portfolio manager at Zacks Investment Management.
We've had this wall of worry from April 2nd and kind of coming back from that. I think really what has driven markets to this point is all of the worst case scenarios, the worst outcomes have kind of been taken off the table. That doesn't mean there aren't some tough answers out there ahead of us. There certainly
all
are,
the worst,
but I think the really bad.
I would argue against that. Have all the worst case scenarios been taken out? Fucking bullshit, dude. They have not been taken out. The reciprocal tariffs are still on the table, and there's just a pause on China as well. So no, stupid, they haven't. This is the sort of blind optimism of stock market analysts and investment type people. They're like, everything is green, line only go up, and actually nothing is a problem until it happens, okay? So actually everything's off the table. All the bad stuff, it's all gone. Smooth sailing from here, even though technically over the next between 55 and 89 days or whatever it is, 88, I don't know, when was the China deal? It was last Friday, wasn't it? Whenever it was. Was it Sunday? Might have been Sunday. But yeah, we have somewhere between 55 and 89 days for that theory to play out, because, of course, the reciprocal tariffs are all still just waiting there. whatever.
Stuff has started to turn at least more neutral to positive at this moment in time. That's helping to fuel, I think, a better level of confidence in markets right now.
The Dow, however, was pulled down by a nearly 18% slide in shares of United Health Group after the insurance bellwether suspended its annual forecast and its CEO stepped down.
Okay. Let's go to CNN to wrap up this discussion.
A key inflation report out today offering some encouraging news for American consumers. The new numbers from April showing inflation slowing to an annual rate of 2.3%, the lowest since February 2021. That's defying economists' expectations and President Trump's ongoing trade war.
The new data getting some mixed reaction in the financial markets. The Dow is down, while the S&P 500 and NASDAQ are both seeing small bumps up here. Let's talk now with Aaron Klein. He's a former Treasury.
If I'm not mistaken, it's the lowest by about 0.1%. I'm fairly certain that in 2024 we were seeing readings of like 2.4, 2.5%. In multiple quarters of 2024. I find it fascinating. The lowest, the very lowest since 2021 by like 0.1%. This guy's face freaks me out. I don't know what's up with this smile. It just weirds me out.
Department Deputy Assistant Secretary and a senior fellows at the Brookings Institution.
You guys want some cookies?
What are you looking at when you see this inflation rate slowing? As we've also learned last week from
like,
the
am
Fed,
I wrong?
the tariffs had so far.
Like, am I or am I not wrong? Oh my god, he looks like Corky Romano. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Or what's his actual name? I can't remember that guy's name. Chris Kattan. Am I wrong? This dude looks... He's like...
What are you looking at when you see this inflation rate slowing? As we've also learned last week from the Fed, that tariffs had so far led to a 0.3% increase in prices this year.
Yeah, so look, the numbers are a little bit confusing. A lot of the inflation that's been driven over throughout the entire pandemic and post-pandemic has been heavily concentrated in housing, actually, in the value of housing and rent, etc. And so when you back that out, overall inflation has been somewhat stable. The tariff news is good news in the sense that it's doing less harm, the rolling back of it. But what you're finding, the China deal, the British deal, what you're finding with markets reacting is a little more confusing because with inflation staying a little bit low, they think the Fed is not going to cut rates as much as it otherwise would have. And so markets are adjusting to that.
What that guy just said made no sense. Am I losing my mind? What did you just say?
With inflation staying a little bit low, they think the Fed is not going to cut rates as much.
This guy is... How was this guy former Treasury Department Deputy Assistant Secretary? That's the opposite of what the Fed has said themselves. They said the better inflation is, the more likely we are to cut rates. And he's saying the lower inflation goes, the less likely that the Fed is going to cut rates. Jesus Christ. CNN's journalism is really falling apart. Just basic facts just going out the window. All right, but yeah, the fact is inflation did come in slightly lighter than expected. It will not be causing the Federal Reserve to lower and or raise interest rates because they are stuck in the purgatory in the Federal Reserve, regardless of what Donald Trump yells about. the fact is they have a dual mandate, which they've been sticking to this whole time, which was in fact helping with inflation, even though we don't know that technically. I mean, well, there's arguments that they could have gone a lot further, but it would have also been pretty austere. I mean, the fact is we have to deal with inflation in other ways, not fiscally, not with fiscal policy from the Federal Reserve, because the only way they know how to solve these things, inflation and or unemployment, are through raising or lowering interest rates, which is not the end-all be-all of the goddamn economy, you know. And you know, their goals are, in my opinion, sort of fucked, right? They want prices to go up infinitum, like for the foreseeable future. Not the foreseeable. I mean, they just want inflation to constantly go up, right? But at a low rate, 2% is what their stated goal is. Two, which is it's perfectly fine. It won't cause anybody problems. Now, of course, it does cause people problems. Cost of living is a problem, but we can't raise interest rates to solve these things. We can't just constantly be raising interest rates to try and solve the inflation problem. What we need is, especially on the things that are necessities, we need price controls. We need genuine price controls from our government, since corporations don't have only one goal, which is to enrich themselves. We got a problem that's not solvable by the Federal Reserve. Yeah. All right, let's go to Canada. A few things have been happening in Canada recently. Of course, Mark Carney was elected Prime Minister a few weeks ago, however long that was. Feels like it was at least a few weeks ago. Here's CTV News. Talk about what's been going on in Alberta. Danielle Smith under fire regarding her husband, who has been allegedly doing some lobbyist work. Here's CTV News on the story.
Premier Danielle Smith is under fire, accused of turning a blind eye and allowing her husband to act as an unregistered lobbyist for a new rail project. Peter Guthrie says it happened when he was the infrastructure minister, and the incident was far from transparent. It's an accusation the premier angrily denied today in the legislature. Tyson Fedor joins us now. Tyson, this was a tense exchange between Guthrie, the premier, and the government House leader.
And Tara, Guthrie is a former UCP member who was kicked out of the party just last month for being critical of the government's transparency over procurement practices for healthcare. He now sits as an independent MLA, and he came out swinging at the premier, accusing her husband, David Moretta, of lobbying the UCP government as a rail expert. But the premier denies those claims. Now, Guthrie does say the premier is a staunch supporter of rail, including a passenger rail service between Calgary and Banff. Last year, Smith's government laid out the path ahead for an ambitious multi-billion-dollar passenger railway master plan that would transform rail service here in Alberta. Now, pictures posted by Cabinet Minister Devin Dreeshin last year show Moretta in conversation with Smith and Dreeshin at that event. Today, Guthrie tabled a document detailing his scheduled meeting with Moretta on November the 8th of 2023 to talk about a 30-year rail plan. Guthrie says he declined to attend that meeting. Now, Guthrie also tabled another complaint he made to the Auditor General.
As Minister of Infrastructure, I was invited to attend a meeting with David Moretta about Banff Rail. And given I declined the request because I had concerns about the appropriateness of such a meeting, and given Mr. Moretta engaged with GOA officials, including the Premier's office and ministers, and given, it is rumored, he may have obtained confidential documents during those meetings to the Premier with your interest in rail and your husband's efforts, has this crossed the line into undue influence over government policy and spending?
I've been tired of the rumors and innuendo and slander against my family that I've been hearing about for months. My husband owns a restaurant. He has never, ever been registered as a lobbyist because he has never, ever lobbied any government, including ours. And I would ask for the innuendo and the slander to stop.
Now, a statement from the Premier's office this afternoon says her husband has a long-standing enthusiasm for rail, and the Premier...
See, don't you get it? Danielle's husband, he just loves trains. He's just a train lover. He wasn't lobbying. He was just talking about how much he loves trains in a very official type capacity with government officials. It's not lobbying. It's just, this guy has just got a big time passion for trains. Come on! It's unfair. Stop slandering poor Danielle Smith and her family. It's, how rude. How rude. Dude just likes trains. Just likes them. Just a big fan. All right. Now, another conservative, hard to call him a leader right now. He's not even an elected official. But he has been running into problems. That being former MP / current, technically, leader of the UCP in Canada. Conservatives. Very own Pierre Poilievre. Now, he has been squatting.
Illegal.
In a taxpayer-funded mansion.
Conservative Party quasi-leader Pierre Poilievre is staying in his taxpayer-funded mansion despite the fact that he is not eligible to be staying in said mansion. So in this video, I'm going to break down this story, and also in a bit here, I will get to my thoughts on this, which may surprise you, or maybe not, because I am the rational national. That was really lame. But I'm going to get to the breakdown here, and just the incredible hypocrisy at the heart of this story, which for me is really the highlight of this entire thing. But first, let me lay out the basic facts of what's going on. So there has been discussions about this for a couple weeks now, since Pierre Poilievre, of course, lost his riding in Carleton. He's now forcing a conservative MP out of his seat when there's 6 months from qualifying for their pension to take over his very safe seat in Alberta so that he can attempt to stay on as the Conservative Party leader. But in the meantime, he's not actually eligible to be staying in the official opposition residence. So from Press Progress here, Pierre Poilievre no longer entitled to live at public mansion. So this is just the facts. According to the Official Residences Act, Stornoway is mandated to be, quote, maintained as a residence for the person holding the recognized position of Leader of the Opposition in the House of Commons. The role of Leader of the Opposition in the House of Commons is not synonymous with the role of party leader, since the former is a formal parliamentary role that can only be filled by sitting members of parliament. Pierre Poilievre is not a sitting member of parliament. Yet, he is staying in his mansion regardless. So, Globe and Mail broke this down, writing here, or I should say that the defense from the Conservative Party. Andrew Scheer, who's acting as the interim official opposition leader, says that it doesn't make sense for Pierre Poilievre and his family to move out of the home in Ottawa's Rockcliffe neighborhood, given Poilievre's chances of winning his seat in a pending Alberta by-election. Quote, it would be more costly to taxpayers to move the family out and then right back into the residence later this summer. I have no intention to move into the residence, and so we expect the family will just remain there through this short transition phase. I'm going to say something that you will likely never hear me say ever again. I think I agree with Andrew Scheer here. No, I am very fair. Clearly, I am looking at this objectively.
No, I don't know. I don't know, David. Here's my take on this, right? I mean, maybe I don't understand Canadian law super much, but what do taxpayers have to pay for him to move out once he's not minister? Like, maybe I just don't understand Canada enough. But I would assume that he would have to pay for moving out and in. It's very strange. But regardless of that, I think it's fair. He should be able to live there. I think that what actually needs to happen, if this is the case, the taxpayers have to pay to move him in and out, I think it'd be better. I think I have a reasonable compromise here. Hear me out. Pierre Poilievre, you stay in that mansion. But I think Pierre Poilievre should be forced to pay taxpayers for every day he stays in that mansion. Like, like an Airbnb, if you will. Like $1,000 a night. I think that would be fair. Am I wrong? It's a mansion. The thing is huge. It's like 20 rooms or something like that, and he gets like butlers and gardeners. I mean, $1,000 a month. I mean, $1,000 a day. That's not bad. I mean, some Airbnbs cost more than that. So, just saying. That seems like a reasonable compromise.
I don't think this is a big deal. I think it's very clear that Pierre Poilievre is going to win that by-election. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to move him out, just to move him back in a few months later. What is wild to me, though, is for a fact the Conservative Party and conservative media would blow this up into something if the shoe was on the other foot. Can you imagine an alternate universe where Trudeau stayed on as the Liberal Party leader, lost the election as they were clearly going to do? Let's say Trudeau even lost his own seat. But then they got a Liberal who was in a even safer Liberal riding to vacate his seat for Trudeau so Trudeau could stay on as leader. And in one of the safest ridings, a guy that's 6 months away from a qualifying for his pension forced this guy out so Trudeau could come in, and then agreed to keep his taxpayer-funded government residence as he awaits the by-election. Can you imagine the ruckus this would cause? I mean, you don't have to imagine
immediately,
it,
if not sooner.
Years and years of arguments from the Conservatives that, we can't possibly fix up 24 Sussex, which is where the Prime Minister should be living, which is a completely dilapidated. It's unlivable. We can't possibly fix that up because it would cost too much money. Yet you have here somebody.
I honestly feel like David's being too nice. He is a Canadian after all. But this is too nice. You're giving him too much credit. And are we sure that moving him out would cost more to taxpayers? I'm not so sure. I'm not sold. I could be wrong. And in fact, I think it might be worth it. Just, even if it does cost tax, just for the catharsis of it. I'm still sort of shocked that former MPs would receive taxpayer funds to move out of the residence they're not supposed to be in. I've never heard of such a. Oh, that's not true. I've heard of crazy things, but it's a little weird. What's up, Canada? Why are you doing that? Does Hasan deserve to be in jail? It's a silly question. That's a very silly question to ask. Okay. Yeah. Conservatives in Canada doing some questionable things right now. Whoa, what just happened? Why is that not working? What in the fuck? There we go. Jesus Christ. 60 likes, eh? Okay. Very well. All right. Got a few environmental stories here to cover. Start in Los Angeles. KTLA-5 from Wobegon. Exploding squirrel populations drive Southern California beach community nuts. Because squirrels nuts, I get it. What a title. KTLA-5's got jokes.
Well, they may look cute and harmless, but a growing squirrel population is causing major problems at a park in Santa Monica. It started when people began feeding those squirrels. KTLA-5's Kimberly Chang is live in Palisades Park with the details. And Kimberly, I was there recently. I saw all those little critters.
Lou, hi, it's definitely debatable, depending on who you talk to, whether or not they're cute. Okay, just a little while ago, a couple of minutes, we saw dozens and dozens of squirrels here on the grass. Someone came, fed them, they took the food, and then they took off. But we'll show you that video in just a moment. It's pretty obvious that the squirrel population has exploded in recent years. This is Palisades Park, which stretches along Ocean Avenue. Now take a look at this video. Longtime residents say there's always been a lot of squirrels here, but since the pandemic, they've noticed a sharp increase. And residents describe situations where...
What do you call a large group of squirrels? Is it like a pride? There's got to be a name for it. A herd of squirrels? I count like a dozen squirrels from right here. There's so many of them.
Take a look at this video. Longtime residents say there's always been a lot of squirrels here, but since the pandemic, they've noticed a sharp increase. And residents describe situations where these squirrels are not afraid of humans. Now, there are concerns that they are just coming too close to people. Some even say that they've run up on their legs. Ground squirrels can also cause damage. Their burrows can be up to 30 feet long and several feet below ground. Now, the city of Santa Monica has posted signs, including right where we are, that say people should not feed the squirrels or birds. The signs say it creates an imbalance in native ecology and increases their dependence on humans for food. But as we have seen throughout this morning, people are not listening to those signs and they're coming right up and feeding these squirrels. Residents we spoke with say people are to blame.
I went to school in New York City, and those squirrels would look up at you and kind of have an attitude like, what are you looking at, buddy? And I've noticed now that these squirrels have become kind of desensitized to all the people. They don't, I mean, I almost trip over them when I jog because they don't get out of your way.
I was just sitting in the park and the squirrels came up to me and one actually like crawled on my leg and was like, give me the nuts you're eating. I wasn't really worried that it was going to bite me because they are just so docile now. I mean, it's crazy. People come and they play with them, they feed them all the time now. And I'm just like, guys, stop. Please stop feeding the squirrels.
And that resident you just heard, well, she told me that she does not want the squirrel population to be controlled by the city, meaning she doesn't want them to be poisoned. She says it's really important that people just simply stop feeding the squirrels. Reporting live here in
Is that one of the is that one of the potential outcomes? The city's gonna come and poison all the squirrels? Jesus Christ.
Illegal.
Well, California squirrel population's exploding. Thanks to human intervention. Now let's go up to Canada. Talk about some situations there in Winnipeg. A wildland fire has been spreading, destroying multiple structures. Here's global news from yesterday.
The Winnipeg Fire Paramedic Service says there are no injuries in a Transcona industrial fire that covered much of the area in thick black smoke Monday afternoon. Scott Wilkinson with the Winnipeg Fire Paramedic Service says the initial call came in at 2:02 p.m. Wilkinson says several structures were lost in the blaze. The area is home to a number of businesses, many of which were evacuated as a precaution.
The fire was initiated by a wildland fire at the back and pushed by high winds into some structures and car storage along the south side of Gunn. Right now we do know we've lost a few structures on both sides of the fire along the south side of Gunn Road.
The crews managed to control the fire by late afternoon, but Wilkinson says the hot, windy conditions made it difficult. Several explosions could be heard as the fire raged on. Fire crews from the RM of Springfield also attended the scene.
This is all commercial and industrial, so there are no residences involved here. We do have a few commercial buildings that have suffered significant fire damage, and right now the fire is contained.
The city of Winnipeg is currently under a fire ban, with Wilkinson urging residents to take care and abide by rules to prevent any further loss.
There you go, Winnipeg, struck by wildfire, causing a pretty significant amount of damage, although it does sound like it's finally under containment. Now, let's go to Vancouver and talk a little bit about bees. As advocates on Vancouver Island are attempting to educate people about bees as those bee populations dwindle.
Couch and Beekeepers Association has seen a significant loss in hives over the winter.
I had 34 last year, and I got knocked down to 11 hives.
The association estimates 75% of the hives have been wiped out.
Usually there's 60% survival, but this year there's 25% survival. So it's a big deal for agriculture and pollination in the spring.
The main cause, they say, is an ongoing one, varroa mites, which have decimated colonies since the early 90s.
They'd be the equivalent of a Dungeness crab sitting on your liver and sucking off your liver.
As experts try and find a solution, thousands of colonies are imported from different countries to Vancouver Island every year. But the beekeepers of Cowichan want to change that narrative.
We're trying to teach people how to make queens, how to make splits so that we don't have to import colonies, so that we can actually have a sustainable apiary system.
And to educate the importance about bees, the Cowichan Beekeepers Association will be sharing that buzz by hitting the road. Enter the Bee-Mobile, an educational trailer which will travel from the Malahat to Ladysmith, setting up at schools and public events.
We get 75% of our food pollination is from the bees, and if we did not have them, we wouldn't have that much variety of food.
The Bee-Mobile is equipped with microscopes, simulated beehive frames, as well as a live observation hive. Other materials will also be showcased in protecting our
I'm not sure whether or not this strategy is going to solve it, but something has to be done, that's for sure. Crab on my liver, what the fuck? Yeah. Well, that was a metaphor or analogy, if you will. They were analogizing what these mites have been doing to the bees, one of the many scourges affecting bees, not just climate change. And humans are trying to do what they can to stop this horrifying trend. It's being seen not just in Canada, all over the United States too. It's a real problem. All right, now let's go back south to the United States, to the mid-Atlantic, where 15 million Americans are on alert for flash flooding. Here's ABC News from 7 hours ago.
We begin tonight with breaking news. The evacuations at this hour, the emergency unfolding right now, a flash flood emergency in parts of the east and the mid-Atlantic. Take a look. Heavy rain up to 2 inches an hour, sending rushing water through Allegheny County. This is western Maryland right here. Video from an elementary school in Westernport, Maryland, showing cars and a dumpster being lifted up by the rushing waters, floating away. Children inside the school had to be rescued late today. Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z with the forecast and the images coming in right now as this system now pushes up the east coast and into the northeast. Ginger, leading us off.
Tonight, a flash flood emergency rapidly unfolding in the mid-Atlantic. Slow-moving storms dumping up to 2 inches of rain per hour in parts of Maryland. Southwest of Cumberland, this video from Westernport Elementary School shows cars, even a dumpster, bobbing in the water. Students inside had to be rescued. The same system flooding parts of Florida Monday, spawning this massive waterspout on a lake near Orlando. Meanwhile, in Minnesota, hotshot crews from as far away as Montana, Utah, and Tennessee coming in to help fight multiple major wildfires. North of Duluth, the Camp House fire burning more than 18 square miles.
Zero containment, and we've lost about 40 plus structures, homes, and cabins.
Michaela Schleep, one of many forced to flee and now wait.
We put every nail in that house. We painted every wall. We did it from the ground up, and just to know it might be gone is so scary.
Not far from there, chopper pilot Earl Waters shooting this video of his water drops over the Jenkins Creek fire. It broke out Monday, exploding to more than 10 square miles. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz calling up the National Guard to help.
Country of real extremes tonight. Ginger, back to this flash flood emergency playing out as we're on tonight. This system still at work?
Yes, 2 to 5 inches, David, has already fallen in parts of the Blue Ridge Mountains in Virginia or in the Potomac Highlands of West Virginia. And so that's why you see that flood warning kind of clustered there. But flood watches all the way down still to Newbern, North Carolina. This system is going to twist up the East Coast as we head through tonight. We kind of forecast it here for central New Jersey heaviest back to parts of Pennsylvania at 7 a.m. tomorrow. We time it out through the afternoon. New York City gets it. And then we will be drying out, much more scattered in nature on Thursday. Total opposite end of the spectrum is back in the northern plains. International Falls, Minnesota was 96 on Sunday, their hottest May temperature on record. Combine that with relative humidity as low as 15%, gusts up to 50.
You know, I'm kind of shocked about, but I guess I shouldn't be because Donald Trump's been getting rid of things, funding for NOAA and the National Forest Service and all these other things. But, and it's also like, I feel like stories like this, like I don't even have a bunch of videos on this. On this particular fire situation happening in Minnesota. But it isn't... I think, genuinely, I think that due to the news hydrant being turned on full blast, stuff like this is just getting missed. Stuff like this just is... I mean, it's almost hard to find this stuff right now. With so much content being like put out, so much like garbage coming out of the Trump administration every fucking second, it's all anybody can focus on. While like genuine like environmental tragedies are happening. But yeah, so they covered two different things in that video. I forgot about that part of it. I meant to actually grab some of the videos of that fire. We'll look at it tomorrow. I'll probably do a stream tomorrow. Let's go talk about the flooding, because that warning turned into genuine flooding all over the place, specifically in Maryland, which got hit real bad. Here's the AP to start us off on all of that.
Floating.
Yeah, it is floating.
Floating.
Yeah, it is floating.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on a second. Taking a video. Those cars are floating right there.
Okay, now,
I got a couple more vids, so we're just going to stay on the screen.
Take a look, if you would, at some of the wide.
Why are you doing this?
Take a look, if you would, at some of the widespread flash flooding taking place in western Maryland, where a flood warning is in effect. Several inches of rain have fallen in a very short period of time in Allegheny County. A total of 150 students and 50 adults were inside an elementary school. They had to be rescued. They are safe. No injuries were reported. Chief Meteorologist
We want to get to some breaking news right now. We've been talking about all the rain. Western Port Elementary School in Allegheny County is being evacuated due to major flooding. Check out this video. It shows brown water in the parking lot, and it's rising up around the cars. It's so high you can barely see some of the tires here in the video. Students and staff at the school are being relocated. We can tell you right now that everyone is safe. All after-school activities are canceled throughout the school system. All other Allegheny County schools are dismissed at 2 o'clock this afternoon. This is a...
Yeah, so people in the western part of Maryland getting hit by some serious floods. 2 inches of rain per hour in some areas, causing wild flash floods. Thankfully, everybody safe. I wonder, one thing I keep wondering about this stuff is how much warning they got, and how much warning should they have gotten? Had our agencies intended to deal with the monitoring and warning about inclement weather being defunded? I wonder. I keep wondering to myself, if Donald Trump hadn't cut this, would people have known even more? Could they have saved this or that thing? Could they have saved their car? Whatever it might be. Yeah. Let's go to Florida. As parts of South Florida also got hit by rain and immediately flooded. Your CBS Miami from yesterday.
Dave, thank you. Our team coverage continues now with CBS News Miami's Anna McAllister.
She's in Miami with a look at the aftermath of today's bad weather and how parts of South Florida got soaked.
From Broward to Miami-Dade, wet weather took over South Florida streets, creating a headache for locals and drivers. Parts of Biscayne Boulevard were submerged Monday, creating chaos for drivers and locals. The flooding expanding to other parts of the county like Miami Beach, where residents like Anna Maria Delfani are used to dealing with the soaked streets.
A few weeks ago, our cars almost drowned.
But she still had to take her pups out for a walk as they sported their own rain gear to stay dry.
It's just been going and going, and my little dogs needed to go outside, so we decided to dress up and get out there.
Fog and clouds painted the Miami skyline this morning. In the Sweetwater area, a tree limb tumbled onto a car. Flooded roads causing cars to stall out. In Edgewater, county workers used pumps to alleviate the flooding, but some residents say they're unsure if they'll stay there long term in the neighborhood.
I'm renting, so I can move wherever I want.
Yeah, this storm system affecting all bunch of places on the East Coast, and there's still, like ABC mentioned, warning, as this storm system is still lingering and traveling across the region. Will be, I think, for the next couple of days. Now let's go all the way to Taiwan. Wait, Taiwan? No. Nope. First, China. Mainland China. Here's South China Morning Post from 22 hours ago. A tornado touched down in a rural area of China. Here's the footage of that moment. The sheep seemed to move almost on instinct during a bout of bad weather. Jesus Christ, that roof just disappeared. It's like it wasn't even there. Like it was nothing. The way that just sort of whipped off the roof. Oh my God, it's just gone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, roof. Even the sheep aren't safe. It's pretty wild footage. Okay. Now to Taiwan. I think the same system hit Taiwan as well. Apparently there was a lot of heavy rain in that storm, which wound up causing a number of landslides. Oh shit. Oh my God. Damn, one of those boulders went straight into the back window of that car, just right into their car. Holy shit. Hit by like half a dozen massive boulders. I wouldn't be shocked if some of those rocks weigh close to 1,000 pounds. Like the big one. That thing is huge. Maybe a little less, but still. I'm surprised that that driver is okay. It's wild. Hope there's nobody else in the car. Hold on, I'm going to go all the way to the end of it. Get aerial footage of what it looks like. Holy shit. Look at the size of these boulders down here. Wow. I guess this road is going to be blocked off for a little bit. Let's look at the actual... Why didn't he reverse? There's... I mean... Are you seeing the rocks here? I mean, that car, I'll bet you that car doesn't run right now. Multiple rock, like, did you see like the shocks move? Like, I'm fairly certain, like in the front, I saw a boulder hit the front, as well as in the back. And then you've got this giant boulder that's literally on his wheel. Two more boulders here. I mean, I guess you could pull, if there's not a rock, which I'm fairly certain there is a rock right in front of this car. I guess you could pull up and then do some fancy maneuvering. This isn't a Humvee. This is like a consumer SUV. It seems like he might be trapped. Not gonna lie. By the way, it would seem China's engineering, at least, you know, was here because so someone thought this through and said, "Man, maybe we should put a wall here." Although it didn't quite hold back as much as I feel they were hoping it would. But yeah, goddamn, a whole side of this cliff just came flying off of it. All right, where are we right now? He didn't even try. That's fair. It didn't seem like he tried. But oh, actually, if you look, I just noticed it in the replay while I looked over at the stream. But you can see, yeah, right here. You can see it perfectly. Where's this guy going? Exactly. He's not going anywhere. That car's not going anywhere.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
He's got that giant boulder in the back, on top of his, basically on top of the bumper, and then you got looks like a pile of boulders in front of the car, and you can see where it hit the front of the car right here. You can see the body is completely fucked. That's a technical term. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to move that car. Okay. One thing I would like to remind everybody about is something we haven't talked enough about. We did talk about it on Sunday Fun Day, not the Sunday Fun Dayest of videos, but we did talk about it. We're going to talk about it again. An update, at least a kind of an update, because we haven't talked about this in a while, but this was from a month ago. Let's talk about A23A. This is the latest large outlet coverage I've seen on this. The world's biggest iceberg, which came up from Antarctica towards the Falkland Islands in South Georgia, where it has landed and is starting to break up.
It's not so much an iceberg as a world of ice. This outcast chunk of Antarctica is 40 miles across. Scientists who've tracked its decades-long journey north by satellite codenamed it A23A, but up close, no number, no words can do it justice.
We're at 1,000 feet in the air, and it's going on as far as we can see, beyond the horizon. I knew this thing was big, but to come up on it like this and see it so close up, it's just unbelievable. It's an ice island, an ice nation of its own, that we're just flying along the coastline of. It's just incredible.
Getting to see the world's largest iceberg by air.
By the way, the A23A is the size of London, larger than New York City, I think. It's huge, is what I'm trying to say.
Requires a special kind of ride. This Royal Air Force A400 Atlas conducts Operation Cold Stare from the Falkland Islands. This flight, about once a month, patrols the sub-Antarctic island of South Georgia, a British overseas territory where penguins outnumber people by 200,000 to 1.
Looks like a barren wilderness, but it's in fact home to the largest concentration of marine mammals and birds anywhere on the planet. And to see it from the air like this is a truly unique opportunity. This routine patrol flight is the only aircraft to overfly it.
The berg is stuck on South Georgia's coastal shelf, and in the haze, hard for the pilots to spot.
It looks like it's the horizon, but it's not. Well, I think it's safe to say we found it.
It's clear this iceberg is breaking up. All along its edge, blocks hundreds of meters across are splitting off, cracks running along its edges.
Each one of these like chunks, if you will, are like billions of gallons of water, fresh water, going into the, of course, salt oceans. And this is going to cause serious problems for us here in the future. It's undetermined how long it's going to take all of this to break up and or melt, but the more it breaks up, the faster it's going to melt. And now that it's run aground up this far, sure, the waters are cold down here, but definitely not as cold as they are where this iceberg came from. And this is definitely going to contribute to rising oceans and potentially some other very important oceanic systems like the currents. Yep, and we have hurricane season right around the corner. Sure, that won't cause any problems. I'm sure. I mean, definitely being sarcastic. Okay. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll come back with the Earth news right after these brief space messages. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit the little bell icon as well so you get the latest galactic notifications, ensuring you don't miss a single episode of this here Spacecast. Now while you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships. Twitch with the bits and the subs and the on-screen celebrates. Got the Cash App and the PayPal if you'd rather all of your money go directly to funding this stream rather than funding the dreams of Jeff Bezos. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron. So many great benefits, I'm not even going to mention them. Just go click that link either in the chat or in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. So many great benefits. Just go and find out. Only $3 a month. Anyway, chat, enjoy this break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Alright, chat, I am back. Time for us to get back to the stream. Okay. Now, we still got a lot of stuff left to talk about here tonight/day. Let's start in Latin America. And I know, I don't have any space news for you today. I've been too overwhelmed by the Earth news, not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
That's too much, man!
Been dealing with so much over here. Space news has taken a back seat to the insane state of geopolitics on planet Earth. Yeah, let's go to Latin America, where China has recently made official appearance. Xi Jinping showed up with other Chinese officials, attempting to shore up support and present a united front. Here's the AP from 20 hours ago. You love Tina. I love Tina. Everyone loves Tina. I think everybody's glad to have Tina back. There are no winners in tariff wars or trade wars. Bullying and hegemonism only leads to self-isolation. China and the Latin American countries of the global South. Independence and autonomy are our glorious traditions. Development and revitalization are our inherent rights. And fairness and justice are a common pursuit. In the face of seething undercurrents of pure political and Jesus Christ, and bloc confrontation, and the surging tide of unilateralism and protectionism, China would like to join hands with Latin countries to initiate 5 programs to seek development and prosperity, and build up the China-Latin American community of a shared future. China's foreign minister made a remark while, I think, also at this CELAC meeting. In today's world, the trend of a multipolar world and economic globalization is surging forward, but a certain major power is obsessed. A certain major power. Throwing the unspecific but very specific shade. But a certain major power is obsessed. Obsessed with the idea of might makes right, and putting itself above everyone else. It is trying to replace international rules with the law of the jungle, and replace multilateralism with unilateralism and hegemonism. It is also using tariffs as a weapon. Jesus Christ, this is moving too fast. It is also using tariffs as a weapon to bully other countries. Such actions have violated the legitimate rights and interests of the entire world, including China and Latin American and Caribbean countries, undermined the multilateral trading system based on rules and disrupted the stability of global politics and economic order. Latin America is the common home of the Latin American people, not a backyard of a certain country. China firmly supports LAC countries in safeguarding independence and strength through unity, exploring a path towards modernization that's suited to national conditions and opposing political forces. Check my earlier messages on Taiwan video. You missed something. Alright, maybe we'll watch it again tomorrow or Thursday, whenever the next stream is. We're going to try and do tomorrow. Definitely one stream between now and Thursday. We will try and redo it. I can't go back now. We've gone too far. We've gone too far. I do appreciate you catching things for me, though. Yeah, China coming out. The hot fire for the United States, or as they put it, a specific country. Okay. All right, let us go to the United Kingdom. Help! I'm being repressed! Reuters from 16 hours ago. UK's M&S says customer data was taken illegal in a cyber attack.
British retailer Marks & Spencer said on Tuesday some personal customer information was taken in a recent cyber attack. The issue has crippled its online operation for more than 3 weeks. M&S, one of the best-known names in British business, stopped taking online orders on April the 25th. Its share price has fallen 15% since the Easter weekend, when problems first started. The retailer, whose 1,000 stores remain open, is widely reported to have been the victim of a ransomware attack. That's where criminals infiltrate companies' computer systems, encrypt them and demand payment before allowing them to resume control. M&S said some customer details had been taken. It blamed the sophisticated nature of the incident and said it would inform customers of the issue. Advising customers there was no need to take any action, the company said it had taken steps to protect its systems while working with cybersecurity experts.
Wait, nobody needs to take any actions? I mean, if you protecting the systems is one thing, but if the data was leaked, I'm fairly certain probably something that people should deal with. I just realized the volume is low. That's my bad. That's my bad. Marks and Spencer in the UK, unfortunately, hit by a cyber attack. The boss username is already has followed. Thanks for the follow there. Boss username is already. Alright, we got more in the UK to talk about. Let's go to Al Jazeera English from 11 hours ago. UK government facing legal challenges over having exported F-35 jet parts to Israel.
Illegal.
This is Gaza. Utter destruction. Most of it delivered from above. At Britain's High Court, a hearing is underway challenging the UK government and their decision to continue supplying parts for the F-35 fighter jets used by Israel. F-35s, the most lethal combat planes, have been instrumental in Israel's destruction of Gaza, carrying out 8,000 missions since October 7th, like the attack on Jabalia in October 2023, a densely populated area, killing 195 Palestinians, wounding another 700, many of them children.
Human rights and international law. That's what we are following.
Palestinian rights group Al-Haq has brought this case to court. They say the F-35 is the ultimate tool of destruction.
F-35 is the main weapons now they use to kill many Palestinians, to kill Palestinians, to destruct their property, and to do everything.
Britain supplies F-35 parts to a global pool controlled by the United States. The government accepts this continued supply breaches its own policy on weapons sales, but will argue halting it could put international peace and security at risk, undermine US confidence in the UK and NATO, and impact its diplomatic relationships.
Okay. There you go. UK is still providing aid to Israel in the form of jet parts, which are absolutely going to get used to continue the genocide in Gaza. And, but are blaming it on the United States. It's our fault. That's an interesting out. I mean, UK, I'm fairly certain is its own country. But yeah, United States, we are asserting ourselves everywhere. Donald Trump threatening all sorts of people, and we just got into a fake deal with the UK. Of course, that deal still hasn't been signed yet, but Donald Trump still announced it, and so did Keir Starmer. But it technically hasn't even been signed off yet. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I find the suggestion that the United States is going to lose, like, at least in the current administration, Donald Trump's going to lose more faith in NATO. I mean, what are we talking about exactly? I don't get it. Can anybody help me on that? Donald Trump, how is Donald Trump going to lose more faith in NATO than he already seemingly has? He's going to tell NATO to, oh, now you have to do 7% of your GDP in military spending. I mean, 5% is already fucking insane. It's more than the United States spends. It has been working with Putin, at least to some degree. A guy who has genuine, genuine outward problems with NATO. It's strange. It's all very strange to me. Yeah, but it's our fault. I get it. It's easier to say it's America's fault. You could take responsibility, though. Just saying. Not that the UK is a substantial amount. Let's be real. I'm gonna give the UK a half pass. Okay, partly because the UK is, what is it, like 2%? I forget the exact number, but it's low. The UK is, in terms of total aid given to Israel, it's a low number. It's in the single digits, if I'm not mistaken. While the United States is basically like 95% of the aid given to Israel. But yeah, I mean, accountability and responsibility should be taken by the UK's government. But Donald Trump is putting everybody in sort of a weird position. Easy to go and say, hey, if we don't do this, Donald Trump is going to come after us. And he's going to cancel our sweet, sweet trade deal. He's going to pull out of NATO. I mean, they're fair. I mean, those are fair fears, right? Like I'll give you that much. I'll give you that much to UK. It's entirely possible that Donald Trump would do something like that. There's no guarantee of what Donald Trump's going to do from any minute. And there's no guarantee that the UK deal is even going to get signed off on. So maybe find some, what do you call it? I want to say scruples, although I guess that technically is the right word. Integrity, I guess. All right. Now let's talk about a situation which we technically kind of talked about this. On Sunday. That being the massive railway which is getting built, the railway hub that's being built in Poland. Let's talk about a different reason for maybe, potentially, why that hub is so important and why why the EU is spending so much money on it. That reason? NATO.
The EU and NATO have a problem. 3 of their Baltic member states have better rail connections with Russia than the rest of Europe. The former Soviet countries still use the 5-foot-wide Russian rail gauge, which is about 3.5 inches wider than Europe's standard gauge, meaning passengers and cargo have to change trains when travelling into the region. In the event of a military conflict with Russia, this would potentially become a critical choke point for NATO troops.
We all agree in NATO that Russia is the long-term threat to NATO territory.
At a cost of $27 billion, the Rail Baltica project aims to tackle NATO security fears head-on.
On the maintenance of supplies depends the maintenance of the fight.
Historically, railways have been a critical element of Russia's warfare. Following the annexation of Crimea in 2014, one of Moscow's top priorities was to build a rail bridge linking the peninsula to Russia. And during its deadly invasion of Ukraine in 2022, Moscow took full advantage of the rail links into the country, which, like Russia and the Baltics, has the same wide gauge tracks.
If you have an interoperable interconnections railway gauge, this makes it easier to bring those troops even deeper into those territories where they want to be.
As Russia's war on Ukraine rages on, and Moscow expands its military bases near the EU border, building a direct rail connection into the Baltics has become one of the bloc's key security projects. The idea for a European standard rail gauge in the Baltics has been around since the early 90s, when Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania gained independence from the USSR.
The current Baltic railway network was designed as an integral part of the vast railway network of the Soviet Union. East-West interconnections were important because they connected Russian cities with the Baltic ports of Klaipėda in Lithuania, Riga in Latvia, and Tallinn in Estonia. The north-south interconnection was not so much developed, and this is where we come to a problem now, because that is the route that connects them with their NATO and EU allies.
Today, this causes significant delays for passengers and up to 8 hours for cargo to be transferred from one train to another at the border between Poland and Lithuania. This bottleneck could become a major vulnerability in the event of a military conflict, because the same track gauge that hinders the movements of NATO forces could offer Russian troops and supply trains the ability to move quickly and directly into the heart of the Baltics. All of which makes Rail Baltica, a project to build a 540-mile-long high-speed rail line, incredibly urgent. Originally launched in 2014, in a bid to save time and billions of dollars on the transfer of goods and passengers.
Now they don't bring up the Polish hub that's being built right now. We were talking about that on Sunday, and I did not. I don't know. It just didn't cross my mind when we were watching it then. That any of it had any military significance. Honestly, I kind of forgot that people transported military, equipment on railroads. But yeah, I mean, that that hub that we were talking about on Sunday, this tens of billions of dollars is being spent on this hub in Poland, which they're suggesting is going to help connect all of Europe and specifically the countries that were just listed, like Estonia and Latvia. And I just, in my mind, I wasn't piecing it all together, and this sort of did it for me. I was like, oh, okay. So it's not just for, you know, public and, you know, like passengers and freight, but we're talking about military significance involved in this railway, apparently.
Project suddenly has a new purpose.
This is also a lesson from Ukraine, that you have these two-track movements. You have to bring military supplies and military personnel of your allies into those countries, and at the same time you have huge masses of people trying to leave the country.
Official estimates project Rail Baltica will be able to replace a 4-mile-long military convoy with a single 40-wagon train, and in the event of armed conflicts, up to 143,000 people could be evacuated from the Baltic capitals to Poland in one day. The original project included new train stations, freight terminals, and links to airports and seaports in the region as part of the greater North Sea Baltic corridor.
Well, there we go. This just felt almost like an update to that story from Sunday. Yeah, I mean, it technically is a concern for people in those countries. Even though Putin says that he's got no interest, supposedly, in war, he's still waging war in Ukraine. And, you know, he's continually talking about NATO countries being too close to Russia. God, really. We're in a fucked up time right now, aren't we, people? All right. Now let's talk about this a little bit more, specifically the Ukraine-Russia conflict, which supposedly may potentially come to an end soon. There's me being optimistic. Here's the Associated Press from 15 hours ago. Let's go to Turkey. See what Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is doing over there.
Прес-брифінг президента України Володимира Зеленського. Ми проговорили з президентом Ердоганом, що у мене буде зустріч.
We spoke with President Erdogan, and I still have a meeting with him in the capital of Turkey, that is Ankara. It will take place on Thursday, May the 15th, which is tomorrow. We will be waiting for a meeting with Putin in Turkey, so that Russia does not manipulate the cities and say that Putin is not ready to fly to Ankara, but only willing to fly to Istanbul. I want to state right away that if Putin flies to Istanbul instead of the capital, I have already sent a signal to the president. And the Turkish side is ready that President Erdogan and I will fly to Istanbul. Cool. Here we go. Zelensky is sort of getting, I think, a little ahead of himself, potentially. Although, I mean, I guess we'll see about that. But, you know, suggesting that Vladimir Putin might not come to Ankara to meet and will instead go to Istanbul for some reason. To avoid actually meeting face-to-face with him. But supposedly, some representatives from Russia will be going to Turkey, whether it's Vladimir Putin or not, whether or not they will come to Ankara or Istanbul, I don't know. But there are supposed to be talks later this week.
Now to Ukraine, because President Zelensky has been giving details about his trip to Turkey later this week. We know he'll meet with President Erdogan, but of course the possibility, albeit slim, that he may meet Vladimir Putin if the Russian president takes part in talks to end the war in Ukraine. The Kremlin has refused to say whether Mr. Putin will actually make that journey. Well, let's speak to our correspondent Frank Gardner, who was at the press conference with Ukraine's president. And Frank, what was he saying about his readiness to sit down with Vladimir Putin and the chances of that actually happening?
Well, readiness yet, he said, I simply don't know if President Putin is going to come to the talks in Turkey, or indeed if President Trump, who has hinted that he may attend. He doesn't have the answer to...
Is it just me, or is everybody at BBC looking kind of tired AF?
Yet, he said, I simply don't know if President Putin is going to come to the talks in Turkey, or indeed if President Trump, who has hinted that he may attend. He doesn't have the answer to either of those, but he said, look, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to secure peace for Ukraine, but the priority must be a 30-day ceasefire, which all Ukraine's allies, he said, had signed up to. And that, of course, was due to begin yesterday morning. Now, there has been a bit of a let-up in some of the long-range airstrikes, but the fact is that Russia has not yet signed up to that ceasefire. He pointed out that Ukraine had agreed to that comprehensive ceasefire way back in March, on March the 11th, 63 days ago. But he said he's going to fly to Ankara, to the Turkish capital, to meet there with Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan before he meets Putin. Now, he said if Putin goes to Istanbul and he's in Ankara, he doesn't want geography to be an excuse for no meeting. He will get on a plane and fly on to Istanbul to meet him there. What he's not prepared to do is to hold talks as president of Ukraine with somebody more junior than President Putin. He said this is only going to, the only person who can stop the fighting is President Putin, Vladimir Putin himself.
I also read that he was saying that if Putin doesn't show, that he is pushing for the strongest set of sanctions yet to be imposed on Russia. We saw that gathering in Kyiv only over the weekend. Is that likely if those events play out in the way I've just said?
I don't think the threat of European sanctions is massively going to hurt the Kremlin. They pretty much shrugged off that joint stance that took place here back on Saturday. What would hurt is if President Trump makes good on his earlier threat that he hinted at, was that if he decides that, as in his words, President Putin is tapping him along, i.e. stringing him along, then he would consider secondary sanctions. That means putting sanctions on those countries like China and India that buy Russia's oil. And it's the money that Russia gets from those sales, admittedly at reduced prices, but nevertheless, that money fuels Russia's war effort. That would hurt. But President Trump, of course, is notoriously quixotic. He seems to change his mind from one week to the next as to which country he's blaming. His most recent outburst on his own social media platform, Truth Social, was full of capital letters and exclamation marks and telling Ukraine it must turn up to the talks in Turkey. Ukraine said, OK, we will. But we still don't know if President Putin is going to be there or not. So I think President Zelensky, and I was only a couple of meters away from him at this press conference, he laid it out what their position was. He clearly doesn't want to be seen as the obstacle for peace.
Yes, indeed. The quixotic nature of Donald Trump's psyche. Yeah, and who knows what Donald Trump will do from one day to the next. Really makes the United States a great partner in all these sorts of things. Yay. Well, I guess we'll keep our eyes out for what happens as it relates to these peace talks that are to happen in Turkey with Russia and Ukraine. Hopefully good things. I mean, I genuinely hope for the best. You know, I'm not wishing for the war to continue, that's for damn sure. But, you know, there's no way to say for sure what's going to happen at this meeting. Or if the meeting will actually happen between Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky. Hard to say. Let's move it along to the Middle East, where we've got a hell of a lot to talk about here today. Boy, oh boy, do we have a lot of stuff to talk about. Let's start off in Israel. Reuters from yesterday. Israelis fear no longer top priority as Trump heads to the Gulf.
How rude.
We're not planning on stopping in Israel, but we will be doing it at some point, but not for this trip.
Israeli politicians have put a brave face on US President Donald Trump's decision to bypass them on his visit to the Middle East this week. But it has fed Israeli concerns that its main ally, Washington, is
This decision by Donald Trump to pass over Israel to go to Saudi Arabia, I think, you know, it proves just how scrupulous / empty vessel Donald Trump is. You know, he's got lots to say, but he is an empty vessel. He has very little actual ideology aside from, how do I make myself richer? I'm gonna do that, right? Like Donald Trump's ideology is Donald Trump, right? Which is why, you know, you hear like the way that things go on, like when he makes an announcement, like you can just kind of tell that somebody dictated stuff to him, and then he just goes off the rails, and it completely loses all semblance of like togetherness. It's just kind of fascinating. I mean, I kind of love it. I don't think he's doing it necessarily to spurn Israel. I mean, he's not. One thing I do think though is I don't think Donald Trump is actually a Zionist, right? Like he's surrounded by Zionists. He received a fuckload of money from Zionists, but I don't think Donald Trump could even spell Zionism. You know, and you listen to the way he talks about this conflict, the way he talks about Israel and Gaza. It's pretty clear that he doesn't actually understand it, right? And so I don't know. I think he might accidentally wind up doing some good stuff here.
Interest. US-Israeli hostage Edan Alexander's release was secured in talks between Washington and Palestinian militant group Hamas that did not include Israel. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office said on Sunday it was informed by the United States. Many Israelis have criticized their government over the deal, like Guy Bar-Natan in Tel Aviv.
It's frustrating that, you know, America had to do our job to get him back. And if everybody thought that Trump will take off, you know, Israel interest, he's taking care of his own business. He's thinking of America. And
he's not thinking of America.
What he's supposed to do.
He's thinking of himself, you fucking idiot. Donald Trump's putting himself over America and over Israel. Okay, you fucking simpleton. What about taking a plane from Qatar is pro-America? What about going to glad hand with MBS is pro-America? I don't understand. But it is fascinating though that Donald Trump is just skipping over Israel and going straight to the same country that he visited first in his last administration. I don't know if you remember, but Donald Trump went to Saudi Arabia on his first trip in 2017. And he's doing it again. Because I think he genuinely has a bromance with Mohammed bin Salman, right? like, he sees him, like, he wishes that he could be MBS, right? I mean, maybe not brown, maybe not actually like Arab and Muslim, but he wants to be, you know, a prince. He wants to be a king. He's got the, they both love oil. They love money. They love repressing people. And that, I think they really bro down. I think they really bro down on those three things. They just love money, oil, and making people do things they don't want to do.
Signs. Last week, Trump announced the US would stop bombing the Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen, just days after a Houthi missile hit Israel's main airport.
And I will accept their word, and we are going to stop the bombing of the Houthis.
An Israeli official called his announcement kind of an embarrassment.
Ooh,
and an Israeli columnist
a
wrote
kind
on
of
Ynet
embarrassment.
that the message was clear. Israel is no longer a top US priority. It compounded Israeli unease at US talks with Iran over its nuclear program, which could blunt any Israeli threat of military action.
I'd love to see a peace deal, a strong peace deal. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, but...
And as Trump prepared to visit Riyadh, Reuters reported that the United States was no longer demanding Saudi Arabia normalize ties with Israel as a condition for progress on civil nuclear cooperation. He's also visiting Qatar and the UAE. Normalization, a major goal for Netanyahu, now seems delayed indefinitely. This was partly to get round Riyadh's insistence that Israel move towards a settlement with the Palestinians. But it underlined how damaging the Gaza war has been for Israel internationally. Its military campaign there has killed more than 52,000 Palestinians, health authorities say, and laid the
Shocking. Israelis concerned that Donald Trump is already abandoning them. Don't worry, though. I mean, you're not really abandoned. I mean, Donald Trump did approve another, what was it, $20 billion in military aid for Israel. So, I mean, I get it. You had a rampant self-espoused Zionist in Joe Biden in the White House for 4 years. Got real used to just a massive focus on Israeli politics, but Donald Trump doesn't really understand the politics of it all, so he, you know, he just follows the money. You know, he's a very transactional man. But speaking of transactions, let's talk quickly about the release of Edan Alexander, an Israeli soldier who was held prisoner in Gaza for hundreds and hundreds of days, who the Trump administration has apparently secured the release of without the involvement of Israel whatsoever.
Okay, I want to bring you an update on some of that breaking news we had earlier. Hamas has confirmed it's been in talks with US officials in recent days. It's agreed that Israeli soldier Edan Alexander, who holds dual American citizenship, will be released. Hamas says it's parts of negotiations aimed at reaching a ceasefire with Israel, reopening the Gaza Strip's borders and allowing the entry of humanitarian aid. Hamda Sahut is joining us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. She's there because the Israeli government and the Palestinian Authority have banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. A couple of things to notice here. We're talking specifically about a captive who has dual Israeli-American citizenship, but also we're talking about Hamas having direct talks with the US.
Well, this is not the first time Hamas and the United States have engaged in direct dialogue in an effort to free American captives still held in Gaza. This is the second time that we know of these talks going on behind the scenes. The first time that it happened, the Israelis were quite angry with the fact that the Americans were going behind the scenes and negotiating directly with Hamas in order to bring about the release of American hostages inside of Gaza. But nonetheless, this time, these negotiations negotiations were ongoing for days, as we know now. And Hamas, within the last couple of hours, said that they were being finalized. But finally, we did receive a statement from Hamas saying that they will, in fact, release Edan Alexander, a 20-year-old American Israeli. He was serving in the Israeli military at the time when he was taken captive into Gaza. And it's also worth mentioning that there were leaked remarks from the Israeli Prime Minister earlier today that were published in Israeli media, in which he said that this was a huge possibility, which leads the Israeli public and Israeli media to make the assertion that the Israelis were notified by the Americans about this stuff happening behind the scenes. And the Israelis think that this is a gesture Hamas is trying to put forward to the Americans, but specifically to U.S. President Donald Trump, so that the mediators can really try and put together a comprehensive ceasefire deal that's going to end the war, because those talks have been at a stalemate since the Israelis broke the ceasefire deal back in March.
Hamna, you mentioned earlier on that the first time it was discovered that Hamas and the US were having talks, Israel was very angry about that. One wonders how they're going to react this time round. And of course, it then leads on to questions about the remaining captives being held in Gaza.
Well, there are a lot of questions within Israel, specifically from the Israeli public and the family members of Israeli captives who have long accused the government of prioritizing politics over the public, meaning that they are trying to prolong their time in office. This accusations against the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, saying that he's prolonging the war for personal and political gain. And it's worth mentioning that members within his own government have said that the captives are not the main priority of the Israeli government moving forward in these plans of the war and in expanding their offensive on the ground inside of Gaza, which is also ruffling a lot of feathers, not just in Israel, but abroad within their allies, specifically the United States. So there are a lot of moving parts here to this, but the question as to what's going to happen to the remaining captives, well, it's going to be up to the Israelis now to see what kind of deal they're willing to accept, because when the negotiations for phase 2 of the now collapsed ceasefire deal were going on, Hamas had said that they were willing to release all of the remaining captives, all of those who are alive, and the remains of those who are deceased in one large exchange on the first.
I will say this, though. I have heard rumors that Donald Trump has at least gotten slightly educated recently about all this and has learned, perhaps, through his envoy, that Israel is actually just playing games and they aren't serious about trying to get a ceasefire, or even serious about getting their own hostages, prisoners back. I mean, we can call them hostages, we can call them prisoners. It's really somewhat interchangeable, as many of the people who have been held in Gaza up to this point are technically IDF soldiers, even if they were doing civilian stuff when they got picked up. But, you know, let's not play that game right now. We'll get to that in a second. Here is a video of Edan Alexander being released and reuniting with his family. There we go. His family very happy to see him. China could have raised the interest to USOs. No, China can't actually do that. I'm just going to point that out. Sorry, Arvin. That is not one of the levers China has. They can't just raise the interest that the United States owes. The money that the United States owes China is in government bonds, U.S. treasuries, which China bought up, which have a face value and an interest rate applied to that. But we're randomly switching topics here, but it's fine. The interest is set. Although technically, the interest rates, could, well, what's the word? Actually, no. Even if interest rates on those bonds go up, the ones that they hold have the same interest rate still. They could sell it, and right. They could sell it, and there's been suggestions that they already have started somewhat. Although I think it's not clear whether or not they're going full. I think it is clear actually that they're not going full bore on selling U.S. treasuries. But yeah, selling treasuries would be their big lever on that debt, right? Selling them would create. If China sold all of its U.S. debt all at once, it would probably put the United States into an immediate economic disaster, right? Like, it's entirely, like, it's just, I mean, technically, Japan holds more treasuries than China does, but honestly, if either country just decided to just blast off and just unload their entire holdings of U.S. treasuries, it would cause a massive problem for the U.S. government. All right, but we can't get too distracted. Let's go back to talking about the hostages. Here's Middle East Eye from yesterday. This is a clip from I think this was this Channel 4? I think this was Channel 4. I can't remember who. But a Palestinian author was on a media interview.
Congratulations, first of all, on your win. I'm very sorry for everything you and your family continue to go through. Your win is not without controversy, obviously, and in particular, some comments you've made in the past about the Israeli hostages have been very controversial, where you have said that most of the hostages held by Hamas are not actually hostages. I believe you specifically singled out Emily Damari, who's a 28-year-old who was kidnapped from her home and held for 471 days and lost 2 fingers. I'm just wondering, is there anything you want to clarify about those comments?
First of all, I did not question her status as a hostage, because she's a hostage, but because what other Palestinians who were kidnapped. I mean, I don't want to name people, but I have people in my family who were kidnapped from checkpoints, from schools, from shelters, and they are named prisoners. So my question was, why should Emily and other hostages be named hostages while my loved ones should be named prisoners? So that was the question. I've never denied anyone suffering. I know that everyone is suffering, Israelis and Palestinians. But why are our sufferings not acknowledged? Why are we called terrorists? Why are we called prisoners of war, while the Israelis who were kidnapped from Israel are named hostage? Does this give them more humanity because they are Israelis, while my loved ones are being named prisoners and they are tortured? I mean, I myself, by the way, I was kept hostage for 53 hours. I was blindfolded and handcuffed and was beaten in my face and asked for the Israeli soldiers to see a doctor, and they denied me any medical treatment. So no one is talking about this. Why? They are not acknowledging my suffering. So I questioned, why are they given this privilege of being called a hostage, while I am called in all the social, in all news platforms, I was detained. I was a prisoner. Why? Am I less human than anyone else? So that was the question. It was not the question that she was not kidnapped, that she was not tortured. I did not talk about any of this.
Well, you did criticize some Western...
Now, before this MSNBC host clutches pearls, I just want to point this out. I made this same argument. I've made this same argument like a half a dozen times. And when I heard this, I was like, oh my God, this is what I've been saying this whole goddamn time. The media continues to make this distinction between Palestinian prisoners and Israeli hostages. But they were functionally the same. And Israel's been using those prisoners as bargaining chips, and there's been no coherence in these terms as we've gone through this. I feel like it's gotten even worse, honestly, especially in recent months when there was more hostages released, and it's a frustrating thing. You know, journalists are supposed to be, you know, the people to use language in proper ways to be able to, you know, elucidate facts and ideas to us. But they've been using them against us and to form specific narratives that make Israel look better and Palestinians look worse, right? Fact is, atrocities were committed on October 7th, and atrocities were committed every day before October 7th by Israel on Palestinians, okay? And it's just, you know, it's been an incredibly frustrating dichotomy for me personally to have to hear about it, right? Like, you're holding Palestinians in military prisons, right? Without due process, without rights, without trial, without all of these things, right? Without having to prove that they're Hamas, without having to prove they've committed a single crime in places that Israel doesn't actually even control technically, right? Not in Israel, in Gaza, right? So if you're taking people out of Gaza and putting them into an Israeli prison, what is that other than a hostage? Israel isn't the police force of Gaza. They don't get to decide who's committing crimes in Gaza, right? Like, same thing for the fucking West Bank. But of course, we all know that that's, you know, we could get into the fact that Israel, of course, has in some ways controlled both of those places. But nobody wants to talk about that. But it's just, this use of language has been wielded against Palestinians for the last 2 years, basically. And it's just been so frustrating to have to hear it over and over again. Have nobody push back on it. I was fascinated to see this interview on MSNBC.
Not torture. I did not talk about any of this.
Well, you did criticize some Western outlets for humanizing the hostages.
Because we are not humanized.
Well, I guess my question to you is, wouldn't the better approach to be to humanize everyone, to treat all humans?
Do you know what I'm going through every day?
I cannot even imagine.
Do you know how many members of my family were killed?
Try.
31 members of my family were killed in one airstrike.
That is such a dismissive thing to say. I can't even imagine. She says it twice. Hopefully, like, just trying to, like, shut him out. I can't imagine. Don't make me try and imagine, please.
Do you know how many members of my family were killed?
I cannot even
31
imagine.
members of my family were killed in one airstrike. And 4 of them were first cousins, were killed, with 2 of them with their husband and their children. And you are questioning me how to use language here?
Oh, you brought it up. I'm just asking you to elaborate on comments you had made that have attracted a lot.
He didn't bring it up. You literally asked. You brought it up.
I'm just asking you to elaborate on comments you had made that have attracted a lot of criticism. That's all.
Well, I mean,
I'm
you know what? There is the point, and I would like everyone to understand it. A Palestinian won a Pulitzer Prize. What do you expect the other side to say? Are they going to celebrate it? And by the way, the win is not my win as Musab. It is for the stories that I shared with the whole world. And I promise you, there are so many stories that I haven't written. One story, because they mentioned that Emily was kidnapped for 500 days. And I'm not denying this. But I would like to tell you that a cousin of mine was killed in October 2023. And her body remained under the rubble for 558 days. And still, her husband and their child is still under the rubble until today. So, I don't want to compare several. I hate this. But I mean, 560 days under the rubble. She was killed. She was not kidnapped. She did not lose 2 fingers. I lost members of my family. And this is not to minimize her suffering. I've never attacked her as a human being, but I was questioning, why should we humanize this soldier? And she was a soldier. And the other hostage was a soldier too. So I'm not making stories up. I was questioning, why should we sympathize with this soldier who a few days later after her release went to celebrate who? Her sister who graduated from the Air Force What is the Israeli Air Force? They are responsible for the killing of my family. So why am I supposed to sympathize with her? Not because she is A and B, but no, because she is celebrating the graduation from the Air Force of a sister who, and by the way, one last point. In 2009, I was injured in an airstrike. One piece of shrapnel pierced my neck 3 centimeters away from my windpipe. And in that airstrike, 7 people were killed. So the question, who was going to kill me as a 16-year-old child?
Yeah. You know, and I found it to be somewhat cathartic to watch him sit there and just sort of dismantle this MSNBC host who seemed to be only concerned with getting this guy to, you know, do a Piers Morgan, condemn Hamas, condemn yourself for suggesting that we should use language differently, you know, and he just sort of laid it all out. He's like, what's the difference between a Palestinian prisoner and an Israeli hostage, you know? I think he put it very well. I'm fairly certain that's not going to get enough views, you know, out there. So much going on. That video on Middle East Eye only got 34,000 views. Speaking of Israel and all the war crimes they're committing, Israel's currently denying that it's using food as a weapon of war. Still, BBC News from 18 hours ago.
Israel's military says it has struck a Gaza hospital, which it says was housing militants. In a raid on Tuesday, the strike ended a brief pause in fighting to allow the release of a US-Israeli hostage. Hamas says the attack killed a journalist being treated after an Israeli attack last month. It comes as the UN has called for urgent international action to get aid into Gaza amidst fresh warnings that nearly 500,000 people there, 1 in 5 of the population, now faces catastrophic hunger. The Israeli government has allowed no food into Gaza for more than 2 months now. Fergal Keane reports a warning for you. His report does contain distressing images from the start.
Hunger visible as the Israeli blockade tightens its grip. The smaller you are, the harder the struggle. Dana Al-Hajj is 11 years old. She is disabled. Her mother Wafa has struggled to find food.
We are adults, we can handle it, but these kids are victims. They cannot handle it. They can die from hunger. If my girl doesn't die today, she will die tomorrow if this situation continues.
The hungry and the weak are everywhere. Islam Hajjaj and her 6-year-old daughter Najwa. Malnourished, eyes that already know immense loss.
Who will help me with my daughter? I lost another girl during the war. I gave birth to her, and she only lived for 1 month with me. And because of malnutrition and the cold, my daughter passed away.
Gaza is no longer a place of the modern world, but the medics here struggle on. In the past year, we followed the experiences of American doctor Sam Attar, fighting to save lives, too often losing. This little boy died from a shrapnel wound in his skull.
And afterwards, we all found out, and we all just felt a little cold and detached from it, because it's stuff we're seeing all the time. And you save who you can, you mourn who you can, and then you move on. You have to.
Sam filmed much of what he saw, what will never leave him. The man arriving at hospital with pieces of his dead child in a bag.
I couldn't find her yesterday, but I looked for her today and I found her under the rubble of the bathroom. She was martyred and torn to pieces.
A few days ago, we reported on this little girl, 5-month-old Sewar Ashura. Our journalist in Gaza went back to see her today. Her immune system is yielding to a skin infection. Hers, a cry for all the lost and broken children of Gaza. Fergal Keane, BBC News, Amman.
The head of the UN body that provides humanitarian relief in Gaza has told the BBC that Israel is weaponising the delivery of food aid there and that action would be assessed as a
illegal
crime. Philippe Lazzarini, the director of the UN Relief and Works Agency, said that the response from Israel to the attacks by Hamas on October the 7th had been disproportionate and that the international community had shown a monstrous indifference to the conflict. The Israeli government has accused UNRWA of complicity with Hamas. He was speaking to our international editor, Jeremy Bowen.
The Israelis say that your activities are hopelessly compromised in Gaza by infiltration by Hamas and the fact that staffers at UNRWA actually took part in the killing on 7th of October.
We are receiving hundreds of allegations from the State of Israel. Each time, as a rule-based organization, we keep asking for substantiated information. We never ever receive them.
On the subject of proof, on the Israeli government website, there's a link to a 73-page PDF with some names, ID pictures, documents which they say they captured in Gaza, which they say absolutely proves that UNRWA has been riddled by Hamas infiltration.
The UN keep asking Israel, please share this information. Until today, we haven't received any information from the government of Israel, except for the 19 staff who were allegedly incriminated to the massacre of October 7th. The agency decided to suspend the 19 staff, even for those for which there was absolutely no proof.
But they've got a point though, haven't they? That
nope.
Any essence of doubt about this whole thing does make it very difficult for you to continue. The Americans have frozen your funds.
No, it does. It does. I mean, just because the United States froze funds doesn't mean that that it's actually legitimate. That's fucking nonsense.
I would disagree. We are in a war of narrative. There is a lot of propaganda. Never forget that the State of Israel has increased its budget by $150 million just for the propaganda.
Let us speak about what's going on at the moment in Gaza. Israel has not allowed any humanitarian aid in now for, what, more than 2 months?
Illegal.
How serious is the situation there for civilians?
Starvation is spreading. People.
I mean, how fucking stupid do you have to be to not know how serious the situation is for civilians? Like, really? Like, it is wild. Now, earlier on Tuesday, sirens were heard in Israel after Yemen fired another missile. Oh shit, wait, I just skipped over this. Probably because I didn't want to look at it, because it's so fucking tough. But let's go back to talking about starving Gazan children with Democracy Now! So
Democracy
depressing.
depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. On Monday, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres called for an end to Israel's total blockade of Gaza, which is now in its 3rd month. A new UN report warns 1 of every 5 people in Gaza is facing starvation, as, quote, goods indispensable for people's survival are either depleted or expected to run out, unquote. Save the Children's warning, every child in Gaza is now at risk of famine. Earlier this month, the World Central Kitchen announced it can no longer prepare and distribute food in Gaza since they've run out of supplies. This is Amna Rizik, a mother of 6 in Jabalia in Gaza.
All day on one piece of bread, I swear. One piece. We eat one meal. All of us, the elderly, the young, we're all living on one piece of bread. We divide it among ourselves. We divide one piece of bread, I swear. What can we do?
For more, we go to Gaza City, where we're joined by Mahmoud Al-Saka, Oxfam's Food Security and Livelihoods Coordinator. Welcome to Democracy Now! Thank you for joining us from Gaza. Explain the effects of the Israeli blockade on Gaza right now.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. As you already mentioned, the Israeli authorities now imposing this complete blockade for all the supplies into Gaza since more than 70 days. So we are talking about no any humanitarian or commercial, no food, no medical supplies are entered since the 2nd of March. And also the nutrient supplements and the therapeutic food for the treatment of malnutrition also is forbidden. Our supplies as organizations, as humanitarian organizations, and also other like-minded organizations, supplies have been depleted. So the situation on the ground here is becoming unbearable, to be honest. And also the families have been exhausted, all kinds of coping mechanisms. We are seeing that the stocks are depleted and also observing this worsening public health situation in the overcrowded makeshift camps and locations where the people are sites. Just yesterday, an important report have been issued, which is it's measuring the food insecurity of the people and also the malnutrition. This report is also mainly confirming what we have already repeatedly during the last days, that there is an warning of the situation in the Gaza Strip, where they are saying that the whole population continues to face this critical risk of famine, and also 500,000 people are starving in Gaza Strip. When we are talking about starving, we are talking about they are facing a catastrophic food insecurity situation. That means that they have an extreme lack of access for food, and there's a malnutrition rates are increasing, and also we are expecting this due to this starvation and diseases outbreaks. So
yeah, the humanitarian situation just continues to get worse, and little to nothing is being done to force Israel to allow aid in. And I don't even know what we should even do right now as people to somehow try and pressure that ourselves. I mean, I find it hard to believe that this administration is going to take seriously protesters. I mean, maybe they'll take them seriously and then they'll kick them out of the country, deport them. I mean, regardless of the deportations, I mean, are we to expect that the Trump administration is going to see pro-Palestinian supporters complaining about the blockade of aid seriously, and then go and enact, some policy to appease the protesters who they so vehemently disagree with on an ideological basis? I mean, I don't think I'm being overly pessimistic to suggest that that's probably not going to do it. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here, but it just doesn't. I just don't see how that's going to translate to actual action on the ground. Like, I believe me. I mean, I think we all know just how much I supported the protests during the Biden administration, but I just like some other kind of pressure. Like, Donald Trump does not respond to that kind of stuff, in my estimation of anything. People are just going to be punished for doing that at this point. I'm not saying we should stop protesting. I'm just saying I just find it unlikely that the Trump administration is going to give a shit and not use the protests as a way to identify and deport or attempt to deport people for that speech. You know, maybe I'm being too pessimistic, but I don't know. You're right. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in Trump's mind from one second to the next. But, you know, that's just my opinion. Okay, this is footage with very bad audio. Air raid sirens going off, and I'm not sure if this is Tel Aviv or Jerusalem. You can see people running to the bomb shelters. Here we go. And now this aspect may be indirect pressure, I suppose. But, you know, Donald Trump came to an agreement with the Houthis without Israel. And, you know, I don't think the US is going to respond to this. Which I guess in a way is a form of pressure. I could be wrong. It could just be unintentional pressure, I guess. They may have done it completely. I mean, it could be that the Trump administration chose to do this for another reason. It could be the Trump administration was sick of watching fighter planes go flying into the Red Sea over and over again, sick of having ships attacked by Yemen, and decided to get into that deal regardless of any pressure it might create on Israel. I don't know. But, you know, I'm sure most people heard that the Trump administration had gotten into a bilateral agreement with Yemen to stop fighting, but did not include any verbiage forcing Yemen to stop attacking Israel. So I don't expect a U.S. response on this situation. Which I guess is an improvement. Hard to call it that, but I guess it is. Let's go quickly and talk about Qatar, who is offering Donald Trump a new plane.
Tonight, President Trump may be getting a new ride courtesy of the government of Qatar in the Middle East. It's a luxury Boeing 747-8, and news of the plane is proving controversial. CBS's Willie James Enman is at the White House with the details. Willie.
Tarika, good evening to you. The Gulf nation of Qatar says the gift of a luxury jumbo jet to serve as a presidential aircraft for Donald Trump is, quote, under consideration. Whatever it is, gift or plan, it comes as the president prepares for a three-nation trip to the Middle East. President Trump has already toured the 747-8. It happened in February when the luxury jet was flown to Palm Beach, Florida. CBS News has learned it's poised to be a gift from Qatar's royal family. It is not ready for presidential use and would need to be retrofitted. The president, who departs Monday to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, will use one of the 747s that have served as Air Force One since the first President Bush. The value of the gift from a foreign power is sparking legal and ethical concerns. Maryland Democrat Jamie Raskin posting on X, "The Constitution is perfectly clear. No present of any kind, whatever, from a foreign state without congressional permission." The White House press secretary says the administration will comply with the law. Also this weekend, new developments.
Now, I would point this out to Jamie. Mr. Senator Raskin. Wait, Congressman? He's a congressman. He's in the House. That's right. One thing I would like to point out to Jamie Raskin is that this would require Republicans to give a shit about what Donald Trump does that's illegal or contravening the Constitution. It required, I mean, for this to not happen, for it to not go through, you know, devoid of whatever Donald Trump decides to actually do about the situation, it would require the Republicans to, I don't know, grow some spines between them and actually, you know, take away their permission, essentially. Because I'm not sure actually how the law goes, so I might be wrong about this. Maybe Congress, I'm not sure if Congress has to actually genuinely go and take a vote on this or not, or if they can just say, it's fine, not vote on it. Should probably look into that. But it's definitely, it would definitely seem to be illegal. Certainly quite a bit, a nice bit of, what do you call it? Corruption. I mean, but you know, honestly, I don't even know where I stand on what. Well, all right, take that back. I don't think Donald Trump should be accepting this gift, but I do wonder what this gift might have in terms of effect on Donald Trump's policies, right? Because I mean, Qatar, to some degree, not entirely, but are generally somewhat pro-Palestinian. And I don't know if, you know, this is the fucked up thing about all this. I feel like I wind up getting into this weird mode of like thinking as Donald Trump, a man who is purely transactional and only sees dollar signs, specifically as they relate to him, and whatever it is that he can bring back to America, you know, and say, look at what I've done for America. Like, it is so tiresome, the transactional nature of Donald Trump, and having to think about it from that perspective, right? Like, because I feel like I just want like, I want Donald Trump to be affected in ways that he has not been getting affected, because he's been completely insulated this whole fucking time. I just don't know. I mean, it's definitely wrong. Like generally speaking, this is not something that we should be doing. I do wonder what effect it would have on Trump's foreign policy. Let's keep it going. See what Donald Trump had to say. Oh, wait. Yeah, no. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say about this gift from the Qatari royal family.
This $400 million jumbo jet, affectionately known as the Flying Palace, would likely be the most expensive gift the US government has ever received. And for President Donald Trump, it's a no-brainer.
I think that was a very nice gesture. Now, I could be a stupid person and say, oh, no, we don't want a free plane. We give free things out. We'll take one, too.
We give free
but
things
the generous benefactor is Qatar.
What free things are we giving to Qatar? I don't understand. Does he just mean generally that the United States has given free things, like free planes to Israel, or like HIV medication to different countries in Africa? Or does he think that we're giving a bunch of stuff to Qatar? I guess I mean, whatever. I don't know.
We give free things out. We'll take one, too.
But the generous benefactor is Qatar's royal family, raising the question, what does the Gulf state get in return?
Nothing says America first like Air Force One, brought to you by Qatar. It's not just bribery, it's premium foreign influence.
Don't talk to me about foreign influence, Chuck. How much did you get from APAC?
From 1990 is apparently wearing on the president.
You know, we're very disappointed that it's taken Boeing so long to build a new Air Force One. You know, we have an Air Force One that's 40 years old. And if you take a look at that compared to the new plane of the equivalent, stature at the time, it's not even the same ballgame.
Qatar's plane would reportedly be donated to Donald Trump's presidential library at the end of his term in office.
I'm sorry. I don't understand that. What person in their right mind thinks that the presidential library needs a 747? I don't understand. Why? What are we gonna? What is it? They're gonna use it as like a cart for books. They're gonna push it around the aisles and fill up the library shelves with it, or are we gonna fly people to the library in the plane? Are we gonna turn the plane into a library and then fly that? I just don't understand. I guess I'm just too stupid to understand what a plane, what a $500 million plane is going to do as it relates to the presidential library. It's just not making sense. It's just none of it's making sense.
This is ridiculous.
Okay. Let's go to Democracy Now! See what they've got to say about this presidential plane.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. President Trump was greeted by Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman as he landed in Riyadh today on the first stop of his major trip of his second term. He'll then head to Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. Trump is pushing for Saudi Arabia to invest over $1 trillion in the United States and sign new arms deals. Executives traveling on the trip include the world's richest man and Trump advisor, Elon Musk, also his brother, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink, Citigroup CEO Jane Fraser, Palantir's Alex Karp, and OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. Ahead of the trip, President Trump confirmed reports that the royal family of Qatar may soon give him a $400 million luxury 747 plane known as the Flying Palace to temporarily replace Air Force One. ABC News reports the plane may be the most valuable gift ever given to the United States from a foreign government. According to multiple press reports, the plane would be initially given to the Air Force, which will need to spend millions to refurbish it. The plane will later be donated to President Trump's presidential library, meaning Trump could continue using the plane.
You know, I've heard a bunch of numbers on this. The biggest number I've heard is, in terms of the refurbishment of this plane, would cost twice as much as the worth of the plane. Especially considering some of the potential, security problems with receiving a plane from a foreign government. There's a lot of space in that plane to hide, I don't know, bugs, other sorts of spycraft-like objects, devices. But I heard a number like $750 million is what it would cost to retrofit this plane into a new Air Force One.
After he leaves office. On Monday, President Trump defended Qatar's offer.
It's not a gift to me, it's a gift to the Department of Defense.
We're joined now by Robert Weissman, co-president of Public Citizen. President Trump just said, Rob, this is not a gift to me. This is a gift to the Air Force. Your response?
Yeah, it's not a gift to the Air Force. It's not a gift to the American people. It's a very personal gift to Donald Trump, designed, as everyone can see, to buy influence and ongoing access with the president of the world's most powerful nation. It is almost certainly the most corrupt deal in all of American history. Part of the plan, as you mentioned, is that he'll use it as Air Force One and then keep access to it after he leaves the presidency, which he is going to do at the end of this term, for his personal use. Never been anything like this before. It plays perfectly to Trump. It's not just a large gift. It is, as you said, described as a palace in the sky. So plays into his love for the ornate, the opulent, and the regal. And it is, to say it is unconstitutional is to understate the scale of this corruption.
Rob Weissman, if you can also talk about, I mean, it's $400 million so-called gift, but then the Air Force would have to pour in millions. Explain.
Right. Well, this is made to be a palace in the sky, but it's not made to be Air Force One. So all of the national security devices and protections that have to be built into the plane would have to be built into this so-called gift. So it's a huge waste of taxpayer assets. It's not clear how much time Trump would be able to use it while in the presidency. Reports are it would take years to do that upgrade. And by the time it's upgraded, it may be time to move on to the next president. So it is, for an administration that claims to care about efficiency, which is obviously a lie, this is yet another indication that that is just a nonsensical claim, a sop that they throw out there. It is the most wasteful and inefficient administration probably in American history. That this is a small piece of that, is a tiny part of this problem. The core problem here is the core corruption that this embodies, and it is fundamental to understanding what this Trump administration is all about.
It's a number of Republicans who are raising serious questions about this. You have Senator Hawley, who's saying, why can't this big, beautiful plane be from the United States? In fact, Trump worked a deal to get 2 Boeing planes. What's happened to them as Air Force One?
Right. So this actually is a Boeing plane, but it's owned by Qatar, which would then gift it to him. You're right that lots of Republicans, even they, are saying, hey, this is a step too far. Right-wing commentators like Laura Loomer and Ben Shapiro are denouncing it, which gives you some indication of how outrageous it is. It is a direct violation of the U.S. Constitution's Emoluments Clause, which says the president cannot accept gifts from foreign nations. And it is also the case, as you said, that there already are more Boeings on the way. They are slow. Boeing is a company that is not doing well now and is messing this up, apparently, as it's messing up so much more. But it does take a long time to build Air Force One, in part because everyone who's even making a part for the plane is required to undergo a national security background. In the same way, it'll take a long time to upgrade this plane if, in fact, the gift is made to Donald Trump.
Qatar, dubbed indispensable for U.S. military operations, recently extended its defense cooperation agreement with Washington, yet signed a beachside villa resort deal with the Trump Organization. Can you talk about the significance of this deal, Rob?
Everything about the trip that Trump is on right now should be understood as about personal grift first, and secondarily about potential U.S. interests. So Trump is accepting this plane. He and his family business are looking to make so-called investments in the UAE and Qatar. They're not really investments. They're just licensing deals where they're paid to let their name be plastered on golf courses and towers. He also has his cryptocurrency businesses and just accepted a deal that's going to purchase $2 billion of his crypto for no reason at all, except to gift some portion of that to Trump. So there's a lot of money flowing in to this presidency personally. The first Trump administration was the most corrupt in American history by far. What's going on now is literally orders of magnitude worse. You know, in the first administration, we were upset about the Trump Hotel and people in foreign governments taking out hotel rooms they didn't need at $800 or $1,200 a night. Now they're making deals for $400 million a pop. It is quite something.
Yeah.
And it is.
It's a great point. I mean, Donald Trump's corruption from his first term, at least, you know, they were trying to obfuscate it through their hotel rooms and whatever else, and rounds at the golf course or whatever else, where they knew the money would get to them, but it wasn't, you know, wasn't hundreds of millions at a time. And yeah, it's, and it's, you know, it's not just his plane, it's the cryptocurrency. I mean, there are so many easy ways to enrich Donald Trump now. It's pretty fascinating. I just wanted to really just take a quick detour here. Here is a Laura Loomer tweet or truth. I'm not sure. This was reposted, I think, by Now This News. Here's Laura at Laura Loomer. I love President Trump. I would take a bullet for him. But I have to call a spade a spade. We cannot accept a $400 million gift.
Zuckerbucks.
From jihadists in suits. The Qataris fund the same Iranian proxies in Hamas and Hezbollah who have murdered U.S. service members. The same proxies that have worked with the Mexican cartels to get jihadists across our border. This is really going to be such a stain on the admin if this is true. And I say that as someone who would take a bullet for Trump.
Wait, so you would still take a bullet? It's because she's still maintaining what do you call it? A deny, like she's just in a denial. If it's true, I don't know if it's true. It can't be true. My great leader, Trump, who I would take a bullet for, would never do such a thing. It's a lie. The mainstream media is lying to me. He wouldn't take it. What? There's footage of Donald Trump saying he'd be stupid not to take the plane? Oh, no. How was my Laura Loomer impression? Was it good? Did you like it? It was my best. I can't even really think of what her voice sounds like right now. But shockingly, Laura Loomer, not the only right-winger complaining about this gift. Even Ben Shabibo, Pope of the Jews, on his show, came out to express his dissatisfaction.
The Trump administration is now preparing to accept a super luxury Boeing 747-8 jumbo jet from the royal family of Qatar. It is a $400 million gift available for use by President Trump as new Air Force One until shortly before he leaves office, at which time, according to the deal, the plane doesn't stay with the United States government. It then moves to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation, taking sacks of goodies from people who support Hamas, the Muslim Brotherhood, Al Jazeera, all the rest. That's not America first. Like, please define America first in a way that says you should take sacks of cash from the Qatari royals who are behind Al Jazeera. It just isn't America first in any conceivable way. So,
it's not America first. It's not America first. Al Jazeera, how dare he?
Behind Al Jazeera. It just isn't America first in any conceivable way. So, back to the original question. Is this good for President Trump? Is it good for his agenda? Is it good for draining the swamp and getting things done? The answer is no, it isn't.
No, it isn't. Oh no, Ben losing faith in Trump. Oh no, poor Ben. Oh God. Oh, this is so painful to watch. Ben looks so upset. I think I see a tear forming in his eye. I think that's just him seeing the reality of who Donald Trump is for the first time, maybe. Joshua Keller with a sweet, sweet super chat. Back in 2012, I said 20% of Americans thought Obama was a foreign-born Muslim. And my mom said, how do we know he isn't? Fast forward to now. She wants to give Trump the benefit of the doubt. I'm tired. I don't blame you, Joshua. We're all tired. Thank you for the super chat, though. I appreciate you. Oh, God. Tired. I am so tired. I really am so tired of this back and forth. The insane tornado of news that I feel like I live in right now. As well as the sort of similar element of what you're talking about. Just sort of the massive just denial. The stage, this sort of... this sort of... Oh God, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm losing my mind right now. Sort of metastasized denial in the Trump party. Really, that's the new name of the Republican Party. The Trump Party, you know, there's a lot of denial running around there. All right, to the story of the hour. Saudi Arabia, Donald Trump making his first foreign visit to hang out with his bro, Mohammed bin Salman. Here we go. The decades-old Air Force One Donald Trump making his way. Stops right there, give it a little fist pump. Look at the stairs, make sure I don't fall. Gotta take it real slow. Stairs are tough when you're 85 years old. Good to see you, Crown Prince. Great hat. Loving the hat. You have any other hats? Is that the only hat you wear? God, it's hot. It's hot out here. It's like Florida. But more Muslims. I guess if I pretend that they're Hispanic, it'll feel more at home. Oh, God damn it. Why is it lagging all of a sudden? Oh, I think I know why. God damn it. This keeps happening. I don't know why that is somehow sending this, like, the feed off the edge. Like, somehow that's too much. But lately, goddamn super chats, whenever I click them to have them be on the screen, it's just been causing lag. I've noticed that. It's bugging me, actually, a little bit. Because I love the super chats, and I love putting them on the screen for everyone to see. It makes me sad that's causing us any problems. I'm gonna have to look into it. I'll try and figure this out between now and next stream. It's too... Oh, though it's gonna be really tough without super chats. Oh, son of a fucking bitch. I just realized what I'm saying to myself. How am I to test super chats? Oh, God damn it. Anyway, that was just the raw footage of Trump arriving in Saudi Arabia. All right, let's go here to CNN from 17-ish hours ago. Actually, wait, no, sorry, BBC. I take it back. I take it back. BBC.
In the last hour, President Trump has arrived in Saudi Arabia for the first major diplomatic trip of his second term. Air Force One landed at King Khalid Airport in Riyadh, where the president was met on the tarmac by the Saudi Arabian Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. A purple carpet was laid out for Mr. Trump's arrival. The president's hoping to secure significant...
You know, that's a good point. I just want to point this is a great point to make. Yes, Styx, Dragon, Sharon. In my estimation, that is basically what the objection is from Republican influencers like Laura Loomer and Ben Shapiro. They're only mad because he's taking money from brown people, specifically brown people that are very much against ideologically, I guess you might say. But, you know, I don't think we'd hear the same complaints out of Ben Shapiro and Laura Loomer if I don't think we'd have heard a peep out of either of them if it had been let me think, Germany or the UK or France. I don't think they'd be complaining about it. I think they'd be running around calling this a win. Be like, look, everyone loves Trump so much they're just giving him planes. But since it's Qatar, that's a problem.
New investment in the US during the 4-day trip to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. President Trump and the Crown Prince sat down for an initial meeting inside the airport next to portraits of the Saudi royal family. America's top diplomat, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, is among the senior U.S. officials traveling with the president. A lavish state dinner will take place in Riyadh later. Well, let's go live to Riyadh and join our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette. Lise.
Yes, and here it is. It's all started with pomp and ceremony, a very royal welcome, a very warm welcome in the heat of the Saudi kingdom for President Trump. He has a very strong personal relationship with the de facto ruler of Saudi Arabia, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. It was like that in his first term in office, where he also had given Riyadh the honor of his first stop on his first official tour. But this time round, this is a very different region and in some ways a very different American president. Let's now bring in Sanam Vakil, who's the director of the Middle East and North Africa program at the international think tank Chatham House. Welcome, Sanam Vakil.
Morning, Lise.
Let's focus really on what the region is like now. You'll remember in 2017, President Trump hosted a major summit of Arab and Islamic leaders talking about standing up to the Islamic Republic of Iran. But it's a different region now, isn't it, with different priorities?
It certainly is. 8 years ago, there were high tensions between Gulf states and Iran. And today, those relations have been broadly restored with Iran. There's dialogue, there's exchanges taking at all levels, and most importantly, Gulf states today are backing the direct talks between Iran and the United States over Iran's nuclear program. So this is a real opportunity to build on this de-escalation and encourage a better and more harmonious landscape in the region. And Gulf states are looking at this moment to put themselves forward as very important American partners at a time of global shifts taking place.
There was some speculation that President Trump could announce that they're renaming the Persian Gulf as the Arabian Gulf in a move to further please Gulf leaders. Any sense that would happen, and what would be the impact?
Well, I think sometimes President Trump throws ideas out there and sometimes he takes them back, saying he's reflecting on them. And this is exactly where we are on this issue, mainly because it could have been a trial balloon that he was test running to please Gulf leaders, as you say. But at the same time, he is oftentimes aware that moves such as this could, ruffle the feathers of.
That's giving Donald Trump too much credit. He's aware. Donald Trump is aware. Yeah. Really fascinating. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. I don't think Donald Trump's awareness really exceeds his own personal bubble.
Breaking news this morning, President Trump arriving in Saudi Arabia on his first major overseas visit of his second term. Air Force One getting an escort by Saudi F-15 fighter jets. And the president
I almost cannot listen to Sarah right now.
From the Saudi Crown
I'm
Prince,
like,
Mohammed
honestly,
bin Salman.
I'm so pissed off at her right
Trump then
now.
traveled by motorcade to the Saudi royal court.
Like after that fucking interview question she gave the Newark mayor, I am so pissed off at her right now. Do you think you should be talking? You should be focusing on. Oh God. Oh my fucking God.
For a more formal greeting. Saudi Arabia is the first stop on his 4-day swing through the Middle East. The trip giving Trump a chance to prove himself as a deal maker on the world stage. He's set to speak later today after attending a lunch with some of the world's top CEOs, including Elon Musk and the leaders of OpenAI, Google, Boeing, Amazon, Nvidia, and Coca-Cola. Trump will also visit Qatar and the UAE on this trip, and it comes as he's defending his administration's plan to accept a $400 million luxury jet from the Qataris to use as Air Force One, a prospect that's raising all kinds of ethical, legal, and security questions. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is traveling with the president and joins us now live from Riyadh. It had already been a really busy trip. What is the president focused on here as we see new pictures this morning of him and the leader of Saudi Arabia?
Good morning, Sarah. President Trump arriving here overnight to a fanfare in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, exactly how he would like it. Met with trumpets, American flags, Saudi flags as well, and escorted all along the way by the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who of course is a close ally of the United States and indeed a good friend of this president and the administration. This trip, which the president is setting off on, which is the first major foreign trip of his second term in office, is actually quite brief, just about 3.5 days or so. But today he is focused exclusively on making deals, trying to increase investment in the United States. He's coming with a large contingent of U.S. CEOs, multinational CEOs as well. They are meeting for a luncheon and then later having a meeting here in Saudi Arabia with Saudi officials as well. But this is much more about making investments in the U.S., reaching deals rather than focusing on the geopolitics of the region, which of course is hanging over this administration. Many of the challenges facing the Trump administration, of course, and the world are not being discussed as much, at least in the opening hours of these meetings, as the deals that are coming underway. And you mentioned
all the deal making. So much deal making happening. Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump was out here trying to rub shoulders with the Crown Prince, trying to see what could be done in terms of giving Trump and America money. Meanwhile, though, while Donald Trump was there, he had something of a, what do you want to call it? Entourage, I guess, that came with him. And I'm not talking about foreign policy, like I'm not talking about diplomats. I mean, of course there were. I'm assuming some diplomats, but seemed like a bunch of billionaires showed up to hang out with Donald Trump and the Crown Prince. People like Sam Altman, OpenAI CEO and billionaire and off-putting individual. He's being so obsequious right now. Look at him. You should just lick his feet while you're at it, Sam. You can tell how much he's sucking up right now. You can just tell by the looks on his face. Stop being such a fucking brown noser, you loser. But not just Sam Altman. That's right. More billionaires. Jeffy Bezos was there, although I don't have footage of that. But Elon Musk was there too. He's being weird as usual. Doesn't seem to know how to stand. Such an awkward human being. Why does it look like he's like trying to sit down or something? Like, what's up with the weird way he positions his legs? I don't understand. But yeah, a bunch of fucking billionaire CEOs also came. I don't know if they got free rides on Air Force One. I mean, they all could certainly afford plane tickets or to take their own private jets. But I'm guessing they got to go on Air Force One. I wonder if the taxpayer will be refunded for that. Probably not. Ooh, could be a hemorrhoid. Yeah. Might be a hemorrhoid. Apparently Donald Trump and MBS signed a bunch of agreements while he was there. Here's the AP from yesterday around this time. Brings these goddamn markers everywhere he goes. Why can't you just have a regular goddamn pen like a normal human being? Now, I did notice that the king didn't seem to make any appearances during this. I don't know what's that about. Maybe he just thinks his son is more suited to this, but in a way, it's almost like Donald Trump's meeting with a lower head of state, when you think about it. I mean, sure, MBS has plenty of power, but I mean, it's really his father, what's his name, Alpha-Z something or other, Al-Saud, I can't remember, god damn it. I honestly, I feel like we never talk about that guy. And we always talk about the Crown Prince. King too busy to meet with the president.
How rude.
Okay. Now, there was apparently some kind of a forum which happened in Riyadh. Donald Trump and MBS walking around, glad-handing, talking shop.
City of the land, birthplace of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Here, we always say, and Jerry always reiterates, there is only one diraya.
What is this a model of exactly?
The leaders are continuing the tour in the prosperity hall.
Like, seriously, what is this freaky shit? Anybody know? Anybody know what we're looking at? Like, and what is this random city-sized parking garage? I don't understand what the fuck I'm looking at.
The leaders are continuing the tour in the prosperity hall, where prosperity is really defined, making their way to the plenary hall. And for that, we have here, I think that's the master plan for New Murabba project.
Wait, is that supposed to be the line? I don't think it is it? No, that can't be. It's curved. The line is supposed to be straight. I guess it could be. I guess it could be.
That we have here, I think that's the master plan for New Murabba project. A project that's redefining urban design, planning, and development.
Super great. This is really fun. Thanks for having me walk around this weird display that you got going on. So great. So good. All right, let's talk about that strategic economic partnership. Ooh, I almost skipped over the state dinner. That's my bad. State dinner. That sounds fun. What's happening here? Oh, god damn it. I forgot about this. Where is the actual footage? It's like way down here, isn't it? Yeah.
I wonder how much it costs to fly this limousine to Saudi Arabia. Like, does Air Force One have a cargo bay on it that I'm unfamiliar with, where you can like drive a car into it or something? I guess it probably does. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Maybe they had a military carrier bring all of the Secret Service vehicles over. Now, I heard that they brought some sort of like a mobile McDonald's. Like literally, it was like a trailer. It was like a mobile trailer with like a verified McDonald's inside of it. I'm pretty sure they brought it out just for Donald Trump. I don't know, I wouldn't have him sit on the ground, but it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I would never sit on the ground myself. Look, Scotty B's here. Scotty B. The great Scotty B. Look at all the fun they're having out here in Saudi Arabia. I wonder if Benjamin Netanyahu feels left out. Ooh, Howard Lutnick, Howie. Howie's there, Marky, little Marco.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
And a bunch of billionaires. I think this guy's a billionaire. I can't remember this guy's fucking name. I'm fairly certain he's like some, like he's like some investor or something. I cannot remember that guy's name for the life of me. Elon's there. Everybody's there. Wait, why is the stream lagging right now? I don't understand. Why is this happening? This is genuinely pissing me off. Like, it's not the worst lag we've ever seen on this stream, but it's just enough to piss me off. I expect perfection, okay, with this stream. That's not what that looks like. It does not look like perfection to me, god damn it. Okay. All right, let's talk more about the strategic economic
U.S.
partnership.
President Donald Trump has kicked off his first visit overseas in Saudi Arabia. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman greeted Trump as he stepped off Air Force One earlier. Big-ticket contracts topping Trump's agenda as the president is traveling with multiple members of his administration and a sizable business delegation in tow. Trump will also be traveling to Qatar and the United Arab Emirates during this tour of the Middle East.
Number one, I like visiting with you, and we've known each other very well, and I really believe we like each other a lot. And number two, for the United States, we've brought tremendous investment in and tremendous jobs, and we'll continue to service your great country very well.
We can now bring in our international affairs editor, Ketevan Gojistani. Ketevan, Donald Trump wrote The Art of the Deal, and surprise, surprise, this trip is all about making deals.
I'm sorry. I gotta hear that again. Did Donald Trump just say that we're going to service Saudi Arabia very well?
Phrasing. We'll continue to service your great country very well.
He did say that.
We can now bring in our international affairs editor, Ketevan Gojistani.
Well, there you go, America. We're going to continue to service the great country of Saudi Arabia very well. We're going to do it really, really good. Oh, you're going to be so serviced.
Donald Trump wrote The Art of the Deal, and surprise, surprise, this trip is all about making deals.
Absolutely. Business deals are the priority on this trips, and geopolitics are sort of secondary. And this really showed starting here in Saudi Arabia because the president and Mohammed bin Salman signed a strategic economic partnership agreement between Saudi Arabia and the United States worth about $600 billion. So the sort of agreement is a wide-ranging agreement that involves energy, defense, mining, and of course business deals, investments from one country to the other, and vice versa, including, of course, I mentioned defense, something the White House is calling the largest defense sales agreement in history, nearly $142 billion of U.S. state-of-the-art military.
This comment from Albert C. deserves one of these. I mean, we do have a service economy. This is true. This is true. You are completely correct.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
I didn't even think of it.
The largest defense sales agreement in history, nearly $142 billion of U.S. state-of-the-art military equipment being sold.
I'm sure Saudi Arabia won't use any of that to wage war against its neighbors or repress anyone.
To Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia is not the only one, of course. Qatar pledging about $200 to $300 billion in deals and investments, including probably a $2 billion deal for the U.S. to sell its Reaper drones, as well as, of course, this much talked about possible gift from Qatar to Donald Trump, this $400 million Boeing 747 to replace Air Force One, which is not yet confirmed or agreed to. And the UAE also promising $1.4 trillion, but this over the space of the next decade. And it's not just deals for the U.S. government or investments in the U.S. market. It's also about making some more personal deals, because the Trump Organization, which, of course, Donald Trump has said he's completely divested.
Actually, you know what I just thought to myself is, we said we would no longer fight Yemen, and then showed up in Saudi Arabia and signed $40 billion fucking yeah, I guess we don't need to keep fighting Yemen. You know, we're already giving Israel and Saudi Arabia now plenty of weapons to fight their own war against Yemen.
from, but his son are the ones running that Trump organization. And just in the past few weeks and months, they've announced a high-rise building in Saudi Arabia, a luxury hotel deal in the UAE, a golf course and resort in Qatar. So it's all about making deals for the country, but also for the people around in the sort of Donald Trump orbit. And that really showed when you saw the sort of delegation of CEOs flowing into those different meeting, and it really is the symbol of what Donald Trump has, of what people have described Donald Trump's presidency as being, this transactional presidency, as you said, the deal maker, making those deals.
Making those deals. While you were speaking, the White House...
Making the deals. Donald Trump going to get Saudi Arabia to invest in the United States. It's very exciting for everyone. Well, some people. Well, not everyone. And actually, Saudi Arabia is actually, I don't know if you know this, but aside from arms, Saudi Arabia has been investing in some areas of the United States over the years. Exhibit A, Arizona. Here's CBS Mornings from 2 years ago on that story. Yes, we're going back in time.
Welcome back to CBS Mornings, where we are counting down to Earth Day. It's going to be Saturday, by the way, and we've got our series Protecting the Planet. We are investigating a growing controversy in western Arizona that could lead to a reckoning over scarce water supplies. You may be surprised to learn that farms in that desert region are growing one of the most water-intensive crops there is, alfalfa, and they're doing it in an area where there is a shortage of available water. Some farms are foreign-owned, and they are shipping the crop overseas to Saudi Arabia. Amid a backlash, the state legislature is now considering a ban on most foreign-owned farms. Senior national and environmental correspondent Ben Tracy has our story.
Just outside of a western Arizona town called Hope.
And as you can see, there's no water.
Cattle rancher Brad Mead is finding it hard not to lose his.
This was your well.
This was my well.
And now you got nothing.
Nothing but dust. You can toss a rock in and it's gone.
He then took us here.
This is the edge of your land here?
Yeah.
To show us his neighbor's land. He claims they've used so much water that his well went dry.
And that's all Fondamontes.
All of that green over there.
That green is alfalfa, one of the most water-intensive crops. It's used as cattle feed and being grown on these massive farms in the Arizona desert by Fondamonte, which is owned by one of the largest dairy companies in Saudi Arabia.
So when you look out there and you see all that green, what do you think?
I see money leaving America. I see water getting depleted.
It makes me very angry.
La Paz County Supervisor Holly Irwin has been sounding the alarm about these foreign-owned farms since they began operating here in 2015.
Why would a company from Saudi Arabia be growing alfalfa in the Arizona desert?
Because they've depleted their natural resource over there. So now they're here.
It's illegal to grow alfalfa in Saudi Arabia because it takes too much water. So Fondamonte bought vast tracts of desert in western Arizona on top of a massive groundwater aquifer, in part because there are no regulations on how much water can be pumped out of the ground.
So anybody can come out here and buy or lease land, and if you can put a well in and you can find water, you can take it.
That's right.
Yeah, maybe Saudi Arabia will do some more investing like that in the U.S. Deplete the aquifer for Americans and then send the product of that water back to their own country. Beautiful, beautiful capitalism. As long as we get a great deal, it'll be fine. Everybody stop worrying. We're gonna have plenty of water into the future. Let's go back to democracy now. Talk a little bit more about Trump's raking in the money, the Gulf states.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Trump heads to the Middle East with a single goal: deals, deals, deals. That's the headline of a New York Times piece our next guest contributed to as he follows the dealings of the Trump administration. Eric Lipton is a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative reporter with the New York Times, where his latest pieces are headlined, "Auction to Dine with Trump Creates Foreign Influence Opportunity," and Trump's son's deals on 3 continents directly benefit the president. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Eric Lipton. Well, why don't you start there? We're looking at this first major international trip President Trump is taking. First stop, Riyadh. We're looking at the line of American CEOs and others who are shaking the hands of Mohammed bin Salman and President Trump, very prominently, of course, the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, the Trump ally. If you can talk about who is behind the trip? You can talk about the advising of Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, and what all of them, and who we aren't seeing right now, Eric and Donald Trump have to gain.
Well, the Middle East is the nexus of the Trump organization's global business operations at the moment. It's really their single most important profit center by far. And it relates to the fact that there is such enormous wealth there. It's the oil and gas revenues over many decades have been stuffed into the sovereign wealth funds. And the sovereign wealth funds are now looking to expand their engagement globally to become more prominent economic players in the world. And so that's the reason that there are so many, venture capitalists and artificial intelligence or technology companies that are heading to the Middle East. And it's the same reason that the Trumps and Jared Kushner are so tied to the Middle East, because they have hundreds of billions of dollars to give out. And that's the reason that so many American corporations are in the Middle East with President Trump right now. So for the Trump family, they have $2 billion worth of capital that in the last several weeks, the government of Abu Dhabi announced that it was going to put into World Liberty Financial, their cryptocurrency company. And that will pass through World Liberty on its way to Binance, the largest crypto exchange in the world. But while that money resides with World Liberty, the Trump family and its partners will be making interest off of that $2 billion. So we're talking tens of millions of dollars a year. Similarly, not very far away in Qatar, as your prior guest was referencing, the government there is the landowner on a property where the Trump family is going to be doing golf and villas. And many of these projects in the Middle East are coordinated with a company called Dar Global, which is a subsidiary of Dar Al Arkan, which is a Saudi-based real estate company that's closely aligned with the government of Saudi Arabia. And Dar Global has 6 different real estate projects with the Trump family, which basically are branding projects where the Trump name is, as Robert Wiseman indicated, is put on these projects. The Trumps get millions of dollars in branding fees, and then they often get licensing and managing fees as well. So they have projects in Saudi Arabia, in Oman, in the United Arab Emirates with Dar Global. And that's where the biggest growth chunk of the Trump real estate operations are, through Dar Global and these branding projects. And so, when I looked at the list of who's attending the Saudi meetings today, I did not see, and I looked closely, I didn't see anyone from Dar Global listed, although they may be there. And I didn't see their other business partners listed as being present. But just being in that space is good for the president. Being there is good for Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner has more than $2 billion in funds from the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, which went into his private equity firm. And then similarly, the Public Investment Fund is the single biggest investor in Live Golf, which has played 4 tournaments in a row at the Trump family's Doral golf course in Florida. And so the money from the Middle East.
I'm sure that's just happenstance. 4 tournaments in a row at the same golf course. That's totally normal. I'm sure that they weren't trying to funnel money to Donald Trump in any way. But yeah, Trump family is continuing to enrich themselves all over the place. Oh my god, we just passed 8 hours, 4 full halves. We're still not done. Got a bunch of stuff to talk about. Donald Trump made a bunch of announcements while he was out there. And we will get to that right after these short space messages. Well, I do hope you're all enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Only $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space minis. If you ever wanted to be dancing in space, hanging out in the pool, well, you can. That's all you gotta do. Just go to Patreon and find out what else is in store for you. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, chat, you know what that sound means. It means we're about to get into the final, fifth half of the show. So get back to your seats if you don't want to miss the last of the content. We do have pretty good butt on the end of this stream here. Quite a lot of stuff to talk about, but I think we can easily get it done before I die. Let's start with some of Donald Trump's comments. While at the Riyadh summit, or whatever you want to call this trip, Donald Trump made a bunch of comments, one specifically about Syria. Let's go here to the AP from 13 hours ago.
First steps toward restoring normal relations between the United States and Syria for the first time in more than a decade.
Wait, sorry, we missed the very beginning of that. Yeah.
My administration has already taken the first steps toward restoring normal relations between the United States and Syria for the first time in more than a decade. After discussing the situation in Syria with the Crown Prince, your Crown Prince, and also with President Erdogan of Turkey, who called me
President
the other
Erdogan
day, asked for a very similar thing.
Haven't they met before? How does he not know how to say Erdogan's name? President, the great President Erdogan. I found it a little interesting that Elon got a seat
the other day.
right next to the Crown Prince. Where is it? Where is that shot?
After discussing the situation in Syria with the Crown Prince, your Crown Prince.
Yeah, Elon got to sit right next to the prince here. Wow, seat of honor for one of the richest men on earth. Got to fly over with the King of America. Yes, President Aragorn. I hear he's going to bring great peace to the land.
And also with President Erdogan of Turkey, who
President
called me
Aragorn.
the other day and asked for a very similar thing, among others, and friends of mine, people that I have a lot of respect for in the Middle East. I will be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness.
He's clapping for himself. Why is he clapping for himself? And then everybody gets up and claps.
Oh, what I do for the Crown Prince.
I would do anything for that sweet, sweet prince.
The sanctions were brutal and crippling and served as an important, really an important function, nevertheless, at the time. But now it's their time to shine. It's their time to shine. We're taking them all off, and they're going to have, I think they're going to have, based on the people and the spirit and everything else that I'm hearing about. So I say good luck, Syria. Show us something very special like they've done, frankly, in Saudi Arabia, okay?
Okay, Syria, you are expected to be like Saudi Arabia now. There we go. I mean, I found this one utterly fascinating. I mean, I'm generally for lifting of the sanctions. But they seem to be pretty fucking hands-off over there in Syria right now. So hands-off, in some ways I have concerns, especially because we're funding Israel, and Israel keeps taking land over there. Should be interesting to see how this plays out, for sure. But generally, I mean, I think they do need a real shot at rebuilding that country. We're already seeing some human rights abuses and what some have called war crimes since Bashar al-Assad left power. But I guess I'll stay optimistic about all of it still, tentatively. While now in the same speech, Donald Trump made some comments about Lebanon. Let's see what... Oh, I forgot about this one. The Syrians, after hearing Donald Trump announce that he was lifting sanctions on their country, took to the streets. Okay, now let's talk Lebanon. People in Syria seem stoked.
Badly, it's horrible. After years of suffering, two of the nations most ravaged by terror are finally beginning to end their long nightmares under the new generation of leaders. In Lebanon, where a friend of mine has just become the ambassador. He's going to be great. I said, you know, that could be a very dangerous job. He said, I was born there. I'm Lebanese. I love that country. I said, but it's very dangerous. You know, this is a friend of mine from New York. I said, but it's very dangerous. Are you sure you want to do it? I never thought of him as being a warrior, but he is a warrior. He loves his country. He said, if I'm injured or die, I'm dying for a country that I love. He grew up there. It's horrible what's happened in Lebanon, but you have a great ambassador, I can tell you that. In Lebanon,
I feel like in most circumstances, if, you know, this guy wasn't Donald Trump's golf buddy and he said he loved Lebanon, an American saying that, I think Donald Trump would say that's not a patriot right there. But thankfully for Michael Issa, who is Donald Trump's new ambassador to Lebanon, he and Donald Trump, like Donald Trump said, big time friends. Big, like just bestest of friends. They apparently play a ton of golf together. But this guy's just like a business guy. Donald Trump keeps taking business guys and then making them ambassadors. I find it fascinating. There you go. My best friend, Michael Issa, coming. Great man. He's gonna solve it. Now, if you want to make Lebanon better, you might want to try making Israel better. You know? Well, by better, I mean make Israel stop attacking Lebanon. Just an idea. We are the ones giving them the bombs. Same thing for Syria, really. Alright. Obvious part, yeah. Well, alright, let's go, let's stay on this speech. Trump mentioned a lot of people in the Middle East during this speech. Let's talk, see what Donald Trump had to say about Iran.
I'm here today not merely to condemn the past chaos of Iran's leaders, but to offer them a new path and a much better path toward a far better and more hopeful future. As I've shown repeatedly, I am willing to end past conflicts and forge new partnerships for a better and more stable world, even if our differences may be very profound. Which
what new partnerships has Donald Trump forged?
Iran. I have never believed in having.
What new fucking partnership does Donald Trump forge? Can anybody name a single one for me? I mean, Saudi Arabia is clearly not a new partnership. He's currently, like, he's business partners with the country of fucking Saudi Arabia, has been for quite some time. We just went over that. In his first presidency, he made his first trip to Saudi Arabia. What's the newness of the part? What? Anybody? Can anybody help me with this? Donald Trump just keeps saying things that seem completely, you know, contrary to reality. Seems like old partnerships rekindled at most.
Obviously, they are in the case of Iran. I have never believed in having permanent enemies. I am different than a lot of people think. I don't like permanent enemies, but sometimes you need enemies to do the job, and you have to do it right. Enemies get you motivated. In fact, some of the closest friends of the United States of America are nations we fought wars against in.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You know, sometimes you need enemies for motivation purposes, okay? You know, you can't just have little live, laugh, love and dream boards. Sometimes you need real world problems in front of you that help motivate you. It's the only way to move forward.
Generations
just
passed,
need the enemies.
Now they're our friends and our allies. I want to make a deal with Iran. If I can make a deal with Iran, I'll be very happy if we're going to make your region and the world a safer place. But if Iran's leadership rejects this olive branch and continues to attack their neighbors, then we will have no choice but to inflict mass.
What is the olive branch? Donald Trump says so many things that just make no sense to me. What olive branches is Donald Trump offered to Iran? Aside from saying, hey, you can't have nukes. Does that count as an olive branch? Hey, you're not allowed. No nukes for you. Otherwise, we're going to bomb the shit out of you. Is that an olive branch? I guess I'm just not familiar. I'm not an arborist, so maybe I just don't understand it. But I usually think of an olive branch as like sort of a token of peace. But does it? I don't know. Is giving Saudi Arabia $142 billion in weapons an olive branch to Iran? I don't know. Do they have any historical problems with each other?
Give me a joke.
Maximum pressure, drive Iranian oil exports to zero like I did before, and take all action required to stop the regime from ever having a nuclear weapon. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon.
Fascinating. All right, let's go to Al Jazeera. At least as of 12 hours ago, Iran had yet to comment on Trump's remarks in Riyadh. I'm actually not sure if they have commented yet because we've been streaming for so goddamn long.
And Tawhid Asadi is standing by there for us. Tawhid, so Donald Trump making some remarks in his speech about Iran, where he criticized Iran, accusing it of trying to tear down the region and funding bloodshed abroad. But then he said, I want to make a deal with Iran. If I can make a deal with Iran, I will be very happy. How do you think those comments of Donald Trump's are going to go down in Tehran, especially given that we are in the middle of negotiation when it comes to a nuclear deal?
Yes, exactly. It happens in terms of timing at a very critically important situation. So far, we haven't had any reaction from Iranian officials on the very latest statements that we heard from the U.S. President Donald Trump. But for Iranian side, it would be like dancing with the same old tune, as they are used to receiving and hearing such kind of rhetoric in which we see a very clear voice of hostility. And this is part of the rhetoric and discourse that we have been hearing, we have been following over the past 4 decades. So it's not going to be that much new to hear statements like Iran being called as a source of destruction in the region. On the other hand, we know that Iranians are stating almost the same argument when it comes to the U.S. interventions in the West Asia. This is a sort of back and forth rhetoric that we hear, but it's still something that is obviously very important is that it happens just only after we had the 4th round of indirect talks between Iran and the United States aiming at lifting of sanctions for Iranians on the one hand and dealing with the concerns regarding Iran's nuclear program on the other hand. So we know that there is a next round of talks down the road. The Iranian foreign minister, after the last round of talks finished, said that it's going to be in a week or so. So it happens on a context of talks between the two sides. Iranians, and specifically Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, recently mentioned that for us, what matters is not the statements that we hear from American officials in the public, but the critically important aspect of the talks is the thing that happens behind the closed doors. So the basis for talks to be continued is going to be the, let's say, content that is being exchanged during the talks, not in public statements. But all in all, what we can see is a mixture of different sentiments. On the one hand, we see clear threats directed by the United States and President Trump in particular. And this is not something new. He has been constantly sending threatening military threats against Iran, something that Iranians are not really interested in and they do not really like. And on the other hand, he is talking about the possibility of peace and possibility of obtaining a deal at the end of the day. So it is highly dependent on how the...
I say everything all at once so people don't know what I'm talking about. I say peace and war, same time. And then I say, actually, it's going to be a great deal. Money falling from the skies. But if you don't do the thing I want you to do, bombs. But you could have peace or olive branches. I hear Mohammed bin Salman is actually a great guy.
All right. Let's quickly talk about India and Pakistan, something which has fallen out of the news very quickly. But it wasn't that long we were talking about the possibility of India and Pakistan heading to all-out war. For now, a ceasefire is gingerly holding. People are returning to their homes. This is a couple of days ago. What's left of their homes, I guess you might say. Some people may have more of their home left than others. See people making their way back, suitcase in hand. Let's go here. A day later, Modi came out with a stern warning to Pakistan.
पाकिस्तान की तरफ से
When it was said from Pakistan's side that no further terrorist activity
आगे कोई आतंकी गतिविधि
or military misadventures would be shown by Pakistan's side, then India considered it. Okay.
और मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं
I repeat. We have just paused our retaliatory action against terrorists and military bases in Pakistan.
अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है आने वाले
In the coming days, we will be monitoring every step of Pakistan to see what attitude it adopts.
कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है
After surgical strike and airstrike, now Operation Sindoor is India's policy against terrorism. Operation Sindoor has drawn a new line in the fight against terror. A new standard, a new normal has been set. First, if there is a terrorist attack on India, a befitting reply will be given. We will respond in our own way and on our own terms. We will take strict action at every place from where the roots of terrorism emerge. Second, that was the first point. That was a long ass first point, not gonna lie, Modi. Second is India will not tolerate any nuclear blackmail. What does that mean? India will strike with precision and decisiveness on the terrorist bases flourishing
करेगा।
under the cover of nuclear blackmail.
तीसरा,
Now, I've been trying to figure out what the fuck he means by all of that. I'm not sure if what he's saying is he intends to continue or not. It's not clear. It's not super clear. Like, maybe because he's being so long-winded, but he's also sort of shifting tone like within the same sentence almost. And so I don't know what to take from all of it. I do worry that India is going to decide to, do some preemptive type strikes the way he's talking. But don't worry, just wait. I'm sorry, don't go anywhere. We got a third point from Modi. Third, we will not see the government supporting terrorism and the masters of terrorism as separate entities.
और आतंक के आकाओं को
Right. It's comments like this that make me think that what I'm saying right now about Modi thinking about extending this conflict. Mostly because when you start suggesting that the government is in fact terror, I mean, have they funded and directed terrorists? Yeah. But I'm just concerned they're going to use that as grounds to continue this and say, well, we're gonna continue to strike certain parts of Pakistan, the terrorist parts. Where have we heard that sort of stuff before?
अलग-अलग नहीं देखेंगे।
Definitely, this era is not of war, but it is not even of terrorism.
ये युग आतंकवाद का भी नहीं है। टेररिज्म के खिलाफ
Zero tolerance against terrorism is the guarantee of a better world.
ये एक बेहतर दुनिया की गारंटी है।
He's talking like an American right now. If Pakistan wants to be saved, it will have to destroy its terrorist infrastructure. Aha, yeah, I see.
इसके अलावा
There is no other way to peace. I get it now. I get it. Thanks, Modi. So unless Pakistan destroys its terrorist infrastructure, so I guess unless Pakistan goes around their country, killing people and I'm not entirely sure what this means, but it feels like this is like just preemptive justification for what they're gonna do. I could be wrong. Yeah. I'm just concerned when people say the word terrorism too many times in one sentence or paragraph. I just start to get worried, And Modi said terrorism like 15 times just now in that one statement. Okay. Now, Modi came out to Indian airfield to praise troops after this ceasefire was called. This is the AP from 7 hours. Actually, 7 hours before the stream. I can say with pride that all of you have completely lived up to your targets. Not only have the terrorist bases and their air bases in Pakistan been destroyed, but both their evil intentions and their audacity have been defeated. Can you defeat audacity? You have also told the Pakistani army that there is no place in Pakistan where terrorists can sit and breathe in peace. we will enter their homes and kill them.
Illegal.
You know, it's some very dodgy rhetoric. I agree. This is definitely some saber rattling. I don't know where this all falls, but I am a little skeptical, little pessimistic about the future. With the way Modi is talking about terrorists so much. Now, Donald Trump came out and made a statement around the same time. Let's see what he had to say.
On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it was seemingly not going to stop.
Saying stuff like
and I'm very proud.
Phrasing.
Oh, shit. I just realized nobody could hear what just happened. Son of a bitch. I just realized the volume was low for that one. I was doing too many subtitles. I got caught up in it. Take two. That's my bad. That's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it was seemingly...
It's still just as funny the second time.
Phrasing.
Jesus Christ. First, we're servicing. America is going to service. We are going to service Saudi Arabia so good. Oh boy, get ready, Saudi Arabia. We're gonna service you. And then, then he says India and Pakistan are going at it hot and heavy. That's what you say about two teenagers making out in the back seat of a car. Not two countries on the brink of nuclear war. Donald Trump needs a new phrase book or something. Dude's going full dementia lately.
Not going to stop. And I'm very proud to let you know that the leadership of India and Pakistan was unwavering, powerful, but unwavering in both cases, and having these. They really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation. And we helped a lot.
We did it.
And we helped also with trade.
So much.
Come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's.
If this is true, that we told India and Pakistan that we're gonna do a lot of trade with them, so let's stop it, okay? Everybody settle down. We're gonna do a lot of trade. Settle. America's gonna sell you a lot of stuff, like weapons, which you're not gonna use on each other, right? Or does that mean that Donald Trump is going to drop the tariffs on Pakistan? The reciprocal tariffs on Pakistan? Well, the fake reciprocal tariffs? The tariffs. Is it? I mean, it should be interesting to see what that means. Because I don't know what that means. Just do a lot of trade with India and Pakistan? Okay. But, like, did they suggest that they would drop the tariffs on India and Pakistan? Because they were going to be really high, if I recall correctly. Like, I think Pakistan was gonna be like 65% or something, wasn't it? Or was it India? I can't remember who got what number. I mean, there was no rhyme or reason to the numbers, so it's kind of hard to remember each and every country. Not gonna lie, it's a pretty long list. I can't wait to find out what all that means later, and whether or not that'll hold. With any luck, it will hold. I don't know. Fingers crossed. All right. Let's quickly talk about that supposed agreement which the US and China have come to in recent days, starting here. BBC News from yesterday. It's that loud ass noise.
I'm happy to report.
The US and China have agreed to significantly decrease tariffs on goods being sold between the two economies after a successful round of talks which took place in Switzerland over the weekend. Well, following several rounds of tariffs issued by the White House, levies on Chinese imports into the US reached 245%, while retaliation from Beijing took their tariff rate on imports from America up to 125%. Well, in today's breakthrough, both sides agreed to lower levies by 115% for a 90-day period as negotiations continue on. US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said both sides saw the need for trade between the two powers to continue.
Can anybody tell me what matuttle means? Matutal reduction in tariffs. I know they meant to type mutual, but what the fuck, BBC? How much is your graphics guy getting paid? Matuttle reduction. Matutal? How do you pronounce that?
The consensus from both delegations this weekend is neither side wants a decoupling. And what had occurred with these very high tariffs, as Ambassador Greer said, was the equivalent of an embargo. And neither side wants that. We do want trade. We want more balanced trade. And I think that both sides are committed to achieving that. We would like to see China open to more U.S. goods. We expect that as the negotiations proceed, that there will also be a possibility of purchase agreements to pull what is our largest bilateral trade deficit into balance. That has gotten out of balance, and much of this has happened through neglect over the past 4 years, as the previous administration did not engage on this issue.
The previous administration did not engage on this issue? Is that a joke? Is that a fucking joke, Scotty B? I'm fairly certain it's not. I think this guy's smart enough, unlike Donald Trump, to know that everything he just said is a fucking lie. The Biden administration didn't go hard enough on China. What are we talking about? Biden raised tariffs on China too, and we banned the BYD from selling cars in the country. We forced chip manufacturers to stop selling chips to China. We increased tariffs on a bunch of things as it relates to China. And you're gonna tell me that the last four, Biden, they didn't do anything on China. No. Tried to ban TikTok. I mean, what are we talking about right now? China, Biden was pretty fucking hawkish on China. Or was I dreaming for the last 4 years? But Scotty B's here to lie to us. That's what he gets paid the big bucks for. Let's see what
China and
investors at Reuters had to say about this deal.
China and the US agree to slash tariffs. Well, after talks in Geneva over the weekend, the US and China have agreed to lower tariffs for the next 90 days. The US will lower tariffs on Chinese goods to 30% from 145%, while China will reduce duties from 125% to 10%. Jeff Yu is Senior EMEA Market Strategist at BNY. Jeff, how significant do you think this agreement actually is then?
It really is a very significant. Let's just say the outcome was much better than expected. So according to the statement, 91% of tariffs imposed since this process began have been removed by both sides. And I think that is warmly welcome to the global economy. I think markets were looking at...
And the global economy is so stoked about it. Although I feel like the global economy is kind of just sort of not paying attention to the actual numbers we're looking at right now. You know, they just hear, oh, tariffs went down, yay, buy. By the way, this guy works for BNY Mellon, which is a, I think, multi-trillion-dollar under assets management company, big time investment firm. So these guys hear, no, lower tariffs, buy, we must buy more stocks. But of course, these tariffs are still incredibly high, even with the pause. And there's no saying that this pause doesn't end. We go right back to where we were. And, you know, I think it's overly optimistic to get like, oh, well, this is great news. We've lowered the tariffs to a point that's going to cause massive inflation potentially in the United States. Regardless, you know, maybe a few goods will make it across the border. But at a 30% flat tariff, when you start adding in all the other tariffs that currently exist, I mean, there's not going to be a lot more trade between the United States and China. Let's be real. Like, let's be really, really real. Like, it's to think that that's going to genuinely change things. What he should have done is dropped the tariffs to 0, but he didn't. And now we're stuck in this weird purgatory where we wonder, you know, is 30% the best we're ever going to get? Which is insane. Will we go back to 145%? And I feel like a lot of people are sitting there, especially business owners, and thinking maybe we should just try to find new suppliers. Because I don't know if our consumers can afford to pay more than 30% more for their goods that they were buying yesterday or whatever, last month. It's just, I mean, that's just my assessment on it. Maybe I'm just a big pessimist. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe everybody is fine with paying 30% more for everything. It's not like they complained about inflation over the last few years, right? Right?
I don't want reality.
Oh boy, we are getting close to the goddamn end of the stream. Second to last video out, everyone. We made it. We made it 9 hours in. Great job. Penultimate video incoming. CNN from a day ago. Quote, it's not a win, unquote. Economist reacts to trade truce with China.
China!
Justin, great to see you as always. Your reaction to this deal to come up with a longer-term deal later?
Let me give you a short-term reaction and a longer run. The short-term reaction is this is very good news. Our tariffs on China were previously so high it was effectively an embargo. We don't actually have to travel to Geneva for the US government to decide to cut the rate at which it taxes Americans for importing goods from China, but I'm glad that it did. And it's going to create a whole lot of calm for the next few days. The medium run thing to worry about is at the moment the half-life of a tariff.
Wait, you're telling me that we didn't have to send representatives to Geneva? Donald Trump just could have unilaterally lowered the tariffs just the same way that he unilaterally raised the tariffs? No. That's impossible. What?
The medium-run thing to worry about is, at the moment, the half-life of a tariff announcement from the White House is around 6 to 8 days. So as encouraged as I am that this is the movement, the direction in which it's moving, I'm not sure that that businesses can be confident that we're going to hit the more harmonious times that we had prior to this administration.
The director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, says that China made certain concessions when it came to allowing U.S. exporters to enter the Chinese market, or certain aspects of the Chinese market. I wonder what you make of that. Is that a win that the White House can point to justify levying these tariffs to begin with?
Oh, it's not a win, and it's not a justification, but more to the point, when the White House says we got some concessions, but I'm not telling you what they are, they told us this about the Britain-UK deal, and it turns out that the UK-US deal, that was actually not a deal. It was an agreement to have an agreement at some point in the future. So if
yeah, that does seem to be the Trump playbook. We've been winning very bigly. I can't tell you how we've been winning, but boy oh boy, when you find out how much we've been winning, you are going to be utterly floored. You're going to be shocked at how much winning happened. Even though we can't tell you about the win, don't worry, it's definitely a win. We're winning very bigly, very greatly. More than anyone, some say, sir, you just won more than anyone's ever won before. And I say, I know. I know that I am the very best. Art of the deal. Art of the China. But yeah, I've been mentioning that. I mentioned that earlier as it relates to the UK deal that wasn't actually a deal yet. Still haven't actually heard what it all entails. We were told we would hear the details over the coming weeks, was it? Or days? I can't even remember now. I think it was weeks. So I guess or was it China that was the weeks in the UK? I don't know. It's been a whirlwind of supposed, and by whirlwind I mean 2 deals. Supposed deals that actually aren't yet deals. But yeah, that's where we're at. Winning but not winning. Deal but no deal. Here we go. Last video, also CNN.
U.S. tariffs on Chinese imports will be cut from 145% to 30%. And now, obviously, that's a massive cut. 30%, though, is still a huge number. It's higher than Smoot-Hawley on average, the 1930 law, which raised tariffs and sparked a global trade war, deepened the Great Depression, and is blamed by many for the beginning of a world war. And for now, the pause on the tariffs, such that it is a 90-day pause for more negotiation. The chief Asia economist at Capital Economics tells the Wall Street Journal tonight, quote, China has successfully called Trump's bluff. And while Trump, of course, is celebrating the deal as a big win, the Chinese line on social media fits more in line with what that economist says. Quotes like Trump chickened out, Trump kneeled, China rejected America's tariff bullying and pushed the U.S. to the negotiating table. Well done, China. Nicely played. Out front now, Gene Soroka. He is the executive director of the Port of Los Angeles, which is the busiest port in the United States. You know, our Nick Watt has been going to the port, again and again over days and talking to workers as you started to see the dramatic drop off, right, in cargo, it was numbers and then it became reality at your port. So, we've got new video of the port tonight. Obviously, it's not as busy as usual. Now, nobody expected Trump to do this, right? To just back off and drop it by the amount that he did. So I guess the question to you is this: how bad was it that he did something this dramatic?
Well, Aaron, I think the conversation really got amplified by the media, by folks in the industry, people that went and visited Washington. And when you saw the stark reality of cargo at the biggest port dropping by more than 30% last week, slamming on the brakes, China cargo, I think it got a lot of people's attention.
So when you're looking at that 30% drop, okay, I mean, that's a world you probably never expected to see again. When I say again, COVID would have been the only other time you would have seen it. Now that this has been announced, you're getting this drop from 145 to 30. 30 is still massive. You know, if we were at the beginning of April talking about 30, it would have been really bad. But when it was 145, it doesn't sound so bad. But it's a 90-day delay, sort of. Does that change the world?
I don't think so. And Aaron, 30% is on top of other pieces that have been added, right? So now where we find ourselves is that's a little bit elevated still for a lot of people, and 90 days is not a long time in our industry. Now, there may be some products that really have to get out. Think of medical supplies, cancer drugs, some other things. But what I'm getting back from Los Angeles today, and we're still only hours into digesting this, is that folks are doing the math. What does it mean if I buy now? Is it better than if I had to cancel?
Say back to school, say Christmas, all those orders.
Summer fashions as well as that, right? And May is traditionally the time when all those purchase orders go in for Christmas and year-end holidays. Some people are going to make some pretty big bets right now.
Right,
And those bets are basically the same bet over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. It is genuinely the same fucking question that people are asking themselves. Will consumers at school time pay 30% more for all of their kids' shit? Will they be able to afford to buy as much stuff? If it is 30% more expensive, how about Christmas? Right? Will people be able to pay 30% more for all of their Christmas gifts? And will they buy as much as they did last year or more? Right? Because they always want people to buy more this year than they did last year. That's how fucking economics works. These people are obsessed with profit, right? And obsessed with growth. And it's over and over again. Will people buy more on Halloween or less? Will they be able to afford the 30% more, or will they just forego it? It's over and over and over again. Same thing for New Year's. New Year's is a big money maker. I mean, China sells a shit ton of stuff to us for around New Year's. We're a wasteful society, okay? We throw out a lot of shit. We use a lot of stuff. And we got a lot of holidays heading our way, right? Towards the back half of the year. And the fact is, I mean, July 4th is only a couple months away right now. All those American flag stuffs and whatever else, you know? Will Americans spend 30% more on everything and act like it's no big deal? When for the last few years they have been screaming from the rooftops about things being too expensive already? I feel the markets are a bit more optimistic than I am. Now, who in that situation is the naive one, I don't know. But the math ain't mathing over here right now. Alright, chat. Well, we got through it. Well, it looks like we got through another stream, chat. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. What? Oh, shit. I just realized what I did. God damn it. Don't do... Why? Why? Why have I done this to myself? There we go. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Inner Planet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noep, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, and Daredevil. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Oh boy, that was some bad typing.